Hello? Am I here? Wait, am I not here? No, I'm here, right? Good morning. Am I here? Can everyone see me, hear me? Am I a person? Am I a person to you? Do I even look the way you thought I'd look? I'm here, right? I pressed a different button today, and I was scared it wasn't gonna work. Okay, I am here. Okay, hello, good morning. Samantha Dragonati, links in the description for the music today. All right. Let's go ahead and start today's stream off with a, oh my God, I'm gonna sneeze. I took my allergy pills. Okay, first announcement of the day. Good morning. If you have any thoughts about yesterday's stream and want to continue that conversation, let me know. I gotta move my footstool a little forward. I will not be here tomorrow. I'm so sorry. Indiana Jones, our girl, she's doing okay, but she's not doing the greatest. I'll be real with you. So she's doing okay. I'm not worried. But we have to go to the vet again. They're probably gonna have to do surgery. So annoying. So I'm just gonna be really optimistic about everything. Okay. And I'm sure she's fine, but we're just going to have to take her and hope that they solve this problem. She's been to a bunch of vet appointments. She's done x-rays and medication, and she's going through it. Something is happening. So we're going to figure it out. So I won't be here tomorrow, but don't worry. You'll have a Queer Ultimatum episode. I recorded another one this morning. Crazy stuff is happening. Yesterday's episode had me fucking floored. Matching tattoos. I will never get over it. We're going to talk about queer stuff today too as well, because Betty Who is in the news. She was trending all over my TikTok. And I was kind of going to not talk about it because, but at the same time, Discord asked me my thoughts and I was like, okay, we'll talk about it. So we're going to cover that today as well. But before we do, I found my new favorite. Not saying he's autistic, but I'm saying if he is autistic, my new favorite autist. Because this is so exciting. This guy I found on TikTok. Tell me if you've come across his TikToks before. Let's start off with a fun TikTok, a little fun, and then we'll move into something a little bit more serious. Have you guys seen this guy, Zay Dupree? Zay Dupree. Hold on, let me pull up the TikTok.
You do. Now, I know what...
Oh, hold on, let me rewind.
You have an accent. Even if you don't think you do, you do. Now, I know what people mean when they say they don't have an...
Pause. Ren, thank you so much for the super chat. Indiana fun. I appreciate that so much.
Accent, they mean they don't have a strong regional accent, and that's true for a lot of people. I think it's true for myself. But just because you don't have a regional accent doesn't mean that you don't have an accent. An accent is just the way that a person or group of people speaks, and almost every aspect of your identity contributes to your unique accent. Even something you might not think about, like gender, can influence someone's accent. Uptalk, or ending a declarative sentence on an upwards intonation, is more commonly used by women than by men. Same is true of things like vocal fry and using the word like as a discourse particle. Your sexuality can impact your accent too. Lavender linguistics is the field of linguistic study dedicated to studying speech patterns among the LGBTQ+ community. In American English, for example, gay men tend to exhibit certain qualities in their speech more frequently than straight men do, like the gay lisp, which isn't exactly a lisp like mine, but it's more of an over-articulated S sound. And I think another thing people forget is that your accent isn't just how you say things, it's what you're saying in the first place. If you say soda instead of pop, or pop instead of soda, that's a part of your accent. If your vocabulary has been influenced by the books you read, or the movies you watch, or the music you listen to, that's a part of your accent too. So even though I don't think my accent is that heavily influenced by me being from New Jersey, it is influenced by me being black, me being Francophone American, me being American period, me being a man. And so I still have an accent, as does everyone who speaks the language.
Okay, you know what I find fascinating is, as an autistic person, people are always like, what's your real accent? So obviously this is my accent, but the way that I speak and talk, often I am mimicking other people's behavior because I am remembering the way that a sentence was said, and I say a sentence the way that person said it. So sometimes I will change my accent and my body language will change. And then people will say, oh, Britt, I can tell who you've been listening to lately. Or my mom will say, Brittany always sounds different when she's hanging out with different people. Or my partner will say, oh, I can tell, like, you've been listening to these kinds of people, or like this group of person, or like whatever, because I tend to mimic what I'm hearing because I feel like they did it so well. I'm going to mimic them to explain, but I think we're all kind of doing it. Like, I think this hierarchy of kind of game we're playing about people sort of like not being authentically themselves is sort of it's not real, except when somebody is literally faking a way of speaking to sound cool. So, example, there are people who obviously are talking in a particular way to on purpose to sound cool versus I'm speaking like I know when I'm trying to be on purpose. Usually when I'm on purpose, I'm masking versus other people on purpose are trying to be cool or something. Do we see the difference? So there's like Chad says, girl, the way Brach has infiltrated my speech because of you. Yesterday, my partner and we were in bed watching a TikTok, and the TikTok said, and by the way, I've started to say TikTok for anything that's a short. Actually, it was a YouTube short, but you know what I'm saying? Talk about like, anyways, we were watching this video and the guy was explaining how to take apart a hard drive that had gotten damaged, but he was like, lock in, boys, lock in. And I was like, lock in. And I started laughing. I couldn't stop laughing. And my partner was like, man, you're such a boy, bro. Do you like that little Gen Z like speak? I was like, yeah, I like the way Gen Z people talk. And I was like, lock in, bro, lock in. And I was just like gagging. And that's the thing is like gagging, lock in. Like, and then how much of this language is not just Gen Z, it's AAVE. So then it's like, oh, are you talking black or have black people just formed culture? It's like this whole conversation. What's the Aquafina girl? You know how Aquafina, everybody liked her and then everyone got mad at her black scent? Yeah, I think Aquafina a little bit is like, it does feel like she's trying too hard. And I cannot tell if that's true because I don't know that much about her. But I can see why people were annoyed with her. Or the way that sometimes Billie Eilish dresses or talks feels like, I don't know, there's like is this you or is this like, but then there's the autistic experience of just kind of communicating through theater, at least in my case, I think, is like so much of like how I present is sort of like where am I? Like I can bubble hop language. So, okay, yesterday I was watching Michael Burns he was reviewing Alex O'Connor on Flagrant. Have you guys seen that episode? So Alex O'Connor did two podcasts or like a 4-hour podcast basically with Flagrant, and I watched both episodes, not because I like Flagrant, but I've watched all the boy podcasts, and not because I'm even a huge fan of Alex, but because I wanted to see what it was like. I, to be honest, really enjoyed it. One, he was talking about the Bible, and the way Alex was talking to these guys was kind of exciting for me as a philosophy girly. But you know what was funny is Michael Burns hated it. So Michael Burns is watching it. He's a philosophy guy. And Michael Burns was like, this is such boring philosophy to me. And I was like, oh, this is what I love about philosophy. It's sort of the trolley problem. He's like, can we talk about Palestine? So normally, in my view, people learn about ethics and morals not talking about current events. Because if you talk about current events, people are usually biased and they're usually activated. So if Alex O'Connor had brought up like Palestine to explain the trolley problem, it would have been attached to way too many things. Like then you can't have a philosophical conversation because now you're too busy. Like you can have a philosophical conversation about Palestine, free Palestine, with people who aren't going to be activated about the topic. But we know there's a lot of pressure to, there's too much anxiety about what those guys on that panel could be thinking about in regards to Palestine to answer. I mean, they had Trump on their podcast. I mean, they're the reason he got elected. So what I liked about Alex is that he jumped into that bubble and was able to talk to them at their level and was able to get these like guys to have this conversation that in some ways might help them, might not, but it could help somebody in the audience. Do I love that Alex went on their podcast? Not necessarily. Do I love who Alex has on his podcast? Not necessarily. But these are boys and boys bubbles, right? But what I enjoyed about it was the conversation about Jesus, the possibility of the prophets. What I love the conversation about John the Baptist, like having a conversation about these sort of like myths and lores and what ifs, right? But I think the problem with dealing with different kinds of thinkers, we've had this happen on my Discord, where we will talk about the trolley problem. And the trolley problem is supposed to be an exploration. Hypotheticals are supposed to be an exploration of values to see consistency in your thought process. But with the dilemma I see not on my Discord now, but in the past, what happens is you get one or two people who are very like, they judge you for how you act in the hypothetical. But the dilemma with the hypothetical is like, you're not supposed to judge people for what they do in the hypothetical. You're supposed to explore why you would do that in the hypothetical. It's to force you to say, but why would you do that? Oh, but why would you do this? So one of the points of the trolley conversation Alex had with the boys was, if you could pull the lever and have the track go one way versus the other, would you do it? And then, of course, they added in the typical caveats. It's your mother, it's your son, it's your daughter, it's strangers. You don't know them. And then there's one with a train problem where like you throw a fat man in front of the train, it kills the fat man, but everybody in the train like basically is better off, right? They survive. Is that good or bad? He's like, one person was like, fuck that fat guy, we're going to kill him. One person is like, fuck one person, we're going to kill everybody. And then there's this hypothetical that comes into it. Now, I do think at some point these hypotheticals can get really damaging. I was watching H3 this morning. Don't judge me. It's because they were covering Destiny and I didn't know what was going on. And I wanted to stay in the loop because I want to see what happens because this is a very serious topic. So just like, okay, I'm not pro Ethan here, but he was covering Destiny this morning and talking about hypotheticals with the trolley problem. And he's right that Destiny and Vosh and all these stupid boys on the internet will do hypotheticals like, would you fuck a kid if it saved all of New York City? It's like, that's the type of philosophy stuff that's insane, right? Like, I don't want to have philosophical conversations about like, would you have sex with a child to save all of New York City? Like, that's not philosophy, bro. That's just you fulfilling a fantasy. And I think that is what happens in these debate spheres is they start debating whether or not you should fuck kids because they literally have run out of like actually understanding that philosophy should get us somewhere. And so like, I agree that like, that's not good philosophical conversation, but I guess I was surprised that Michael Burns thought it wasn't good philosophical conversation to talk about the trolley with Andrew on Flagrant. Now, somebody in Michael Burns's audience did say, Michael, do you think this is the problem of you being like an educated professor? That you can't understand like these guys and their audience. This is as deep as they can go. Like, do you not understand that Alex is already using words the boys don't understand? And Michael Burns, I guess it's interesting. He said, I want to have different philosophical conversations. And he feels like philosophy is for something else. The question is like, what is it for? And that was interesting. I have no real comment on it. I just think that's the point of philosophy is to say, oh, what do you think philosophy is for? And he said it for him, I don't want to misquote him. My impression is that he feels like it's for solving real life problems. And I agree. But I think sometimes the best way to learn how to solve real life problems is to watch a Disney film. Right? We watch Disney. We watch Lord of the Rings. We listen to story. We listen to, to understand real life. So it was kind of interesting that he didn't want to finish the video. He didn't find it stimulating. But to be fair, I don't find, a lot of stuff stimulating. So that's okay too. Everyone watch K-pop Demon Hunters. I want to watch it so badly. Can I just say something? I want to watch it so badly, but I will never be more amused than when adults hate movies and shows made for kids. Guys, it's not for you. Like, if kids love it, and they do, let them love this is their childhood. But I keep seeing on my part of TikTok, everybody hating the movie or that K-pop, whatever it's called, even, because like, oh, it wasn't good. It's not for you. It's for kids. What are you all doing? It's for kids. But yeah, we should watch it. Oh, we should do it in the Discord? Yeah, we should watch it. We should definitely watch it. I'm very curious. But like, first and foremost, it's for kids. First and foremost, it's just like so funny to me. Okay, listen, let's go back to this kid. Look at this, right? Look at this.
Hope he sees it, and I really want him to do my accent.
This one was actually surprisingly easy, and you'll see why toward the end. But the first thing I noticed was how you pronounce the word pulled like pooled in this clip.
I was just pulled in.
This is called the pull pool or...
Oh, hold on. Before I get into this topic, you said adults work in animation. Yeah, we make it for kids, but we do it because we love the art form. Yes, but guys... There is difference between animes made for kids and animes made for adults. Animated isn't the medium. The issue is the content. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm saying like if I don't sit there and say this Winnie the Pooh cartoon didn't hit me the way I liked it. It's like it's not made for you. It's not about it being animated. It's about the topic at hand, the topics that are covered, the language that is used, who is the audience. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's the conversation. The conversation isn't whether or not animated stuff is for adults. It's whether or not this specific thing was made with you in mind. Obviously, South Park, thank you, chat, is used as an example as being for adults, literally intentionally for adults, right? It's like that kind of stuff. It's like, I don't understand how we're not critiquing, but maybe it's like media illiteracy or something. You know what I mean? Discord says, I don't think they were making that argument against you, Brittany. Well, I'm just saying to add to the conversation, because some people on TikTok were literally like, I didn't like this. You're 45. It wasn't for you. So that's why I was like, what? So that's what I'm just adding to the conversation. You know what I mean? I'm just adding to the topic. Okay, let's watch this video.
I'm going to tag him in this video because I really hope he sees it, and I really want him to do my accent.
This one was actually surprisingly easy, and you'll see why toward the end. But the first thing I noticed was how you pronounce the word pulled like pooled in this clip.
I was just pulled in.
This is called the pull-pool or full-fool merger, and in the US there's only a handful of accents that display it. California, Utah, New Mexico, North Carolina, Pittsburgh, and Ohio. So that's the list we're working with. But then I noticed you said the word them like them in this clip.
And he stitched them, and
That's called the pen-pin merger, and this is where it's most common, in SoCal and in the South. So out of that list from the beginning, we're now left with California and North Carolina. At this point, I watched the video a couple times again, and I noticed something that I didn't pick up on the first time, and it was when you said this.
like, I know when I go down further south, with some of my family members who live further south, I start talking.
The fact that you called the Deep South further south means that you're already probably from the South. So out of California and North Carolina, which do you think is more likely? North Carolina, right? But we can obviously do better than that, right? Where in North Carolina are you from? While trying to figure that out, I noticed this. Listen to how you say talk in this next clip.
Grew up based on how I talk, so I hope.
You pronounce it with this vowel instead of this vowel, saying something closer to talk than talk, which is evidence of the caught merger. When the vowel sound in the word caught is pronounced like that in the word caught. This map shows where the caught merger is most prevalent. It's the green and yellow dots, and in North Carolina, you can see it's most prevalent along the border with Tennessee. And then something else I noticed at this point that I didn't really pay attention to earlier is that your accent is rhotic, meaning that it doesn't drop the R sound at the end of syllables. Listen to how you say geoguesser in this next clip.
Like vocal geoguesser. It was so cool.
Here are the maps showing where rhoticity is most common. It's the green and blue symbols. And as you can see, it's very common in the Durham area and again on the border with Tennessee. And so my final guess is that you're from Western North Carolina. And I was exactly right. Yes,
I love him. Yeah, this is Rainbow for accents. Literally, I love this. Now, obviously, this is kind of scary because chat said, oh my God, I'm doxing myself with my accent. Yeah, like it kind of feels like we're doxing ourselves with the way that we speak. But also, I love it. I love it. I think it's so cool. I was like hypnotized. The moment I saw this TikTok, I was like, I'm locked in. What? This is what I say by bubbles. You see how you think, oh, we're all just like the same? We're not. Every single way we pronounce even the slightest difference in our language sets us into a different bubble. Oh my God. Mwah. I love that. I love it. 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 This is oh my God. I just think this is beautiful. Okay. Yeah, I love that. Wait, chat says on the animation stuff, even historically, animation was for the family. Even Snow White, I get your point, but it's historically been for adults and children together. Yeah, but what does that have to do with what we're talking about? It kind of sounds like I'm like, hey, we don't marry kids anymore. And you're like, well, actually, we used to marry kids, though. And it's like, what does that have to do with anything? I'm talking about what we're doing now. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I want adults to realize it's not for them. You know what I mean? Like, if something isn't for you, this is a sign of your immaturity that you don't realize it's not for you. You know what I'm saying? You said, girl, what? No, I'm not coming for you, literally, chatter. I'm saying talk about linguistics, the way our brains process information. So I was talking about stunted adults who are mad that kids enjoyed a movie, and you made but animation is for. So it basically, you're trying to, the way the conversation is going, the way we're using language is I'm talking about one thing here, and you're like, but this thing here has nothing to do with this thing here. So you're either sharing to disagree or you're sharing because it's a fun fact, but it sounds like you're disagreeing with my premise. And I'm saying, if you're disagreeing with my premise, then you're not understanding the conversation. Talk about linguistics, see? You know what I mean? Yes, Chad said even for family, it's different than for adults. Definitely. Like, that's the thing is like, it's interesting to see how people react to certain things because it tells me where their brain is at. So same with him talking about language, right? it shows you like where we're at in terms of how we have conversations, going back to Michael Burns and the Flagrant Boys, the way Michael understands philosophy, the way I understand philosophy, the way Alex does philosophy. Like, I don't do philosophy the way Alex does philosophy, but I really enjoyed that conversation. Michael Burns doesn't do philosophy the way Alex does philosophy, and really didn't like that conversation. Isn't that interesting? Right? Chad said, I mean to share it as a fun fact. My undergrad was 2D animation, and that's great. If you wanted to share it as a fun fact, that's great. It sounded like you were disagreeing, you know what, or something like that. You know what I mean? Chess said, let's all remember Brittany is a Disney girly. I do love animation. I love all forms of animation for sure. Chad says, exactly. This shit is my special interest to analyze and observe. I know, right? It's like, I'm kind of shocked sometimes the way other philosophy, like, we're all so different in the way we do philosophy, but I wonder, like, yeah, I wonder, I don't know. Yeah, the deviation is so interesting, but isn't that amazing how we're all so different in the same space, but a different space? Yeah, so, you know, when I was listening to Michael Burns criticize Alex O'Connor, and it's so funny because I definitely have my own criticisms for Alex, but like, I kept thinking like, oh, I don't mean to say that I'm boy-brained, but I mean to say that I am much more stimulated by that conversation Alex was having than other conversations I've even seen Michael Burns have, only because it feels like sometimes leftist philosophers in that specific sphere, very specific sphere, very limited sphere, Michael's, tend to not get to the nitty-gritty of the why as much as Alex is trying to do, but then Alex stops himself in his own way. Because you know how Alex like goes to Cambridge and he does these speeches and he argues whether or not God is real, and I'm like, I don't care about this. But yet when he's answering questions, oh, that's what it is. When he's answering questions from people, I'm stimulated because it's real people's questions being answered, versus it feels like Michael, I've never seen Michael talk to somebody and have to answer questions. So I'm like, I would love for you to answer questions. You know what I mean? Right? I think that's what it is. It's like I love answering your questions. When you guys ask questions, like yesterday's conversation was so stimulating. When you guys ask me questions, it allows me an opportunity to really prove that I've thought about things in a sense. It's easy to get up and make a video claiming you've thought about ideas, but I can't tell until you've been challenged on those ideas, not through debate, but through actual discussion. How does this apply to real life? What's examples of this? Can we talk about this? Maybe that's more or less the thing I found fascinating, you know, right? Chad said there is a general discussion around animation to downplay its impact for usually other adults not involved with and who don't like it, and I've always found it annoying. Yeah, I think the only people that think animation is literally only for kids are people who are like, I love how we're having like two different conversations right now. Yeah, I think the only people who actually think the medium of animation is for kids are just like, first of all, very rare, but also incredibly stunted to some extent. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't meet very many people who think that. It's very rare for me to have that conversation with people. Especially when you grow up with like Lord of the Rings as a cartoon and you grow up with all these things, you know what I mean? It's very rare, but it is a valid conversation. You're valid for being concerned, because I do know people. I mean, I'm sure I've heard those conversations, not in my bubbles, but on the internet. It's like the people who are like, anime is for kids. It's like some anime is for children. They just don't know, but they're so like limited. You know what I mean? They're so limited. So I can see your concern. I can. Anyways, I love the linguistics, guys. It was great. Chess says, what do you mean, Brittany? What do you mean? What do I mean? That take is super common. I don't know who you're talking about. Like, I know of the people I can think of who would say that, but I never grew up around people who felt that way because I didn't. Like, the animation is only for kids. Yeah, like, guys, Lord of the Rings was a very common adult cartoon. Well, what do you guys call adults? Because like Ren and Stimpy wasn't for kids. Like my dad used to watch it in his 30s. Like SpongeBob is for kids primarily. That's like a better example. But like Beavis and Butthead was not for kids, right? Beavis and Butthead was not for children. Like kids shouldn't be watching that. Lord of the Rings is live action. No, guys. The original Hobbit and Lord of the Rings cartoons. The original, not the movies. The originals, right? Like the originals were not meant necessarily for like 5-year-olds. They're obviously cartoons made for adults, right? The original Lord of the Rings and Hobbit cartoons, right? That's what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of like shows that were animated, obviously for adults. So I grew up, I'm just talking about my bubble. Adults were used to cartoons being for all ages, but certain shows were more for kids and certain shows were more for adults. Yeah, from the 70s. Yeah. That movie was also specifically came out during the time where adult animation was being funded more, the 70s. Noted. Yeah, animation is just a genre. It's crazy to say it's just for kids. Cartoon is just one type of animation, for sure. Yeah. And look, like all cartoons always had some element of adult joke in it, but that doesn't mean it was created with the target audience being adults. Like I feel like there's obviously a huge deviation with it purposely made for adults, like meaning, let me rephrase. Animation that's made for adults explicitly is not made for children. Animation that's made for kids can include enjoyment from adults, but not necessarily. Like I don't think Blue's Clues was made for adults. Like it was obviously made for kids, right? If like a 45-year-old man who didn't have children was watching Blue's Clues, I'd be like, what's up with that? What's going on here? Do you know what I mean? Like, what are we doing? You know, are you watching Miss Rachel at 45? Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? You know what I mean? That would be weird. But if like we grew up with Blue's Clues and it was nostalgic and we raised our kids on it, we could enjoy it as adults because we were raised with it as kids. But Disney, if a 45-year-old man was watching Disney by himself, I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. Disney is an amazing animated storytelling mechanism or like conglomerate. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, you know what I mean? It's like there are just certain things that are obviously made for kids, right? Chad said, am I too into black bubbles? Discord said, most older black people think it's for kids, which is why they let their kids watch South Park. They couldn't tell the difference. Well, they should probably start telling the difference because South Park is not for kids. And if your kids are being raised on South Park, they're going to be little heathens. South Park is like so bad. Your kids watching South Park? Girl, you got to go tell your bubbles to cut it out. Yeah, like kids should not be watching South Park. They're going to be little fucking demons, you know what I mean? Walking around being like, you're gay. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's just kind of funny. Yeah. Chad says, I got to agree with this, with the take that most people don't take animation seriously. The Academy Awards is a great example. Most people judging the category don't even watch the animated films submitted. Okay, well, in that context, for sure, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. My cousins were allowed to watch South Park and they have very worse manners than my siblings for sure. Like my siblings who are allowed to watch those adult cartoons definitely are brattier than they need to be, you know? Yeah. Chad says, I grew up in a black family and they had no issue with me watching the most raunchy anime ever because they thought it was just watching cartoons. My mom and dad have obviously gotten stricter as they've gotten older because, you know, that happens. And we go back to watch anime and they're like, did we let you watch this as a kid? And I'm like, shh, like DBZ, like Bulma lifting up her skirt in order to make a trade. My parents were like, did we let you watch this? And I was like, it's okay, let it go. It's okay. But like, obviously there were obviously stuff that even in Dragon Ball were so inappropriate. Like that shit was so bad. So I will say that, you know, sometimes I think we look back and we're like, did I let my kids watch that? Like, yes, you did. Yes, you did. Anyways, what are you gonna do? Yeah, it was bad. Like sometimes even I as an adult, I'm like, oh my God. Like Toriyama, a little pervert, bro. A lot of these manga artists, little perverts, bro. You know? Oh man. Wait, did you guys see on my Discord though? There's this clay stop motion kind of vibey art that's coming out recently. There's 2 films coming out. Or at least there's a black girl on TikTok who does animations and they're really, really cool. I think it's stop motion. And then there's a queer gay story coming out. And I saw it and I was like, ooh, like that looks really cool. So there's like a lot of like, okay, this is my theory of what's about to happen. So you know how we've been seeing art in a very like cookie cutter, mass produced way? And everyone's like so afraid of AI. Listen to me when I say this. If you are an artist, for real, like a real fucking artist, not one that copes and thinks they're going to be an artist. And guys, you're doing like, you're not, okay? Real artists, this is your time to shine because we are desperate for it. We are hungry for it. I even get a glimpse of it sometimes and I'm like moved. I saw this guy was making this amazing drawing yesterday. I was watching it and I was just like, I was so emotionally moved by the work that went into this drawing. And I was just like, okay, AI could never. AI could never. AI is the fast food, baby. Give me Michelin star. Give me some fucking elevated food. And that's what we're looking for. You know what I mean? That's what we're, please. So if you are an artist, do not get discouraged. We need you. This is it, girlies. Give us your art. We're hungry for it, okay? You know, Chet said, wait, people really just watch me paint? Bro, I don't know. If you're posting your paint videos on TikTok, I'm watching them. You know, I love watching people. It's the before and after effect. It's the, you know, it's kind of like I don't know. I love it. I love watching people do their stuff. It's the same reason people watch people eat or people clean or people do anything. We like watching people live their lives. You know? Yeah. But you, as an independent person, making something that's meaningful. And listen, as a person myself who I think trial and error tried to create a lot of works of art, I think what's most important is that we're all honest with ourselves about like, could I be an artist? Am I an artist? You know, you're the only one who gets to decide that. But I think there are really people out here who are not just trying to make a quick buck. I think there are people out here who are really trying to hone a craft and be good at something. You know, actually be good at something. And I think those are the people I'm waiting for. Because just like mass-produced AI art is a thing, so is people who like, so are the people who think like doing the bare minimum and not even trying to own a craft. And they're like, oh, I'm an artist. It's like, yeah, okay, bro. I'm looking for the artists, you know? Chet said in these trying times, we are in desperate need for creativity. I agree. Yeah, we are. And I love it. And we should encourage it more and more for sure. Jet said, I love burlesque as my art, but I'm struggling with how it appeals to straight men because I'm underdressing, even if the act is fuck the patriarchy themed. Because I'm undressing. Yeah. Ooh, I mean, that's the struggle of the art, right? That's the art in of itself, is the philosophical quandary between creating something that appeals to the wrong people and creating something in a way that communicates what you really mean to intend. Today's topic about Betty Who is kind of along those lines. You know, how we show up in the world. Sometimes, you know, once our art is created, it's not ours anymore. In many ways, it's not ours. The moment our words leave our mouth, it becomes someone else's in a sense. Like the moment I say something and somebody takes it, makes a whole video on it, and I'm like, that's not even what I said. It's almost because my words don't become mine anymore. It's not even about the originator of the words. You know? I think Chad says that's one of my struggles in life, being seen by men and sexualized all the time. Let me just say this. Decenter men. Decenter men. If we move through our life fearing men and worried that they're going to be attracted to us, then we're centering them. Decenter. If a man enjoys the content, great. It's not even about any gender liking you. It's about the fact that you showed up. You know? And that's the thing is like, at the end of the day, you can just show up. And whatever happens, happens. But if you worry too much about men will like this, well, not all men are the worst people ever. But I know what you're trying to say. But I think sometimes when we worry too much about the men, Now it's not about us anymore. Now it's about them again. You know, I wanted to say this, and by the way, I wanted to say this yesterday when we were talking about Hassan and Ethan. Guys, we're not passing the Bechdel test. Everybody is so like, oh, are you Team Ethan or Team Hassan? Neither. The audacity of thinking we have to be in this space, either of these men. This is not passing the Bechdel test. We do not have to be, and that's the problem, is people hear any criticism of Hassan and assume you're pro Ethan. Can I hate men equally, please? Can I literally hate them equally? No, I'm just kidding. I don't. I actually don't. Guys, again, I'm going to say for the 100th time, I do not hate Hassan. I don't hate anybody, but Hassan is just a boy who's not progressive enough. But he's, you know, for a man, he's okay. For a man, he's okay. That's not saying much, though. The bar's in hell. Do you know what I'm saying? Rest in peace, bro. The bar is in hell. Let me show you this video of Hassan I found, but it's mostly about the dog. What's his dog's name? Mia? See how I don't follow Hassan like that? I don't even know his dog's name. What's it? Maya? It's Maya, isn't it? Kaya. Damn it. It's Kaya. Fuck. Okay, it's Kaya. See? Fuck y'all who are like, Brittany loves Hassan. I don't even know his dog's name, and his dog is his best part of him. Okay, the dog is literally the best part of him, bro. Look at this edit I found.
Half of the goddamn country is like a lobotomy recipient. What the fuck? What do we do? It's over. It's fucking done. It's done.
He's brown. He's brown. He's a brown Muslim guy. He's a brown Muslim guy. He's gonna do 9/11.
Ah! Every fucking day, bro. He wants to globalize the enchilada. The enchilada.
I love dog videos. I'm always a sucker for a dog video. Oh man, that was so, whoever did that, you're so funny. You're so fucking funny, whoever did that. Fuck, I love dog videos. Okay. Now, okay, damn, I should have played that after this. Okay, okay, cute. Very cute dog video. We're all so happy. Life is so good. Take a deep breath. We're about to transition out of this. Take a deep breath. We need to talk about homophobia in Indonesia. Indonesia is one of those countries, primarily Muslim. Doesn't feel like a great place to visit, given how homophobic they are. But it's not because they're Muslim. It's because they're patriarchal and homophobic. Okay? And yes, Islam is patriarchal and homophobic, but not all people who are Muslim practice Islam the same way. And therefore, this is not an anti-Islam video, because we're not here to be anti-Muslim, because that's not how this is going to work. But what we're going to do is we're going to take a deep breath as I show you this video, which you might want to click off stream for the next 3 minutes. Okay, you might want to click off stream for 3-ish minutes. I'm going to show you this video without pausing, so I don't have to make people suffer through it too long by pausing and clicking. So don't leave yet. Wait till I do it. But the video is about a minute and 30 seconds. Okay. The reason I think it's interesting is because we're going to go from this video to the conversation about this woman being queer in a straight relationship. We're going to talk about it. Sometimes people will tell me, oh, Brittany, who are you to say who's queer? Guys, I'm not talking about your sexual orientation. When I say, like, how queer are you, though? We're talking about whether or not you've politically deconstructed, okay? Someone was mad on my Repsion video, like, who are you to say Daniel's not queer? I said he was bisexual, ho. Listen to my words. Like, it's because people always want to sit here and be like, oh, I'm this thing. Do you even know the word and where it originated from and why you're using it and why you're owning it and why you're... It's like, I would encourage us. Okay, so I see these videos out of Indonesia about punishing people. You know, they whip people in Indonesia. They cane people. Isn't that crazy? Like, they're out, like, grown people are caning you in public. It's a public humiliation ritual where they literally cane you in public. Can we please what is this? What is this activity of grown behavior? This is so fucking stupid. This is the dumbest fucking shit I've ever seen in my life. And I'm from America, okay? But I've seen it. They do it with adulterers. They do it with homosexuals. They do it with cheaters. They do it with people who have sex outside of marriage. But tell me this isn't the stupidest fucking shit you've ever seen in my life. Okay, for the next 2 minutes, you might click off stream, okay? 2 minutes. I'm going to show you this. Click off stream now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
caned in Indonesia after they were charged for illegally hugging and kissing. Two men were publicly caned in Indonesia after they were charged for illegally hugging and kissing. Here's what happened. Two men who were recently convicted of violating Islamic law by hugging and kissing were among a group of people who were caned on a stage in front of an audience of approximately 100 people in Indonesia's conservative Aceh province Tuesday. The men, aged 20 and 21, were arrested in April after residents told local police that they saw the men entering the same park bathroom where they were allegedly found hugging and kissing. Court records state that the men had previously made contact through an online dating app. An Islamic Sharia court recently ruled that their actions could lead to banned sexual relations. The men were sentenced to 80 strikes each and were whipped on their backs with a cane by a group of people wearing robes and hoods alongside 8 other people in a city park this week. Aceh allows for up to 100 strikes for morality offenses, including homosexual intercourse and sex between unmarried people. Caning is also a punishment in the province for people convicted of gambling or drinking alcohol, as well as women who wear tight clothes and men who do not attend Friday prayers. Aceh is the only province in Indonesia that practices Sharia law. Since the province implemented Islamic law and established a religious police and court system in 2006, there have been 4 canings related to homosexuality before this week's punishments. In February, 2 men were publicly caned after they were convicted by the court for having sex. Though Indonesia's National Criminal Code does not regulate homosexuality, the central government is not able to strike down Sharia law in Aceh. Amnesty International issued a statement calling Tuesday's caning a disturbing act of state-sanctioned discrimination and cruelty, adding that intimate relationships between consenting adults should never be criminalized.
Okay. So, it's safe to return. We're done with that. It's safe now, but hold on. Chat might be delayed. I don't want people to come back too soon and get confused. Okay, so obviously this is boy shit right here. You just know men got in a room and they're like, hear me out. Let's cane people for being gay. Let's cane women for wearing tight clothes. Yo, if the homie doesn't make it to Friday prayers, let's beat him up. It's like, what? Like, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's just so fucking brain dead. And we've got to do something about this. Like, Amnesty International saying something about it is a start. That's so important. But this is why we have to stay so focused about queer liberation and so focused on like civil rights, basically, but especially for women and gay people, like, or LGBTQIA people, because it's so amnesty. Thank you. It's just so ridiculous the way grown people come together to punish. Once again, do you know why I hate punishment? This is why. This is why I hate punishment. It's so fucking dumb. It's so fucking stupid. But you have to remember, these religious institutions, they value violence. They think it's a great, amazing thing that Jesus died on the cross. It's like, bro, relax. Okay? Relax. So without being, again, we don't want to be Islamophobic. That's not our goal here. We want to be critical of all institutions of patriarchy. And the reason I don't, and I do not like, okay, when Christians go after Islam is you guys act like Christians aren't fucking going against gay people every day, trans people every day, calling them mentally ill, saying they shouldn't show up. We have clips of Snoop Dogg saying it's too confusing to explain lesbians to his grandkids or whatever. It's like, at the end of the day, none of this is okay. But especially the fact that a whole country kind of operates under this strict Muslim rule or Islamic law or whatever they want to call it. Ridiculous. Caning people in public. The only time we should be caning somebody is when it's informed consent and it's kinky, okay? That's the only time we cane people, is when it's consensual and kinky. Okay? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Okay. So, now that we're talking about this topic, just to ground us into the topic we're really going to talk about today, which is, let's see here. Hold on here. A podcast called Made It Out Media. I don't really know the pod. I'm going to be real. I do follow a lot of like queer people, but this is not one of the ones I follow. Have a podcast called Being Queer in a Straight Relationship with Betty Who. Betty Who is a singer, and it went viral on TikTok, and people were upset. And there's a lot of reasons to be upset, but we're going to watch the full context of the clip or the whole podcast, have the conversation around the parts that were really upsetting to people. And just a reminder that Betty Who in the podcast says something to the effect of like, it shouldn't be illegal to love a man, which of course given the context of the world right now and the amount of homophobia and transphobia that's happening, feels a little tone deaf, if not a lot tone deaf. But to be fair, I think a lot of people in the world are just really tone deaf, and it takes a lot to not be tone deaf. I mean, I rely so heavily on you as an audience to kind of encourage me not to be so tone deaf, right? Like, you guys really help me, well, kind of stay on top of it in a sense. Also, I just realized I was using the wrong window this whole time. There you are, chat. I was like, where is my chat on my stream? What is happening? Where is the chat? It's because I was filming an episode today and I use a different screen to film. Here we go, chat. You're back on screen. Hello. Okay, so this is what I wanted to talk about today, because I know we've had conversations in the past about biphobia, panphobia, sexuality being fluid. What happens is somebody gets on a podcast and says sexuality is fluid, and then somebody goes, lesbians aren't fluid, we like women. And I'm just saying, let's just calm down and have a conversation about what this means. Remember that people who are saying sexuality is fluid, they're countering the narrative that sexuality is binary. And people act like we're all like fighting each other. Guys, depending on who you are, it's whatever it is. But let's talk about it using the podcast as context, and it will help us have a real conversation. Let's go.
We're going to talk about something that I feel like we've had a lot of requests from our audience, and I feel like is kind of in the zeitgeist right now. You are a queer woman who is married to a cis straight man. Can we start at, what is your journey with your sexuality, Ben?
Yeah. Let's get into it. Yeah. I grew up in Australia, and I went to a all girls non-denominational Christian boarding school.
Wow.
Which, by the way, made me gayer. Like all of the internalized homophobia that I have is from them, but it also, I was surrounded by like women in uniforms all the time.
Right.
So I was, and like that was the only people I had to have crushes on. So it 100% did the thing that they probably didn't want to happen to me. I claim that's their responsibility. So I definitely felt in the time that I grew up that I knew a lot of gay men through my family, because my mom, we lived in Sydney when I wasn't at boarding school. I was at home in Sydney, and our next door neighbors were this fabulous gay couple that she was really close with. She like volunteered at Mardi Gras every year, and she would go work the parade, and we'd watch the parade on TV. And so there was a lot of like acceptance of gay culture in my house. But like being a 9-year-old at school and everyone's like, oh, you're a lesbian. And it's like a really bad thing.
Right.
I think was sort of the push and pull of, and I really do claim bisexuality. Like I know there's that there's a lot of bi erasure in the world currently, and that there's sort of biphobia is rampant. But I really do like, it is specific. It's like, it's not every man walks past and I'm like, yes, like obviously. And it's also not every woman that I'm like, wow, I'm gay for you. But it's like, there are people who activate me on both sides. And I'm like, wow, every time I think I see a cute boy and I'm like, oh my God, whoa, that's so like, my straight side is so activated. The same thing will happen on the other side.
Pause. I don't have a straight side. That's where I'm confused. Being queer in a straight relationship, guys, they're not in a straight relationship. Like they are, but they aren't. They are, but they're not. Like there is not a straight side. Maybe because I'm pansexual, but like that's confusing to me. Chet said biphobia is rampant. Yes, biphobia is incredibly rampant. It's very common for people to be biphobic. 100%, right? But yeah, like I don't know about the straight side part of it. That confuses me personally. But maybe what she means to say is because her partner is straight. So I'll give you an example that I thought could help us further this conversation. My partner and I have talked about this time and time again. If I transition, let's say, it wouldn't end the marriage, right? So from the outside, we look like a man and a woman who are married. And depending on who asks, because homophobia is real, we might say, you know, we might not question or tell people about our life, right? But in our relationship, we know that our gender isn't the reason we're together, that we're together because we love each other, right? So that means like when we're having this conversation about like, are you in a straight relationship? Are you in a queer relationship? To me, we're in a queer relationship because our relationship itself is gender fluid. It doesn't exist because we're men or women or they, thems or gender fluid, boy, girl. Like it doesn't, none of that is the reason we're together. So that's why the binary is so interesting because the binary requires man and woman or woman, woman, man, man. So when people transition, you'll have a lesbian couple and a personal transition and they'll break up because I'm a lesbian, I'm not with men. But that's why the issue is difficult because for some of us, we don't need to break up because you transitioned. But for some people, they feel like we have to break up now. You transitioned because I'm a lesbian. I don't date men. And if you transition, you're a man now. And it's like, yeah. But also, so I think what's happening here is like when she says, oh, my queer side or my straight side, I don't know what she's talking about, but I'm open to like her perspective. But from my perspective, I also exist in a world where I would never break up my marriage because somebody transitioned. But for somebody else, straight or gay, they might do that. Right? Discord said I've had this conversation with my husband, but I said I'd be with him if he transitioned. Yeah, like it's never gonna be the reason we break up. You know what I mean? Like our relationship is because we like each other as people, so we're here for the journey. We're here for the gender transitions or non-gender transitions. We're here for any of the journey we want to go on. We're here together through it. But for some people, that's just not the case. And I've seen this in gay situations and straight situations, right? Chet says, let's see. I've literally never identified as straight in my life. Even before I figured out that I liked girls in middle school, I didn't strongly relate to heterosexuality. Yeah, I knew as a kid I wasn't straight. So only in public, when I was in the closet, I was lying to people when I say I was straight. But I don't even identify. In my last relationship, my partner was bisexual. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even identify as being like in a straight relationship because you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't feel very straight, you know, in that typical sense of like a straight couple. But I guess like people don't put it together because it looks straight, man, woman. But like, you don't know what's going on behind closed doors. Like, you don't know what the person is going through or how they identify. And also, we are demanding, because sometimes I see like, I've seen my relationship being talked about on Reddit, which is like really interesting, where people are like, oh, Brittany said she's queer, but she's married to a man. First of all, you don't know that. You are putting people in a position to come out. You're assuming that. See how interesting the world is? It's almost like they make you out your partners to the world. It's like they make you out each other. I was talking to a friend about this, and they were saying they had a problem at a queer event they were at, where this guy showed up and this person went off on them on social media. Like, why are you coming to queer events? Right? And like, you don't know that person's journey. You don't know if they're coming out. You don't know if they're in the closet. You don't know if like, why are you attacking them for coming to a party that like, did you talk to them? Did you say like, hey, I see you're at a queer party. Are you good? It's like, I understand that we don't want straight men in queer spaces when the queer space is for like female, women, but you know, I get it. But I think there's a difference between assuming and knowing. If you know this man is invading the space to ruin the vibe, let's talk about it, right? But if you don't know and you're assuming, I think that's a mistake. You know? Let's see. Chat says sexuality intersecting with gender makes things messy, but how do you validate someone's sexuality if they aren't attracted to masculinity or femininity? Well, I think the question to expand on that is, how do we validate anyone's lived experience that's too confusing to us? Sometimes it's to mind your business. So we'll go into this pod because I know there are other conversations that happen in it. But I think what we should begin to ask ourselves when we're alone is, are we falling in love with people's bodies, genders, sexual orientations, or who they are as a person? And the question is who you are as a person. Is that your body? Is that your gender? And I'm not going to decide that for you. I'm not going to say you're a bad or good person. I'm going to say that's up to you, and that's your relationship with self, and you get to decide that. Okay? All right, here we go.
And I'm like, okay, it really is big Libra energy. I find as I've gotten older, it's been so funny because I think if I was single, I would have explored both sides a lot more, obviously. But I met my husband when I was 23. Right. I didn't really have serious, like I had friends in high school who were the boyfriend girls or the girlfriend girls, whatever it was. Like in sophomore year, this is the guy that I dated. And then we dated until halfway through senior year, and then we broke up, and then I dated a different boy, and then I saw them through college. You know, it's like I had those friends who had the serious long-term relationships. And I was never one of those people. I sort of like messed around with boys and girls, particularly at this boarding school that I went to for high school. I felt like that's where I met all my people. It's a performing arts high school. It's like a bunch of queers. And I was like, oh, this is like where I was always meant to be. And that's when I felt like I kind of could start accepting myself and being whoever I wanted to be a little bit more. And so I kind of thought that I would be the person who I would be like 35 and be like, I think I got to partner up. I think it's time, you know, like, and I was 23 and I met Zach, and I wasn't like, wow, we're going to get married. I didn't think like that. I was just like, wow, he's so hot.
Right.
And now we're 11 years down the road.
Wow.
And he's just like the best person. It's such a partnership in a way that
Okay. Ooh, oh my God, I almost dropped my coffee everywhere. I can see why, given Betty Who's branding, because the Betty Who is okay. This is the same problem that happened with that other girl who help me. The other girl on TikTok. She made all this music about being gay and then ended up with a man. I do think, as a queer person, there is a way that if you market to queer people through capitalism and you are straight, it's kind of weird. Fletcher, thank you. I think it's weird. I think it's a little deceiving. I think it's a little obnoxious, if I'm going to be honest. You know what I mean? Where I'm like, why is your whole... No, Kehlani is a lesbian, guys. She's not with a man. Kehlani is a lesbian, okay? JoJo is on a journey. She's young. She didn't count. Okay? But Fletcher, right? We have too many... Chat says we have a lot of examples. Dang. Yeah, not that one. Okay. And I understand this. As a person who grew up identifying as a lesbian, only to realize I was pansexual, right? But like, you know, Kehlani is a lesbian. Why are we disappointed in Kehlani? Didn't she literally... Wasn't she with guys and now she's with girls? Who cares? Oh my God. Like, okay, listen. I think targeting and marketing and being that way, I think is kind of deceiving through, you know, but I think there's a question about, is this authentic or is it not authentic? And that's the question. Does Fletcher and Betty Who and all these people, is this really who they are? Or is this how they market? You know what I mean? That's the question. Is this how you dress? Is this how you look normally? Or is this how you market yourself? Because also the pressure of being gay is also looking gay. So I also want to say, like, what do you look like? What is your aesthetic? You know, Charlie is straight. Is Charlie XO straight? Really? I thought she was bisexual. Billie is bisexual, isn't she? She's dated and had a baby with a man. I was never disappointed because sexuality is fluid and it's not my business. Yeah, but she dated and had a baby before and then she came out. That's pretty typical. She's still a Chris Brown supporter. She's not still a Chris Brown supporter. I thought she wasn't anymore. Is Kehlani still a Chris Brown supporter? I thought she jumped off that wagon. Charlie is straight? Really? Billie is bi, but figuring it out. Hey, you know what I mean? It is a journey, girl. See, I don't even know these things. It is a journey. You know what I mean? I think the thing we have to be honest with, though, is that monogamy and your limited life and the way we have and interact with the world is limited. And so the question is, how do we feel about it? Look, none of these people should be put on a pedestal. Okay? Oh my God. Discord saying, yeah, she is. Okay, fuck Kehlani too. Like, I don't want to, you know what I mean? Okay. I just want to focus on the fact that none of these people should be put on a pedestal. But what can we learn about our own life through this conversation is that nobody really knows what's happening in your relationship. And that's what you need to focus on. Because everyone's going to judge. You know what I mean? And yes, good point, chat says Charlie is not queer, but she's a queer icon. That's not her fault. First of all, Britney Spears is also a queer icon. You know, Cher's a queer icon. Like, you can be a queer, Celine Dion is a queer icon. You can be a queer icon and not be gay. You know what I mean? That's okay. But I think what's important is that we understand that the intimacy of your relationship is about the people in the relationship. I think the dilemma, and we'll see this in this podcast, is the way that Betty Who decided to have this conversation, you know, decided to express herself. So let's keep watching.
I didn't even have words or like an experience for, obviously, when I was younger. He is so much of my life. So much of who I am now is because of who he is. And you spend time together as partners throughout you as you're growing together. Mm-hmm. I'm so influenced. Bubs is over it. He said, shut the fuck up. That was so cute. He really, now he's like, oh, yeah, he's great. Hey, no, I love him. Let him. But yeah, so I think identify as queer, bisexual, those are both words that feel like they make sense to me. I also think that I like the word queer because it feels more like lifestyle. Yeah. You know what I mean? I think there's something about like queer culture. It's like, it's not necessarily like bisexual culture that I like, right. Like identify with. It's, you know, I think of queerness as being other, as being different.
Well, now I'm definitely confused about the clips I saw of her out of context, because if she's queer and she knows the culture, then anything she said out loud that I saw on TikTok is very confusing. So, okay, I'm interested.
Because that's kind of what society has made queerness. It's not really like, it is a protest out of a lack of acceptance. Right. And so I think that those words sort of like make sense to me and feel correct, but I don't know who I am without Zach. So it's also.
Hold on. Chad says queer and bisexual are not interchangeable to me. They are to some bubbles. For me personally, I do think you can be bisexual without being queer. But also when she says queer is a lifestyle, I'm assuming she means like Stonewall. I'm assuming she means like history. I'm assuming she means like the deconstruction of the binary. And yet, some of the clips I saw of her did not make her look good. So let's see.
Are really funny. It's like maybe if we had broken up or if it was single now, I would be like, no, I have arrived in this place and I'm fully a lesbian. But then it's like,
Right.
then I watch, Glenn Powell and something and I'm like, bisexual still. Do you know what I mean? Like America's sweetheart. So it is, obviously a spectrum, but it is interesting. A lot of people come to meet and greets and stuff. Speaking of you being like my audience, we talk about this or get a lot of requests for this. I do have a lot of women approach me in meet and greet or on the internet about being a queer woman who's married to a man, because I think it takes away from maybe your identity a little bit, or you feel like you have a more difficult time entering those queer spaces or like bringing a partner around in those queer spaces. So I understand that it's kind of a phenomenon of women who go, if I was single, I don't know what my life would be like, but I've chosen this partner. And so.
Okay, well, let's deconstruct that. So that kind of bothered people in a sense. Yeah, I think okay. This is the same question people pose with ethnic backgrounds. Oh, if you believe like for the good of the black community, why aren't you dating a black person? If you believe in the Assyrian community, why aren't you dating an Assyrian? Like in my bubble, some of my aunties, uncles, cousins will talk about like, if you don't marry an Assyrian, I'll be so upset. And I'm like, what are you talking about? What are you on about? And that's sort of the similar energy I feel, where sometimes people feel like you have to date your in-group to be considered pro the in-group. And I get that. Okay, fine. Pause. That's one section of the belief. The other section of the belief is this jump to, I want to live a queer lifestyle, but I want to bring my straight husband to the queer event. Let's talk about that. Yeah, I think there's something to be said about that. Like pride, yes, everyone's welcome. Just, act accordingly. But queer events, maybe there's a conversation about how you're showing up and why you're showing up. Or maybe if your partner is also like, what if they're trans binary and they're not queer? Like, Kat Black talks about this all the time on TikTok, all the time. Kat's not queer identified. But politically, yes. So queer is Kat. Kat is queer politically, but she doesn't feel queer because she's a straight woman in straight relationships, right? So then there's a conversation about like, oh, isn't it Kat not coming to the party because she's straight? Like, are we not having Kat at the party? You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense for Kat not to come to the party. But obviously it could make sense, in some aspects, but like, I don't know why we're not inviting her to the party. And so it's kind of one of those things where like, what does it mean to have this conversation? So I think I could see a scenario in which I went to like a high femme event or like a very binary event, and then maybe my partner wouldn't come. But then, Betty Who isn't talking about non-binary people or other. I just talked to my trans friend about this because I was like, do you identify as trans? Or they're like, Brittany, I'm literally on HRT. I was like, okay, but I'm just asking. Because like some people have different identities, and they were like, yes, I consider myself trans. And I was like, and they're like, I literally have like a double mastectomy. Like I literally got chest surgery. And I was like, I'm just checking. Because sometimes it's just, maybe you're just like, it's like one of those things where what makes you trans? Because I don't think you have to transition to be trans. But my friend isn't a man, like in that traditional sense. They're not a binary man woman. That's not like their identity. But they like, got surgery, but like it's not the surgery. You know what I mean? It's not like they went from one to another. And so when I think about this, like, and we talked about it in relation to my own gender deconstruction, right? Like what makes somebody, so I guess for me, as I move forward in my life, the queer circles I want to engage with are gender inclusive, label inclusive, fluidity inclusive. I don't really want to hang out in gay bubbles that are like very binary. Does that make sense? Because I also don't want to hang out with gay Republicans. I also don't want to hang out with like Republican trans people. So when I think about the bubble I want to be in, I want to be in the most inclusive, the most LGBTQIA inclusive space. So if you're anywhere in the LGBTQIA space, you're welcome. That's the community I want to exist in. If you're LGBTQIA, as long as you're in that somewhere, you get to be in the space. For Brittany, that's my personal preference. So you see how that still eliminates you know, certain people from the hangout, but it still ends up being like, as long as you're in the alphabet, you can come over. You know, but then I understand wanting to your partners to be involved in spaces. We can talk about the nuance of that, but that's kind of where I'm at, I guess, with my journey. Okay. Chet says, because let me tell you, I know people who are bi, but very much not queer in a way where they are very heteronormative in the way they move and think. For sure. I agree. Yeah, I see that too. Yeah. Question, is the Q in LGBTQIA questioning or queer? That's a great question. Depends on who you ask, I suppose. Depends on the bubble. I always saw it as like, I guess for me, it always depends on the bubble. You know what I mean? I always like, I consider it for queer personally, but I think if you're questioning, you're gay, like to some extent, not literally. A lot of people do both and they're not, but there's no reason to put questioning in our header. But if you want to do that, I don't care. It's a construct, you know? Chet says some people still think queer is a slur. I mean, it is a slur, just like the word bitch is a slur, but here we are using it because we're reclaiming or having it move into our vernacular. Like slur, I mean, queer is a slur, but so is bitch in here. You know what I'm saying? Like they are slurs. It's a construct. Like language is a construct. They are slurs. It's just like, that's why depending on who uses it, you're like, oh, you put a little too much venom. You put too much venom behind that word, bruh. That didn't feel like a liberated bitch. That felt like a venom bitch. That didn't feel like a liberated queer. That felt like a venom queer, you know? Okay.
I do know that it's kind of a strange time to be finding ourselves, but particularly when you're like boot up.
Yeah.
You know?
When you were growing up, did you find it confusing that you were attracted to both?
I think I was scared to admit that I was attracted to women.
Okay.
I don't think I found it like, whoa, this is so weird that these feelings happen on both sides. It was just like one side was accepted and one side wasn't.
Wow.
So it's like one was quieter. I have a really specific memory of, I was at all girls school until I went to Performing Arts High School. So up until I was 15, I was like only at school with women. And I was like in the 4th grade and I had like a dream about, you know, like even in dreams now, when you have like a love dream about somebody, it's like not necessarily like sexy. It's just like, you know, this person in your life that you've never thought of that way. All of a sudden you're in love in a dream and then you wake up and you're like, oh no, and now I am in real life too.
Right.
It like inceptions you.
Yeah.
I had that about like one of the girls who was in an older class than me when I was really young. I was like, oh my God, she's so pretty and cool. And I had a dream that I was like, had a crush on her. Or she came up to me and she was like, I want to kiss you in my dream. Like kid brain stuff. And I told a girl that I thought was my friend and she told literally everybody. And everyone was like, you are a lesbian, you know, and they mean that in a bad way. and I remember being like, whoa, like this is not okay. Yeah. And then when I went to boarding school when I was 12, there was a girl who was expelled for, they say, other reasons, but I remember everybody just saying it was because she was.
I'm starting to get the theory. Here's the theory I have. I think we all go on this queer journey. I think this is actually a part of your queer lesbian journey often, or gay journey, is that you want to become a part of the community, then you don't feel invited by the community, then you leave the community, then you deconstruct and you're back in the community. I feel like there's always going to be a place in niche communities where people just want it to be one way or another. But the truth is about your relationship with self. So like, I can't get offended that somebody's on their own journey, but I can just say like, yeah, this is a part of it. You'll move on from it. Like, I don't think like it's permanent to feel not gay enough. That is just like you not feeling woman enough or man enough or black enough or whatever enough. Yeah, that's called social hierarchies and pressures from communities. It's all a part of our journey. Everyone has to go through it. And then once you're done going through it, there's the other side of it. The question is, who are you going to be when you're on the other side of it? And hopefully it's a deconstructed person. But I just think this is such a universal experience for all of our communities.
Like gay, and she had a girlfriend at school and they were dating, and that was like so looked down upon that they kind of found another reason to expel her.
Wow. And
then she came to our version of prom. It's called Formal. I remember hearing stories about her showing up at Formal with her girlfriend, and everybody was like, I think the headmistress or somebody asked her to leave. You know, that was the culture that I was around.
That's really formative.
Yeah. So I was like, okay. And then I was 15 when I went to Performing Arts High School, where it was like nothing but queers. And it was so funny. Like I remember straight people would be like, maybe I'm bisexual, because it was like cool to be gay.
Right.
So it was like the total code switch of being like, oh, well, these are my people.
When did you meet your husband, or how did you meet your husband?
He was taking photos and like tour managing and doing, he's like, his joke is that he's a multi-tool. He like works, he does every job that you need on set. He grew up on film sets. His dad is a director. So he like knows everything that needs to be done before it needs to be done. And his best friend from high school is an artist. And I'd asked him to open for me on tour.
Oh my gosh.
And so they're both named Zach. And they came on the road. And I remember my Zach walking in, the first show was in Philadelphia. And he walked in the room and I was like, he's cute. And then I saw the pictures he was taking and I was like, and these are good. And then he started taking pictures of me and I was like, and I look really good in these.
That's an important thing to find in a partner. I
know
get so
it's-
frustrated when Matilda doesn't take enough pictures of me.
You know, it's so funny. Like sometimes we're out and it's like, I'm like, take iPhone pictures of me. And it's like Instagram boyfriend, like can't be. But if he has like a film camera in his hand, I'll have like the most beautiful pictures of all time. But if I'm like, take cute pictures of me, he's like, one picture, I'm done. I don't care. Like, leave me alone.
Hate that.
Yeah, I know. So we're working on that. We met and didn't get together for, it was like another year and a half. We were both with other people. And when we sort of came back together and it was like, you know, it's like moth to a flame. He's fire sign, I'm air sign. It's just like, we couldn't really stay away from each other. And it's kind of been like that ever since. I mean, we've been through so many ebbs and flows. You know, we've been together 11 years through like the formative time of our life in our 20s.
Yeah.
He's a couple years older than me. So he's like in his late 30s now. And he is like I've never seen anybody grow and change as much as he has. He's the kind of person where if you give him a note, like he will take that note times 10 and just like exceed your expectations. And I think I have a friend who I gave the advice to. She was like talking about maybe getting back with an ex, but being like, you know, he kind of burned me once and now I just like, I don't think that'll, and I was like, listen, maybe he will burn you again, but I have personal experience of like looking at a partner and asking them to change and it not working over and over again until it finally did. And now it is literally everything I've ever wanted. So like that maybe isn't a healthy thing to hope for. And you shouldn't be sitting in a relationship and waiting for the person to change forever. But for us, the thing that sort of, he got sober and that really just like changed our lives and our happiness factor. Like, and he's like a totally different person now. So I kind of feel like I have a new boyfriend, you know?
I don't know how I feel about that whole story. It's a little weird, but nice, but weird. I don't know. Something was weird there. Discourse said, do you think straight people can be straight in a queer way? I wonder if this is the dissonance experience in communities, like alt communities. I mean, I saw this really, really femme dude on TikTok once be like, hey guys, I know you're trying to be like gender affirming, but I'm not a girl. I'm a guy. So I know that you see me and I'm like in a wig and nails, but I'm a guy. And I was like, ooh. And that's the thing that like, we have to remember that if we want to deconstruct the binary, then everyone gets to look how they want to look. And just because you see a guy with a wig and nails doesn't mean he's gay, doesn't mean he's straight, doesn't mean he's anything, doesn't mean he's a woman, doesn't mean anything. It just means that that person has a wig and nails on. Like wig and nails, your gender does not make. You know what I mean? So I feel like that's the conversation about like that we need to understand when we're engaging in this sort of like engagement, you know? Just as androgyny, I think androgyny to me is not hyperfemininity. Hyperfemininity does not exist in androgyny. Androgyny is like neutral. It's more like could be, could not be. But not with your gender, but with your, I don't know. Androgyny for me doesn't feel like I dated a very androgynous person once. They didn't feel femme or masc. They were just somewhere, actually probably more considered masculine in a sense, you know? But yeah, like David Bowie was a straight man. I know people try to make it out that he was bisexual, but I don't think we have any actual evidence of that. Versus Freddie Mercury, who was bisexual, right? So I guess when we're sitting there and having these conversations, all these words are going to be different things in different bubbles. And how we have this conversation is going to matter because of those nuances and differences. Discord says it feels integral to her sexuality and sexual expression, which I could understand that a deeper discussion to have. Let's see, I'd recommend she looks into cisgender women who have mastectomy. Oh, I'm sorry. You guys are talking about something else. I'm so sorry. I thought you guys were talking about never mind, Discord. I love that you're having your own conversation. My bad. I start reading sometimes before I understand the context, thinking you guys are talking to me. Never mind. Rejected. Never mind. Ignore me. I'm bad at my job. Okay. Oh yeah. Gross. But Jeffree Star is non-conforming. Queer femme presenting man. Yeah. Jeffree Star. People think Jeffree's a girl. Jeffree's just a guy. He's just a boy. You know? Chet says, can you explain what you mean when you say you are a guy? I'm gender fluid. Does that explain it? Or do you mean literally go into the inner depths of my boy brain to explain that? You know, are you asking me because you're a conservative who's never heard of a gender fluid person? Or are you asking me as a queer person who doesn't understand gender fluidity? Or are you asking me because you didn't know that? I don't know what the question means, in other words. You know what I mean? Chad says, Jeffrey used to identify as non-binary until he started doing the Republican grift. I don't remember that. I didn't know that. Oh, I don't know. I didn't really follow Jeffrey like that, so I didn't know. You know. Let's see. Chad says, is it the boy autism? I don't know what that means either, but I do love some boy autism, you know? Okay, going back to the video, guys, keep asking your questions if you have them, of course.
All over again when he got sober. And I think that cycle happens every like 5 years. You're like both new people all of a sudden, and then your relationship
Oh, sure. Like we grow and we change and we become like good people in a sense.
changes and grows, and you know, we want babies and all that stuff. So I look forward to that next phase as
Interesting.
well. But he's like has been so incredibly supportive of my finding myself also as we grow, right? It's like we've had those conversations where especially when I was younger, where I was like, I never expected to sort of like have a boyfriend all through my 20s. And
Getting burned by your old wireless bill should not
Whoa, that was a crazy transition.
wireless economy. Unlimited months here, wireless $15, 35 gigabytes on the unlimited plan.
Someone paid me to do lowbrow fucking sponsorships. This is so lowbrow.
growing currently was then his female cousin, who's now non-binary, but so I will say she in the past, but they currently, named Steph. And when they were kids, Steph was, I think Zach was one of the first people that Steph came out to as gay, and they sort of would like watch movies, and his favorite movie of all time is Aliens, the sequel, the second movie. And there's a really hot like butch Marine girl in that, and him and Steph used to Vasquez, and they used to be like, that's the one. And he'd be like, yeah, she's hot, because Steph was like, she's hot. And so he claims that so much of what he thinks that the women who he's the most attracted to are usually gay women, because that's like what he grew up talking about with his cousin who was gay. So when we met, he was like, well, of course I like you. You're basically a lesbian. And I was like, great. You know, this works for me if it works for you. Yeah. So he's like, you know, it gives me so much room to be myself. That's something that when we first got together, I was really struck by, because the relationship I'd been in previously, it's really difficult to.
Okay, this was another one of the sections people were upset about. Does she mean that he is into more masculine presenting women or more androgynous or tomboyish women? Is he saying that what is he saying? Hold on. Okay.
Sit and watch the person that like, you know, it gives me so much room to be myself. That's something that
it gives me so much room to be myself. Is he saying when I'm in a relationship with you, I feel less judged because I'm not a typical man? Is he saying being with you allows me to be more myself because I'm not typical?
When we first got together, I was really struck by, because the relationship I'd been in previously.
Because the other bad part of this is I fetishize lesbians and I get off knowing I get queer women to be with me. The fear, which I'm hoping is not the case, is that he's a lesbian chaser or a queer chaser, and he's trying to get his rocks off taking a woman away from other women, something like that. So that's what I'm concerned.
It's really difficult to sit and watch the person that you love grow and not be scared, especially when you're young, right? You're like, oh my God, I'm so afraid that you're going to grow away from me. And there was a lot of that going on. And it was like the beginning of my career and everything was happening. And I was going to go sign this record deal. And he was kind of like, wait, but you're going to forget about me. And I was kind of like, well, now I am, because I needed to expand and grow, and feeling like he was holding me tight. I was like, okay, this isn't working.
Right.
And something that I think I've never seen anybody be so graceful or generous about is how much Zach is like, if you want to be whoever you want to be, like, I will provide that space for you.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really.
I can't tell. Is she oversharing and that's the problem? Why do we know this? I don't understand what's happening here. Chet says these people exist, lesbian chasers. Oh, lesbian chasers are such a real phenomenon. Oh my God. Yes, they are real. Oh, when I meet a lesbian chaser, I'm like, you bet the fuck off. Men love turning gay women straight. They think they can do it. Guys, you're not turning anybody straight. She probably just wasn't a lesbian. But yeah. Oh my God, yeah.
Special. He's a special guy.
Yeah. When you were first getting together with him, sounds like you had a queer community because you had went to school with a bunch of queer people.
Yeah.
Was that hard to kind of tell your queer community that you were going to be with a straight guy?
I think that I I understand why it would be scary. I think that I often look back at my younger self and I'm quite like impressed with how much I actually really didn't.
You know what it feels like? Do you know why I think this episode pissed people off? This is just from my observation so far. Is it feels like she's justifying being with him. Like she's talking too good about him. Like, I don't care about him. I care about you. Like the interviewer can ask these questions and you don't have to make it all about how great Zach is. Is that his name? Like, girl, you know, it feels a little bit like cope, a little bit, which is probably making people turned off. But like, we don't care about you're a musician. Tell us about your music. But that's the thing is like the interviewer, to be fair, is a gay interviewer. I think she does gay oriented podcasts. So I guess it would make sense to ask about the gayness element of it. Yeah, maybe it's just maybe in this climate, in this era, it's just not the greatest decision to make. Like interviewing her, maybe. She's also not a big artist, so it's a little confusing. But I guess highlighting her is fine. Like, I'm happy for her. But also, yeah, this isn't passing the Bechdel test, let me tell you. Yeah, it's very male-centered. It's very like, we don't care about your boyfriend, but okay.
Think I wasn't insecure. I like learned what insecurity was in my Saturn return. I was like, oh, is this what everybody's been talking about? I feel bad. Like, whoa. But I spent my early 20s really just being balls to the wall. Like, what does that mean? I'm not insecure at all. I remember I read, Daring Greatly, the Brene Brown book.
Yes.
The first time I read it, when it came out and everyone was talking about it, I was like 24. And I was like, I already know all of this. Please, Brene. And then like, now I read it and I'm like, this is really good. I should remember this. I'm like highlighting everything. Yeah. So I didn't feel as though I was.
Guys, I have to say it. I think this might be a normie gay queer. I think she might be a normie. Brene Brown? Like, I get it. But like, it's feeling a bit normie. It's feeling normie but gay, but wants to be queer. This does not feel like liberation justice to me. I think that's the problem. It's just giving, you know what I mean? It's giving like, yeah, it's giving normie gay wants to be queer. A little bit. Something like that. Also, guys, I did drink coffee and I really got to pee. So let's pause on that thought. I'll be right back. Tell me what you guys think. I'll read your comments when I get back. Thank you. BRB, bitch. BRB to the homosexuals. Okay, I'm back. Woo. Pausing 1, 2, 3. Okay. What did I miss? Let's see. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay, let's see. Let me rewind. Let me go through chat. Give me a second. Okay, let me see. Okay. Let me see. Scrolling up. Okay. Let me see. Okay, here we go. Let me see. She seems like a chick that always brings her boyfriend, husband to the girls' trip and hangouts. Maybe. Let's see. I would love to hear more about her relationship to being queer, not just within the context of her relationship. I can see why the intuition from the interviewer is to ask about her relationship, because I think that's what people are going to be interested about. I mean, that's where the criticism is going to come from, right? Just as Brene Brown mentioned, I had a therapist who wanted me to read and listen to Brene Brown. And then Chad says, feeling called out by being a normie gay. Listen. You can like Brene Brown, but she's very popular. She's not a queer writer. She's not underground. You can be popular and be queer, but like she's not... I don't think of Brene Brown when I think of queer liberation. You know what I'm saying? And so like she might be just like a normie kind of gay. Like she's even normie in the way she talks about astrology. Like, and I don't mean it in a bad way, because next to somebody else, you're always more weird or more normie. Like, I think I'm much more normie compared to most debate bros on the internet, because I touch grass and have a relationship outside the internet, right? But that doesn't mean I'm normie next to normies who aren't on the internet. So, you know, we love all of you. Jess said, I'm joking. I don't know what sign you are. Listen to me when I say, okay. Oh, you guys are talking to each other. I was going to say, don't come for me. I know you did not just come for a Taurus. I'm just kidding. I'm pre-reading a bunch of text. You guys are talking too much to each other. I love that. Don't see why this interview would get any hate. She's just in love. I don't know. Yeah, let's keep going, because I know why she got a lot of hate, but we're not there yet. Let's keep watching. That's a great question. So far, 16 minutes in, do we really know why she's getting a lot of hate? No. But you'll see why. We're not there yet.
It's like ashamed or like afraid to share that. But it's funny, when we were getting together, I was sort of entangled with this woman that I did.
Oh, hold on. Let me turn up the volume again.
Love and felt was like a really special person. And I was kind of a fork in the road where it was like, wow. And I don't think that she was the person for me, but she really like taught me a lot about myself, and sort of the push and pull between that time as me and Zach were getting together was actually something that was really painful for him, because he was like, you know, being pushed and pulled as I was sort of trying to figure it out. And I was 21, 23, I think, when we actually got together. So I was just like, I was such a baby. You know, we can't hold ourselves accountable for the mistakes that we made at this point. Like,
well, you hold yourself accountable for every mistake you make, no matter how young or old you are. Oh, that's interesting language.
You know, I was just like, I was such a baby. You know, we can't hold ourselves accountable for the mistakes that we made at this point. Like,
no, you always hold yourself accountable, even if you did it when you were 13. You just hold yourself accountable appropriately. See? Wait, what, chat? Wait, chat said, oh, she cheated? Wait, she cheated. No. Who cheated? Are you guys talking to me, or are you talking about her? Who are you talking about? Not me. Are you talking to me, or are you talking to each other? Did she say she cheated? Did I miss something?
You know, but that was something that we really struggled with. And it wasn't that it was a woman. It was just that I was sort of not being totally honest with him.
Wait, she entanglement mentioned? Oh, I thought she meant prior to meeting Zach. Let's go back.
Trying to figure it out for him, because he was like sort of the push and pull between that to me. But she really like taught me a lot of fork in the road, where it was like love and felt was like a really special person. And I was kind of a fork that I did love and felt was like a really special person. And I was kind of a fork in the road, where it was like, and I don't think that she was the person for me, but she really like taught me a lot about myself, and sort of the push and pull between that time as me and Zach were getting together was actually something that was really painful for him, because he was like, you know, being pushed and pulled as I was sort of trying to figure it out. And I was 21, 23, I think, when we actually got together. So I was just like, I was such a baby. You know, we can't hold ourselves accountable for the mistakes that.
Wait.
I don't think that she was the person for me. I didn't feel like it when it came out and everyone was talking about it. I was like 24, and I read that I had a return. I was 20s, really just being balls to the wall. Like, what does that mean? I'm not insecure at all. I remember I read, Daring Greatly, all of this. Please, Brene. And then like, now I read it and I'm like, this is really good. I should remember this. I'm like highlighting everything. Yeah. So I didn't feel as though I was like ashamed or like afraid to share that. But it's funny, when we were getting together, I was sort of entangled with this woman that I did love and felt was like a really special person. And I was kind of a fork in the road, where it was like, and I don't think that she was the person for me, but she really like taught me a lot about myself, and sort of the push and pull between that time as me and Zach were getting together was actually something that was really painful for him.
The push and pull during that time as Zach and I were getting together. So it sounds like she was on again, off again between the two of them. So messy. Were they in an open relationship? Or was it more like, will they, won't they? Is she going to choose? Who's she going to choose? Was it more like Zach and this other girl were like, who do you want? Which one of us do you want?
Because he was like, you know, being pushed and pulled as I was sort of trying to figure it out. And I was 21, 23, I think, when we actually got together.
Yeah, so you guys are saying situationship for sure. And then she's saying we can't be held accountable for what we did then. Well, that's just not true.
So I was just like, I was such a baby. You know, we can't hold ourselves accountable for the mistakes that we made at this point. Like, you know, but that was something that we really struggled with. And it wasn't that it was a woman. It was just that I was sort of not being totally honest with him or sort of trying to figure it out on my own.
Wait, I wasn't being totally honest with him. She's being too vague. Okay, do you know what pisses people off the most is your vagueness. Now, people accuse me of being vague, but I'm only vague because you don't understand it, right? Like, it's a little vague. It's a little like, are you oversharing right now? I don't know what's happening. Should we even know this about you? Like, this is actually vague because I'm not getting, you're allowing my imagination to move too much for me personally. But okay.
Opposed to letting him be a part of it.
Yeah.
And so I think that's something I've really learned is like, it's not that I have the feeling that's the problem. It's that I don't share it. Like, I think of myself as being someone who's actually a really good communicator, but the older I've gotten, the more I realize that I don't say what I'm thinking a lot.
Oh, interesting.
I think it's like child of older sibling who's like the problem child. You're the child who's like, everything's fine. I'm great. Don't worry about me. And so I learned through that experience and through many others through me and Zach's life that it's like you have to just say the scary thing and work through it together and trust that person to hold your hand and be there for you as opposed to hold it
Hold on. What question was she asked that she's telling me this story right now? Do we remember?
all by yourself and then be like, no, it's fine. And then they end up being like, well, now you're gaslighting me actually. And now we're in a fight.
Right.
Yeah.
I feel like in his position, it could be easy to feel like you're on the outside of something or like, I don't know, just because it's like, maybe it's just because he does not consider himself queer.
No, but it's funny. Like I wouldn't call him queer even through all of my experience with him. He's like the most open, and like a lot of his best friends, like I maintain that I have made him so much more queer, obviously through our life. And he's always like, oh, kind, but I'm like, like 100% more gay men now than you did.
Right.
All your friends in high school, like none of them are gay. They're all like straight guys who got married to women and have like, totally normal cis lives and families. So I maintain that his lifestyle is a lot gayer. And I think he's actually really inspired by queer culture, particularly male queer culture, because there's like such a primal, like he's a photographer and he has a plan to go out and shoot at Fire Island.
Oh, wow.
He is so loving and accepting of the community and inspired by and wants to be around it. When he used to drink, he would go out to Fire Island with one of our best gay friends and he would just be like, eaten alive at the gay club because boys, they love him. And I'm like, I get it. He's cute as hell. And he loves it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's not like, whoa, this is crazy. He's like, yeah, hello boys, but he's not.
Fire Island? Fire Island? Okay. Okay. Yeah, like this is like this is okay, I'm gonna give this example. I'm so sorry. I know Black communities are always like, why are you bringing me into this? I'm so sorry. I'm gonna bring you guys into this. But this kind of reminds me of when like you're dating a Black partner and you're like, I'm more Black since I've been dating them. And it's like, yeah, but you're not Black. And it's like, well, I get to be more Black because I'm dating a Black person. Do you know what I'm saying? It feels a little bit like, I don't know. It like, it's not that you're not Black, but you're not Black. And it's not that you're not gay, but you're not gay. It's not that you're not queer, but you're not queer. You know what I'm saying? Or like, I know in Assyrian culture, we tend to adopt people. We say, you're Assyrian now, but realistically, you're not. Do you know what I mean? You're not. Yeah, chat. I can sing all the words now. It's like, no, you can't. So it feels a little bit like she's trying to do too much work to prove like, no, my partner's cool. Like, they're really gay. Fire Island. It's like, oh. Discourse had Black people mentioned. Yes. But you know what I mean? Like, it's like she's fighting too hard. She's fighting too hard to prove her guy is cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, you're doing too much work. We get it, girl. He's cool. But like, you know what I mean? Discourse had queer people who is with cis straight person and wants to pretend the relationship and life is more queer than it actually is. I'm not saying she isn't queer, but yeah, you know what it is? Even if she was single and this was her queerness, I'd say not queer enough for me. Like, you know how I look at Hassan and I'm like, not progressive enough for me. I would look at her even if she was single and be like, yeah, not queer enough for me. But she is queer. Hassan is progressive. But it's not deep enough for me. My experience is past their threshold. I'll give an example. Okay? Being queer and being progressive are not black and white. Okay? It's not like, oh, there's a linear line, and once you pass over this line, even though you can see it that way, it's like you're a line and you're going this way, and everyone is having a deeper relationship. You can be here and you can be here and still be gay or progressive. You can be queer or progressive, right? But to me, okay, Hassan is like here progressive and she is like here queer and we're over here. And both are valid, but like the depth in which we're experiencing it is different. I'm not saying they're not queer. I'm not saying they're not progressive. I'm saying yes, but we're over here and you're doing this. It's not to say that you're not. It's to say that we're doing it different. And I'm looking for a deeper, more deconstructed, more in-depth exploration of gender, self, and constructs, and I'm not hearing it from this conversation. So it's okay, you know, that like this is, you know, it's not like it's all gay, it's all queer, it's all whatever, okay? But it's not deep enough for me, but that's okay. It doesn't have to be. But I think sometimes, oopsies, oh my God, I can't believe I just did that. I think sometimes people get it stuck in their head that it has to show up a certain way. Hold on, I just closed all my windows.
Loving and accepting
Pause.
of
Pause. Okay, sorry. And so I think that's the part that we're seeing that's rubbing people the wrong way. Now, I will say this. Queer discourse on TikTok is ridiculous. Progressive discourse on TikTok is a cesspool. And all y'all are traumatized and should go to therapy and do philosophical work. So at the end of the day, I also understand that a lot of people that are upset about this are upset for not so great reasons, but some of the things she says are pretty upsetting. We'll get into it. She hasn't said the thing yet. We're almost there, you know, where she's going to say the thing that really pissed people off. So once we get there and I have more context, not just TikTok context, I'll also be able to judge it more fairly. So let's get there. Let's get there together.
the community and inspired by and wants to be around it. When he used to drink, he would go out to Fire Island with one of our best gay friends, and he would just be like, eaten alive at the gay club because the boys, they love him. And I'm like, I get it. He's cute as hell. And he loves it. You know what I mean? Yeah. He's not like, whoa, this is crazy. He's like, yeah, hello, boys. But he's not, ultimately, he won't go the distance. Sorry, boys.
Chad says you're working on your queer PhD and they're working on your queer bachelors. And you know what? A journey is a journey. It's personal. Okay? It's personal. So I'm not here to judge the process. I'm just, it's like, yeah, when you want to talk about philosophy with people and they're just like, or it's like when you want to talk about being queer and people just think only in the binary. It's like, okay, I'm all about it. But also, can we, God forbid you say non-binary in a conversation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Was there any sort of like learning curve or?
I think over time, it's like, it's hard for me to say definitively because we've, again, been together for so long. But I imagine, this like 26-year-old kid who like hasn't spent that much time around gay people full time.
Yeah.
And then he's like on a tour with a like queer pop star and her gay dancers. Yeah. It's like a different life. And so I do think there was a learning curve for him probably.
Yeah. Being friends with queer people doesn't make you queer. You know what I mean? Like being friends with anybody doesn't make you that thing. I mean, generally, you know what I mean? Yeah, she's a singer, chat. So she's a singer. And no, he's older than her. He's older. Chat says, wait, 26-year-old. Wait, his 26-year-old kid. His 26-year-old kid? He's not a 26-year-old kid. He's older, but she's a singer. Actually, hold on. I think her TikTok explains a lot. I do. Let's look at it. Okay. I think her TikTok says a lot. So 42,000 followers on TikTok. So she's not the biggest person, but she's something.
Take me somewhere tonight. I wanna get so high that heaven's on the way down. Make my everything I love you always forever near and far closer together everywhere I will.
Okay, I'm not familiar with her, but there it is.
How'd we get so fabulous? Of course you make my dress. It's straight from Paris, France. Rains come. How'd we get so fabulous?
Okay, so it's fine. It's all good. No judgment. Seems talented, whatever. The aesthetic is obviously gay, right? The aesthetic is crazy. Chat says, I bet she goes crazy with white bisexuals, liberals. Yeah. Oh, that's not. Okay. Yes, that's her song. These are all her that's all her music. So she's just like giving, yeah, she's giving like white bisexual liberal, which is absolutely valid. Somebody's got to be Ellen. Okay, somebody's got to be. It's not gonna be me. It's not gonna be you. But it's got to be somebody. Somebody's got to be a liberal. You know what I mean? It's giving. Yeah, I think that's why people are mad. It's just giving liberal gay, even though she wants to be queer. Like, you know what I mean?
But again, it's like he grew up with his cousin Steph being like,
yeah, and the question is like, is this her aesthetic or is this a costume? It feels like her aesthetic feels like a costume. It doesn't even feel like her. I feel like she's dressing gay on purpose. And this is hard because like I've been working on my personal style my whole life. Like I don't dress very gay, but you know what I do dress as? My partner calls it autistic femme. My autistic feminist is more prominent than my gayness in terms of fashion. I tried to be more gay. I had an undercut, had a side cut, had the whole like gay, but it's just not my vibe. I'm more of I love it though. It's just not my vibe. Watching Queer Ultimatum, you know what I'm saying? I am more autistic femme. That is my favorite vibe. You know, a girl who looks like she would step on you and then suck your blood. That's just let me live my life. Okay, a girl who will step on you and smother you with her boobs. Just let me live my life, okay? Like, you know, that's it. That's my aesthetic, okay? And so it kind of feels, but also like I dress like, you know, I also have an idea of wanting to dress like a sporty boy. It's, you know, I go between both. I go sporty boy and autistic femme, and those are my two styles. That's the only way I know how to dress, okay? So I think like, you know, who is she really? That's the question. I don't know though. I don't want to come for her and be like, oh, like, yeah. Chad says, do you have any examples of autistic mask? That's a great question. I think it off the top of my head. I'm imagining it, but I don't know how to verbalize it. I feel like a lot of autistic men, I feel like I see it and I'm like, autistic mask. I feel like I see it and I'm like autism, but I can't think of it. Like, I'm assuming you don't mean like a basic autistic mask, because yeah, that would just look like Sheldon. I was thinking more like autistic mask is more like autistic mask in my bubbles can feel more like boys who have a sense of weird style, but it makes sense. Like they stand out, maybe they're a little bit more femme or something, but like it makes sense. Like sometimes I see a boy who puts an effort into his aesthetic as autistic mask, because I'm like, oh yeah. You know, and like you're putting an effort into it, but you don't quite fit into the typical masculine bubbles. And then I always clock it as maybe autism. You know, there's just like a certain aesthetic, but that doesn't mean, but autistic boys who fall into certain categories are different than autistic mask, right? Autistic femme is not girls who are autistic and feminine. Those are different. Does that make sense? No, Hassan is way too normie. No. Guys, there is a difference. Guys, no, pause. There is a difference between, you know, like Brad Pitt dressing in a dress and autistic mask. Like, they feel obviously very different to me. We need to do a whole stream on this because it's going to take too long. We should do a whole stream on this, you know? Yeah, Hassan is just a man. Guys, I hate to break it to you. Hassan is just a man. Hassan's fashion is straight man being fashionable. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, he's just a man. You know what I mean? He's not even trying. Like, I mean, he's trying, but he's not even trying. Oh, let me see. Okay, Discord. Yeah, these photos are good. Yeah. I think this is some of it. I think that might be a good example. Yeah. Okay, going to back to the pod.
His introduction to queer culture was through female queerness, and I think that's...
Wait, what the fuck is this?
his introduction probably, but again, it's like he grew up with his cousin Steph being
Who cares if you grew up with gay people? You're not gay. All my siblings grew up with 3 gay siblings. None of them are queer. I don't know what to tell you. They just make them gay. I'm getting annoyed. I'm sorry. I'm getting annoyed. I'm sorry.
like his introduction to queer culture was through female queerness, and I think I think if anything was a learning curve, it was like the
Ooh, female queerness.
male side of it being like, oh,
Derogatory female. That's what it sounded like.
wow, sort of, asking questions and finding fascination in it, and then sort of growing to love and feel like he was really inspired to make art that reflects queer culture.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of where he is now.
I'm curious how you stay like really rooted in your queer identity and like still discovering yourself within that.
Well, this is like an interesting part of it, because I think that sexuality, right? It's like preference, right? Like, who do you like to sleep with, right? It's like who you're attracted to.
It's a bit reductive.
And when you take sleeping with somebody off the table because you're in a committed relationship,
Yeah.
then all of a sudden you're like, okay, well, how does my queerness like affect my life and my culture
sure,
and the
sure.
way that I live my life if it's not about who am I going to try and like hook up with?
Yeah.
And so I do
Okay.
think that it is hard to find a space for yourself when it's not about like proving it to go be out with people, to like hook up with women. I feel like my community and my life is so queer. Like my art is really queer. I think the community that I've created for like my fans are predominantly queer. It's been really exciting to see more queer women showing up too, because for a long
Yes, chat. Chat said, why did Tilda Swinton come to mind with an autistic mask? Yes. I think Tilda Swinton is a good example of autistic mask. 100% loved her the day I saw her. Everyone in my family was like, oh, she's so weird looking. And I was like, I am attracted. Whatever this is, I am into it. Yes, good example. Good example, And then how it shows up on different genders will be different as well. But yeah, definitely autistic mask. Definitely.
time, it was like 90% gay men being like, yes, Betty. So it's been fun to like see the girls show up a little bit and have women come to the shows being like, we walked down the aisle to your song at our wedding. It's like, I love being the gay wedding music. I feel like that's kind of the ideal sort of like area that I can live, because it's like about love and celebrating and queerness and dancing and all of those things. That feels like it's like a perfect intersection of all of my loves and hobbies. I think the way that I create the space for myself is through my art, but also, it's like sexuality, gender identity, it's all kind of like a really big circle that we're all trying to figure our way through, right?
Yeah.
And I think sexuality is, if it's who you're trying to hook up with, gender for me is about how you represent yourself physically, right? It's like, how is my outer shell letting other people know that this is who I am?
Right.
And I think a lot of queerness is about like, I was in high school and I had like a pink streak in my hair because I was like, I'm different.
Right.
And I think that is like a metaphor for being queer on the inside somewhere, is like letting.
Look, okay, stay with me here. I am, how there's that joke on the internet that I don't think I'm woke enough for this. I am woke enough to understand how lesbians are with men. But I don't think lesbians who are liberal or conservative can be with men. I think you have to be a certain level of wokeness to be a lesbian who's with a man and it still be gay. I really do think how you it's not political. Don't think political, but I'm using it as an example. How you engage with the deconstruction is your ability to have it be the gayer it is. Queerness in itself is a deconstructing away from the binary. So a lesbian being with a man makes a lot of sense when you're deconstructing from the binary. But if you're only existing in the binary, then you can't be a lesbian who's with a man. Because a lesbian who's with a man who hasn't deconstructed is only a lesbian with a man in the binary. It doesn't make any sense. But a lesbian who's deconstructed can be with a man outside the binary. And this is the spectrum of difference. Is like when I say man and you say man, we're not talking about the same thing. When you say woman and I say woman, we are not having the same conversation. When you say lesbian and I say lesbian, we are not talking about the same thing. So like binary gay people are not having the same experience as like deconstructed binary gay people. Okay? So I think that's a part of the dilemma in these conversations is like, I think she is non-deconstructed gay and it's confusing. But I think if you're in a deconstruction journey, then it's a different experience and the labels mean different things. The labels mean different things. Just like in binary world, trans means one to the other, but in deconstructed world, trans could mean anything. Trans could mean no surgery, some surgery, HRT, no HRT. It could mean changing your haircut. But in binary world, when people say trans, so when people come on stream and they're anti-trans and they say, are you trans, Brittany? They're asking me if I was born a man. They're not asking me if I'm trans. They're asking me if I was born a man. Because they're in a binary world where trans only means one binary gender to another binary gender. Right? Chet says at that point, why use labels? Because labels still mean things. Just because you don't understand the label doesn't mean the label doesn't make sense in the bubble. Just like one Catholic doesn't mean all Catholics. When you say you're a Muslim, are you Shia or Sunni? When you say you're Catholic, do you mean Orthodox? Do you mean a Roman Catholic? Do you mean Greek? Like what kind of Catholic? Like all labels mean like labels. All labels mean things, but they don't mean things in your bubble. Just because it means something in your world doesn't mean it means anything in mine. We keep assuming we're all in the same community. We're not. Being queer is not a monolithic experience. There's like a different experience. It's just like you don't have the end all be all of, you don't get to decide. You don't get to decide what something means. Because what something means is a collective, it's a collective thing. So when we change the meaning of something, we're changing it because now we're changing language, and that's what language is. Chet says, were you Roman Catholic, Brittany? I was, yeah. I was raised Roman Catholic, but not every Catholic person I meet is having the same relationship with Catholicism. And that's all the conversation is meant to allow, right? Deconstruction is taking things apart to re-understand how we have a relationship to ourselves using the language we have available to us. But we act like the language we have available to us isn't just a construct. You know? So yes, you can be a lesbian who's married to a man, but the type of lesbian you are married to a man will change the way that I view you. I'll say, what does that mean to you? What does that relationship you're having mean? Where are you coming from? You know, like how does that work for you? Chad says, I didn't know there were different Catholic types. Yeah, there are. Isn't that interesting? So, okay, I think that's why people were also upset, because they didn't know how to listen to her talk without misunderstanding things. Like when I identified as a lesbian as a younger person, it meant I wasn't attracted to or wanted to have a relationship with a man. But then once I explored my sexuality and I had sex with a man, I was like, oh, I think I might be attracted to men. And then that was interesting. And I was like, oh, I think I might be, am I a lesbian attracted to men, or am I not attracted to men? I don't want to be attracted to men. I'm going to say I'm not attracted to men still. But then I was like, you know what? I'm over it. I'm attracted to all genders. And then that was it. And then now I say I'm pansexual. Before I used to say I'm bisexual. Now I'm like, no, I think I'm pansexual. Because yes, for some people, trust me, I have lesbian friends. Lesbian. Like, they're not bisexual. They are not pansexual. They are lesbians. And they are definitely 100% a lesbian. But we are not having the same experience. Even the way they're not as queer. Ooh, when I think about the lesbians in my life that aren't as queer, it's totally valid. But like, even the lesbians I know that are queer, they're lesbians. Okay, capital L. And I would never sit here and think, oh, one day you won't be a lesbian. Because like, yeah, like it just wouldn't make sense. But that doesn't mean that I would discount them as a lesbian if they fell in love with a man. It wouldn't change for me. Them being a lesbian wouldn't change because they were with a man. Because does that kind of make sense? But they are definitely like, yeah. Okay, let's watch.
People know on the outside, like carrying your queerness with you in on your person.
Yeah.
And so like if gender identity is so much about like clothing and hair, I do think that I also represent myself as a pretty queer person. I love, one of my best friend makes a joke how her favorite game is to watch me introduce myself to people and then say my husband and watch people go, what?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
I'm like, I get it. Also, I'm so tall. Like I feel so individual in all of this because I'm so tall, not only for a woman, but for
Yes, unique experience, definitely. No one's had this experience. I'm being sarcastic. Tress said, are lesbians less deconstructed? No, not necessarily. Being a lesbian doesn't make you less deconstructed, just like being a white man doesn't make you less deconstructed. It's just like anytime you exist in the binary, you might on purpose keep yourself shielded because the binary doesn't force you to examine, right? Like being a white man gives you no incentive to deconstructing. Being in the binary gives you little to no incentive. It's why a lot of gay men are misogynists, because gay men are so in the binary, they often don't feel a need to deconstruct. Same with lesbians, but that doesn't mean that being a lesbian means you're less deconstructed, right? That wouldn't make sense.
a person. I'm 6'2", which is like for a man is pretty tall,
Right.
let alone for a woman, which is like exceptionally tall. Like
That
tall
is
women
tall.
are 5'10". Do you know what I
Wow.
mean? I'm like, I've got 4 inches on you. And then that's barefoot. You know, when I'm in shoes, I'm like 6'3", 6'4".
Wow.
So I also like, I go through the world, like during COVID, if my mask is on, people are calling me sir everywhere I go.
Wow.
Do you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
it's like, so I feel like I have a kind of individual experience moving through the world and how people perceive my gender anyway. But this is full circle to your point about Zach being queer at all. I remember when we first had the conversation, and it kind of gave me butterflies. It made me nervous.
You know what this conversation reminds me of? It reminds me when BDSMers wanted to be considered queer, and I was like, no. They're like straight BDSMers in the queer community, or in the BDSM community. We're like, I want to be queer, and I was like, no. And they're like, why not? And I was like, are you in the LGBTQIA? No. If you're not in the header, you're not queer. That's it. Okay, period. And they were just like, but I don't get it. I was like, you guys are two straight people. You are literally straight people. Just because you like whips and chains doesn't mean you're gay, bro. Or doesn't mean you're queer. Okay? That doesn't count. Chat said, I'm interested in your thoughts, Britt, on the difference between bi and pan. I am pan rather than bi because I feel like bi means interested in men and women in the binary. My panness is not binary. Yeah, it depends on who you ask. And I also think this is open to interpretation. For Brittany Simon, me, I think pansexuality means I'm open to all people regardless of identification gender-wise or anything else for that matter. But when I was bisexual, I thought I was just attracted to men and women. So, you know, I remember I dated non-binary people at one point and I thought, oh yeah, I'm interested in non-binary people. And then I thought, I'm bisexual, I need a man or a woman. But then when I was deconstructing more, I realized, no, that's a lie. That's not true either. That was a cope. Okay, the truth is I don't care about your gender identity. And actually my partner, funny enough, was kind of a big part of me deconstructing that further because if I don't worry about what other people are labeling themselves, okay, practice this with me. Forget the world. Practice this with me. Forget the world. Forget other people exist. If you're alone in a room and you are being honest with yourself, who are you attracted to? Who are you interested in? Who are you bonding with? Who are you thinking about doing life with? When you imagine your life, what are the limitations? When I looked at my life, I realized like I didn't see a gender. I didn't see a body. I just saw like a spirit. I just saw like whoever the vibe was. I just saw like two little fairies moving around each other. Like I didn't need it to be a man or need it to be a woman or needed it to be in a body that made, I didn't even care, disabled, able-bodied, who cared? It didn't matter. It was just the spirit of the person. Because remember, like if we start getting into the nitty-gritty, like some people won't even date people that are like obviously disabled or visually disabled. Like I don't care about any of that. And I've never cared about that even before I thought gender mattered to me. But yeah, like just for yourself, see if it matters. If it matters, okay, now you know. If it doesn't matter or matters in the other way, think about that. So for a lot of people, bisexuality and pansexuality is like, I'm bisexual, I like non-binary people and women. That's bisexual. Or pansexuals, I like all genders. Or, oh, I'm pan-bi. Like whatever label works for you, works for you. Something that I think is also a part of high compatibility is that you and your partner agree on labeling. So when my partner and I talk, we agree on how we understand gender and labeling. So sometimes we'll be like, oh my God, that's like a boy who's a girl. Or we're like, oh my God, look at that lesbian who's gay. And we're like, oh my God, look at that gay man who's a lesbian. And like, we understand what we're saying. So sometimes when I talk and you guys are like, I don't get it, that's great. And that's okay. But one of the compatibility parts of my relationship with my partner is like, we are in agreement with how we are understanding the gender exploration. So we can look at someone and be like, oh my God, like we're always like clocking. I'm like queer, trans, gay, bisexual. Like we're always like clocking people on shows. And I'm like, oh, and then we research gender stuff. We'll like research gender stuff to know more about ourselves. To say like, oh, this gender bubble talks about gender this way. What do you think about that? Versus other people in the binary, they're not doing that. You know, they say if you're Googling to check if you're autistic, you probably are. Yeah, if you're Googling constantly and you're obsessed with like figuring out like gender identity stuff, you're probably on a gender journey. You know? You're probably on a deconstruction journey of a kind. You know? Yeah. But everyone has their own thing, guys. Don't I don't want you to think Brittany thinks lesbians or gay people don't exist because they're not deconstructed. Like, I do want you to feel good and confident in your gender identity. You are valid for being a lesbian. You're valid for being a gay man. You are valid for how you exist in the world. As long as you are happy, that's beautiful. You know, I just want you to be joyful. But I think you have to really understand who you are outside of other people's judgment. Who are you when you're alone? And what does it mean to be a person on the planet falling in love? You know? Chad says, what would you call someone who likes women with the exception of literally one man? Help me, girl. I'm afraid you are indeed bisexual and or pansexual and or on a journey and or labelless. You don't have to label yourself. It doesn't matter if he's the one exception. Most people are the one exception for us, guys. I hate to tell you this. If you're monogamous, you usually only have one exception in your life of people you'd even want to be with in the first place. At the end of the day, what does sexual orientation mean when we're finding our high compatibility partner? You know, like just enjoy the journey, bro. Just enjoy the journey, you know, or be a lesbian who is into men or be pansexual. It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. Stop. Let me take that back. It doesn't matter. Labels are for the outside and only for the inside as necessary. So, okay, if I'm in a homophobic conversation with people, they go, oh, like, you guys are a straight couple. My partner and I might look at each other and decide, like, do we want to fight today? We'd be like, yeah, sure. Like, we're not going to correct everybody because we don't have to fight every day. But maybe if we choose to fight, we'll be like, you're making an assumption. From the outside, let the world label you unless you want to fight for that. That's why we call it activism. That's why we say queerness is inherently activism, because by being openly queer, and that's why I appreciate Betty Who in a big way is like, she's not afraid to be queer. She's not afraid to show up and be like, I'm queer, bitch. And that's important in a world that's so homophobic. So I just want to say that and make that abundantly clear. It is very good to see people be openly marginalized and say, like, I'm not afraid of you. Okay? And at the same time, like, we have to understand the difference between the personal experience in deconstruction versus the external. That's why we do introspective and extrospective work, right? Chess says, is deconstruction necessary, intentional, effortful, or can it be emergent from certain experiences? I think experiences can encourage you to actively be introspective and then deconstruct, but deconstruction is intentional. So you can have a bubble pop, but it still requires the labor of you actually doing the work to deconstruct. So, you know, all right, let's go back.
Just like talking to him about, you know, I think the idea of being non-binary was like really on the table. I think during COVID was when we all sort of like started talking about that term. And I remember talking to my best friend and saying all these.
Pause. If COVID was the first time they talked about being non-binary, that's amazing, since I was aware of non-binary people and gender fluid people when I was 21. 15 years ago, my queer bubbles were talking about gender fluidity and non-binary relationships. But funny enough, I guess I never really thought about pansexuality for myself. That's kind of funny, actually. Or the validity of bisexuality. So, right, when I was identifying as a lesbian, it happened before I entered queer circles. Once I entered into queer circles, the world changed. But when I was 21 is when I entered into queer circles. That was the first time I actually was physically in gay spaces. And that everything changed after that. You know what I mean? So let me listen again.
The idea of being non-binary was like really on the table. I think during COVID was when we all sort of like started talking about that term.
Yeah. So that's definitely a bubble. That's a good example of a bubble deconstruction. COVID being the first time that was on the table for them as a word. Yeah, that's not. Right? Is that what she's saying? That's the first time it became? So like, that's not my bubble. My bubble's been talking about that stuff forever. Yeah. Okay. Hey, that lets us know where she's from. That's why she's probably on this journey right now. And that's why I kind of say, guys, like, she's not there. We're basically bullying a kindergartner. We're like looking at a kindergarten and be like, you're not in middle school yet? Yeah, but guys, like, she doesn't know yet. But does she know that she doesn't know yet? Probably not. That's why I say this is predictable. This is so predictable because this is I think I went through this stage of like, you know, I don't know how to transition into all these words and these letters are confusing and I don't know what to do. You know, I think that's like, you know, it's a part of the deconstruction journey.
And I remember talking to my best friend and saying all these kind of leading questions and leading statements that sort of led me to the idea of being like, well, you know, I don't totally feel like I fit into feminine culture because there is this sort of like ideal woman. Like my stage name is based off of the idea that Betty Who is like the perfect woman that I could never really
She's 33.
achieve or strive to be because I was born in the wrong body already. So it's like to kind of not feel like I can live up to an expectation or I don't fit into the mold of being the perfect woman, but I don't feel like I'm in the wrong body. There's parts of that I do feel at home in myself that I'm like, oh, is that being between the binary? Is that it's not one or the other? You're somewhere in between. And I was like, oh, is that what non-binary is? And my friend was like, yeah. I was like, oh. So talking to Zach about that, he was like, does that make me queer if you're non-binary? And I was like, maybe, sort of.
It's an interesting. Hey, that's an important question to ask. Yeah, that's a great conversation to have. Because remember, you know how Blair White says her partner must be gay in order to be with her? And then he's like, I'm not gay, dude. I'm straight. I'm just like, I love you. You're a woman. And Blair White goes through this whole process of maybe not knowing, or Nene Leakes and T.S. Madison having the conversation where Nene Leakes is like, well, if people are with you, then they're not straight. But T.S. Madison is like, I date straight men. It's like, this is the conversation we're having. What makes someone gay or bi or whatever? Does gay sex make you gay? I don't think so. Right? This is why only you can know who you are and what you're into. And that's why you have to have somebody who respects it, even if the world doesn't get it. Okay? If the husband is open to deconstruction, if he's on a journey of his own, he could transition 2 years from now and be a woman. They could be a lesbian couple. We don't know what's going on with these people. It just feels like this is none of my business to some extent. Like, I know way too much about their relationship and he's not even in the room right now.
Same question. We've had a friend bring that up as well.
Like, I guess maybe. But, you know, I think of our relationship as being, you know, particularly, it is like heteronormative. It's like our culture and our life is very queer, but, you know, it's like I can faithfully, and, you know, I think the thing that people report to me and what I was about to say is that it's sometimes I am afraid of taking up space in a queer space because I am in a committed heteronormative relationship.
No, you are not in a heteronormative relationship. Are you in a heteronormative relationship? Are you? Is that what's happening? Because I'm not, but like maybe I'm not because like we're gender fluid and all that stuff. But like, are you in a heteronormative relationship? Are you like man, woman, gender binary, make money, have kids, white picket fence? Like, are you in a heteronormative relationship? I mean, gay people can be. Believe her, Britt. Yeah. You're right. At the end of the day, she could be, right? Like gay people can be in heteronormative relationships. But does she see herself that way? That's interesting. Chat says, our Discord says, I think she means head passing, which is that what she means? She's head passing? Chat says, I feel like she's minimizing her queerness because of feeling like an imposter. Is that what's happening? Yeah, like that's okay. Like that's what I want. That's what I'd ask her. See, that's how I know this podcast host isn't deconstructed enough. Oh my God, tell me more about that. Do you mean more like this or more like this? See how even the host, like, ask the follow-up questions. You didn't answer the question. I want to go deeper. Let's go deeper.
And at this stage of my life, I think I feel more comfortable because I'm not trying to elbow my way in, being like, please accept me and acknowledge me. I'm just like, cool, I'm comfortable. This is who I am. If you want to ask and if you want to talk about it, I'm here. But it's not as if I think the thing that made me feel sort of on the outs is because I needed to get in. And now I'm like, I don't really need to be anywhere. I know who I am. And I'm so happy to be in this relationship. And I would choose Zach a million times over every time. Like, he just is the better half of me. Like, I couldn't be more obsessed with him. And so I wouldn't make a different choice. And I want to go through life with this person. But that doesn't take away from the fact that I'm, you know, I like have an entire Pinterest board full of Kristen Stewart photos. Do you know what I mean?
Totally.
Like, both can be true.
Right. And that probably took a while and a lot of work to get there too.
Yeah. But I think that's what I'm getting at, is that the feeling of acceptance. I do feel like I can.
Okay. Love Stewart, but also gay basic. I said what I said. Okay. Gay basic. I get it.
Sit in it a little bit more now than I used to. I felt kind of maybe embarrassed or like kind of eye rolly, being like, no, but I'm bisexual, but I'm with a man. You know, it's right. Like it does.
I mean, that's what bisexual is. Like, guys, LGBT. You're allowed to be a B, girl. Okay, it's kind of in the header. Okay.
Second to just be like, of course I'm queer. Look at me.
Right.
Like,
do you think a lot of getting there was your outward expression?
Yeah, maybe. You know, I went through a phase in COVID where I went.
Chat, great question. Can you really be queer in a heteronormative relationship? No. Tess says, I don't believe her when she says she's queer feeling wise, but when she says she's in a heteronormative relationship, it doesn't feel real. Yeah, guys, you can't be queer, deconstructed, and be in a heteronormative relationship. That's why normie gays who mimic heteronormative behavior aren't queer. They're not deconstructing the expectation of the binary. Yeah. That's why I'm saying, like, yeah, like, guys, the fact that from the outside, people might view me as like in a straight relationship, they'll question our heteronormativity by the fact that my partner doesn't work because they're male presenting. Even like if you don't have a husband who works, you're not heteronormative in the typical sense. You're questioned. Are you guys really like, what's wrong? Is he a bottom? Is he gay? Like, what's going on there? He's gonna make the money and bring home the bread, bro? You're not on your hands and knees licking his toes when he comes home from work, bro? Like, what are you talking about? I wouldn't even start to describe my relationship as heteronormative. That wouldn't even enter the conversation. You know what I mean? Like, perceived as straight from the outside, I guess. But heteronormative, bro? There are straight couples who aren't heteronormative, let alone the fact that she's like fighting for her life on this podcast. You know, I don't know.
Real, like very mask throughout all my dresses, throughout all my skirts. Cause like the first 7 years of Betty Who is like me in a tiny little tennis skirt. Cause like the shape looked really good on me and I was struggling with my body image and I was just trying to find like a flattering silhouette. It wasn't like, this is who I am. I was just like, I just want to look cute.
Yeah.
Please. I'm just trying to figure it out. Yeah. And so I like got rid of all of that out of my closet and sort of like reevaluated what that meant and like fell in love with suiting, and I still am. And like my favorite items in my clothing, in my dresser, are like my Polo Ralph Lauren button ups that I have like 17 of. So I do think that silhouette has changed for me a lot. And now I've come, again, it's like you have to experiment and go all the way somewhere, right? It's like trying to force my way into the queer community, being like, please accept me as this person. And now I get to sort of sit back and be like, okay, actually, I'm going to take my foot off the gas and just be. And I think my experience in like gender expression has been the same. I was like, let me go full on masked daddy, like people calling me sir everywhere I go. And I was like, feels kind of nice. Whoa, hey. And then now I'm like, I like wore a dress to my friend's wedding and I was like, can I wear a dress? Whoa, it feels crazy. But then I do and I'm like, I look so beautiful. I really just want to look hot.
Yeah, of course.
And it doesn't matter what that is. And maybe I'm allowed to do whatever I want.
Yeah.
I read a Janelle Monáe quote that really like gave me that permission. She was like, being non-binary isn't about forcing yourself one way or the other. It's about allowing yourself to be both. And I was like,
binary talk. See. Listen to the language.
Non-binary isn't about forcing your want.
Yeah.
Listen.
I read a Janelle Monáe quote that really like gave me that permission. She was like, being non-binary isn't about forcing yourself one way or the other. It's about allowing yourself to be both. And
Both of what? Non-binary is neither. What do you talk? Non-binary. See, in my bubble, being non-binary isn't being both. That's gender fluid. Like being non-binary is another. It's neither man nor woman, and that like it's not. So you know what I'm saying? Non-binary. See, this is what I'm saying about language differences. Like, oh, what? Who? Non-binary who?
I was like, sounds really obvious. But now that I've heard someone that I respect and admire say it, I'm like, oh, you know, I see her in her like slutty little bikini selfie shoots. And then she's like in a kooky, cool, like suit outfit for the Met. And, you know, it's like, I think that those allowing yourself to be all things is kind of what is where I have arrived now.
Yeah, both Discord and YouTube say non-binary is an umbrella term. Fluid fits under non-binary. It can. I think it's, again, we want to be careful with language because though non-binary can be accurate, not all people who are gender fluid feel okay. It's the same way not all bisexual people feel pansexual. I just want it to be an option for everybody. Same with ace and demi. Some people who are demi don't identify as ace, and some people who are ace identify, or some people who are demi identify as ace. It's like, I want it to be an option for everybody. But in general, I feel like all her language is very binary, even when she says non-binary. Do you know what I'm saying? Chad says, Britt, are you going to clip this? Yeah, I'm going to clip this. I'm going to clip it.
Both in queerness and gender expression.
I feel like I'm so grateful for these conversations that I get to have. And I think a lot of the time it does come back to the outward expression. And like, I find myself talking about this a lot.
And I just want to say, I am validating everyone's experience. I don't care if you're a lesbian married to a man or a non-binary person who's a woman, or all of you are valid. I don't give a fuck. At this point, I think there aren't enough labels to describe the nuances between our experiences, and you are valid. You get to go through this journey. Okay? I love it. May there be 1,000 more labels to describe every little nuance and difference between all of our identities.
And I'm grateful because I feel like I'm in a very like transitory time with it, because I was super like, when I was straight, I feel like I was really like trying to prove something like
Totally.
in that world. And I like had huge
Wait, what?
was really like a very like transitory time with it, because I was super like, when I was straight, I feel like I was
What do you mean when you were straight? When were you ever straight? Like, what does that mean? When I was straight? In my bubble, I don't know. Okay. Chaz said maybe that was her journey word. Yeah, maybe like, I guess like you were straight. It's like the whole trans argument. Were you born trans or did you become trans later? I don't know. I think you're just born and you're having a experience. You know? Discord said, sometimes I say when I was a lesbian. Yeah, but do you mean when you identified as a lesbian? Or would you say when I identified as straight? Like, because wouldn't she say when I thought I was straight or identified as straight? You know what I mean? I don't know. Chess said, what level would you think she's at? Brittany, what level do you think she's at? What level do you think the people in this conversation are at? Yeah, Chad says they kind of both suck at relaying their internal experiences. Yeah, I agree. I think their language is incredibly limited. You know? Okay, some of you are saying 2A, 2B, 2A, 3. I think 2B. I would put them at a 2B right now. That's where I would put them at. 2B. Yeah. That's where I'm seeing them right now, you know? But, you know, it's just interesting. Like, yeah, I think they don't have enough language. I feel like they haven't read enough books, like queer books or something. You know what I mean? There's something there that the language is like, it's so different than our language here. You know, like our language here is so vastly different than their language there, which is like very interesting. Like I have 1,000 questions I wish they would ask, and I'm not hearing, I'm waiting for them. Describe that. What does that mean to you? What's your relationship with that? What did you learn about that? Like, I would love more questions.
Really like trying to prove something like
Totally.
in that world. And I like had huge implants and like I had a ton of plastic surgery
let's
done.
go.
Like,
Tit queen.
tit queen.
Fuck yeah, it was the 90s. It's not our fault.
Yeah.
We grew up watching the tit queens of
She's very like, it's not our fault. I can't be accountable for something I did so young. Her language is very interesting.
our generation growing up. It's not our fault.
Yes. And I feel like I went so, and I also like worked in nightlife and, you know, whatever. So I really
like
went
hostess with the mostess
bottle
vibes.
service, orchestra clubs. I was like very in that life. And so I like performed gender in like
Totally.
a very specific way. And I
Yeah.
grew up in Texas. So I think it was like a lot of having to do with like what was safe and what
Yeah.
was, you know, accepted there.
Well, and how much have you, because this is something that I also was like an unlock for me, was realizing how much of my self-expression, whether it was clothing or like so many versions of myself, was to appease men.
Right.
I don't know how much that, like,
I think
did you
all
get
of
your
it.
boob job for you or for men?
Completely for men. I mean, it's, and that was as I came out, I got them out.
Yeah.
And now it's a different problem. Now it's like, whoa, I've swung all the way the other day, the other way. I'm accepting this like new, different body, which is like a whole other thing as someone who's dealt with like eating stuff and body image stuff. So it's like, I think there's a lot. He's over it. He's like, I've heard this so many fucking times.
Shut up.
This is Betty's husband. Okay. Let's see. This, I assume, was more of their femme presenting days. Femme presenting days. Okay, yeah, I see the difference here. I see the difference. I really don't know who this is, but I'm glad they're finding themselves. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, it's like, I definitely think their style fits them better now. Yeah, I would definitely think so. But it still feels like a costume to me. Like something something about it still feels very much like a costume. Because sometimes, you know, when you see people, like I've seen straight women pull off this look feeling more natural than she's doing it, which is fine. Because I think that at the end of the day, like we're all trying to figure out our style. You know, I think we're all trying to figure out who we are. You know what I mean? But I still feel like it's not her. But that's not my business. That's not up to me to decide her journey, right? I think we've all, it's that TikTok, 30% of your wardrobe attempt should be a fail because at least you're trying something. You know? Yeah.
Oh, you have an eating disorder, don't we all? He says. God.
But I think I'm just dealing with a lot of things at the same time while also realizing like, oh, maybe I'm not this like high femme lesbian. Maybe I do want to wear like baggy jeans and like more of the boyish clothes. You know, I don't know.
Totally.
So it's like a lot, and I feel like a lot of that is stuck in my style.
Yeah.
And
what's the sweater over the shoulders thing? What is this preppy straight girl at a yacht thing we're doing? Ralph Lauren? Like, what are we doing? Like, she's wearing Ralph Lauren.
more baggy and whatever.
And she's wearing whatever this is. Do you know what I mean? Like, all of it's fine, but can we all just like admit none of us know how to dress ourselves? Not literally, but like we don't know. We're still discovering our style, and some of us start later in life. Do you know what I mean? And like whatever it's gonna be, but it does feel like they're still figuring it out, and that's good. I love that. I think we should forgive ourselves and give ourselves a second to figure it out. And not everybody has the money to explore. Exploring fashion it can cost money. So maybe it's a little bit of like, let's just relax, you know?
I'm almost scared to give up this
Totally. But that's the acceptance of allowing yourself to be all things, right? It's like, this is how I feel today.
Right.
And allowing that to be okay. And allowing that difference to be really an intense difference from the other version of you, where you're like, now I'm going to pull out my bottle service dress because we're going to have dinner and I want to feel like a pretty girl.
But I think where that doesn't work is that my bottle service high femme persona was so attached to the way my body looked before. Like specifically my boobs, like they just do not look the same.
Yeah.
And some days I'm like, fuck, like I
miss
really
them?
miss that.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know, it's weird.
Whoa.
It's like I swung all the way the other way, and it's like, it's surgery.
Yeah.
You know, I've had breast surgery 3 times.
Yeah.
Like I went from huge to then lesser big implants, and then now they're completely out.
Wow.
And so it's just like, we're talking about major surgery.
Yeah.
Where it's like,
and that boobs also like is a really, that's the part of my body that I swing the pendulum most as far as like gender expression, because it is so, because I'm very hippie. I'm built really like a woman as well. Mm-hmm. So I like, there are outfits where I'm like, my boobs don't match this outfit. I'm like trying to look like a cool guy. And so like I have a binder that I like wear for those outfits because I feel like that's how I want to look and represent myself. But then I have like my cutie like Skims bras that like make me look like a gorgeous woman in a tight little top. And it's like those two are so far away from each other, but I'm trying to really allow myself to feel however and dress however I want to dress whenever I feel like it.
Yeah.
It's also crazy too, like coming from, 90s, early 2000s culture where it's like women are meant to be tiny skirts, big boobs, this thing you're talking about, to now I got like fed a video of someone being like, it's crazy how you can't tell who is gay anymore because all women are dressing like lesbians.
right.
And so that's also like, you have so much room to play now because culture has accepted that women don't actually want to make themselves uncomfortable for the male gaze all the time anymore.
Yeah.
I think it's like, it's dressing for you, right? And like that you're experiencing that, whoa, who do I want to be today?
Yeah.
Because do you miss your boobs for you or do you miss how they made you feel to other people?
I don't know. I don't know.
We're figuring it out.
That is
Okay, valid. I don't know. That's the most powerful thing I've heard this whole podcast. I don't know. Beautiful. It's okay not to know.
Literally the question that I have, and I think that is so also wrapped up in body dysmorphia because it's like I miss the proportions of my body. Like I'm also really hippie. I have a really big ass. Like I am very curvy.
Gifted, by the way. God.
Gifted. But then it's like you have all of that and then you're missing that component of like the last really feminine component. You know what I mean? So it's like you look at my body and I'm feminine in so many ways until you get to my chest and then that's not there
that's
anymore.
So funny. It's such a funny thing that we think of ourselves, right? Because I'm like, if you're wearing a wired bra, it doesn't matter how big your boobs are. You're like, basically, you are giving the shape. Do you know what I mean? It's like you don't need to have double D's to give the shape.
But I think my thing is I never used to wear bras and I used to have this body that was just like
made of rock.
Plastic to be,
One of my friend's moms has like one of those like old 90s boob jobs that hurts when you hug her. Yeah, I love it. I love it. Yeah.
So that's what I was used to. So now as a person who like, I hate bras, I won't like, I'm wearing a bra today, but I normally never wear them, even with like a really tight t-shirt.
Yeah.
But then they don't.
By the way, that's hot too, because then you're like a nip queen. You're a nip titty queen. This conversation's taking a crazy turn. I'm like, yes, be a nip tit queen. Like, shut up. I'm so sorry.
It really is just us having this conversation.
Yeah.
We're like, oh.
Sorry, everybody. No, but that's really interesting. Like, I think that, I mean, I struggle with this a lot because I'm always trying to figure out how to portray myself on stage. Because I go like, I don't really care about how you see me in my life. Like, that's me in my life. One day I'm going to be in something that feels a little bit more femme. Usually I'm in something that's like on the edge of mask. That's like the silhouette that I feel comfortable in. But the performers that I look up to are all these women who show themselves. Like, I love like showgirl culture. Like, I love Chicago and like theater culture of like big lashes and fishnets. Like, that is a part of what I love about performing.
Yeah.
And so it's like I've done so many versions of it now where it's like the last tour I was on for the big tour for my last record, I like took away all of my feminine sort of everything. And I was like, I want to wear a suit. I want to wear like full pants, full jacket. And there's something about when I see myself on stage and I'm all covered up, I'm like, you're missing all of my best assets. Like, I don't look like a superstar. And then when I'm mostly naked on stage, I'm like, there she is. It's like crazy.
Right.
And so I'm, again, trying to not make it like something that is my only identity. It's like, no, when I'm on stage, I love to wear a big lash. It's for the back row, baby. I'm trying to be in an arena. I'm wearing this lash because I'm thinking of you. I want you to see these eyes, baby, these crystal blues. It's not as if like, oh my God, I'm doing myself a disservice by making this choice right now.
Right.
You know, I think there's a lot of that.
You know what it is? When they talk, it feels like an ADHD conversation, but like nothing is being said. Like, they're hopping between topics, but no one's going deep into the topic. Like, no one's expanding. It's like, I think it's just like a very, what is it? Okay. The reason I watch Fear and is because it is my dumb person. No offense. It allows me to turn off my brain because absolutely nothing is being said, but I am being entertained by Cutie and Austin. Like, I am entertained, but I don't need any brain cells to listen to this podcast. This feels like this shouldn't have been this podcast. It's titled Being Queer in a Straight Relationship. I shouldn't feel like I required no brain cells to listen to this conversation. You know, without judgment, but that's, you know, I know it sounds judgy, but I'm saying that, like, talk about it. This is a very serious topic. Homophobia is on the rise. Talk about what you need to have a conversation. Yeah, A3 used to be that for me too, chat. I know. But like, please, like, this is a very serious conversation. You know? There's so many good follow-up questions that we could be asking right now. And that's why it probably made people mad. Like, the clips that were going viral, like the clips they clipped to promote the podcast were so controversial. And I'm like, in this era of fucking Trump and the homophobia on the rise, you decided to make this fucking podcast. And by the way, we haven't even gotten to the part that pissed off the internet the most. I'm still waiting, right? I didn't miss it, did I? Like, did I miss it? No, right? Do you guys all know what I'm talking about? No, we didn't there's no way we got there yet. It's got to be coming up, right?
Like when you're trying to find your
Discord said, no, you didn't get to it yet. Okay, good.
identity, the anxiety about getting it wrong.
Yeah.
I've struggled with that a lot.
Yeah.
And I think that arriving at this place of being like, I'm going to try it.
And by the way, God forbid these women see my stream and they get their feelings hurt. Listen to me, girls, you're doing great. It's a journey. We're not here. Like, I'm not here to dictate your labels. You do you. I believe in you. I'm rooting for you. I hope you continue to read books and explore and do your thing. And it is hard, and dressing for yourself and knowing yourself and picking the right label in your relationships with others. And all of this is so valid and a part of the journey, and you are valid and everything is beautiful. I would love if I could also see maybe some compassion for why people were upset, and maybe why when they see you, they're using you as an example of somebody who hasn't deconstructed enough. Because though your journey is valid, it's kind of like talking to liberal friends that are like, you know, I love gay people, but if my son was trans, I'd be scared for them. It's like, relax. Like, I know you'd be scared for them, but that maybe that's not the good example. Like, oh, I wouldn't want a trans kid. It's like other people's kids keeping gay, trans, but not my kids. It's like, it feels a little bit like you're not quite there yet. Where like, you're not as deconstructed. So people feel when they listen to you, like you're not there. So it feels like, and probably to them, it feels like, man, I'm never good enough, am I? Yeah, you're never going to be good enough because no one's going to be good enough to everybody. The decision for you and your values is who am I good enough for, and hopefully you. You're never going to be good enough. None of us are ever going to be good enough. We can only ever do our best, which is, it's hard being a person living in the world. So it feels like there's a lack of compassion from everybody, but I'm sorry that there's such a good example of like, ooh, they're not there yet. I hope they get there. It's the same reason people to feel defensive when I say like so-and-so isn't progressive enough. I'm not trying to come for your favorites, bro. I'm just trying to say like on a spectrum, they are technically by definition not progressive enough. Bye. You know?
Just I'm trying to give myself room to just try it. I think it also feels really scary for us in culture now because we're all online, and so it's like everything lives forever.
Yeah.
So if I like wear an outfit that I hate,
Oh,
and
this is definitely going to live forever.
so it's like online all of a sudden, it's like I can't escape it. I feel that way about shows too. It's like you came to see me in a show, and then people are like, 7 years ago I saw Betty Who at this room, and I see the outfit, and I'm like,
Right.
like, oh my God. I have a lot of, how do you feel looking back at photos of who you used to be? Because it gives me like capital T, trauma.
Same.
Oh, it does not give me trauma. It makes me so happy that I took pictures and I tried. What? No, I look back on who I used to be, and though I cringe, I'm like, oh my God, I'm so proud that she tried to get out of there though. Yeah, like I'm so proud of her for getting out, and I'm so proud of me for doing the work. But I love looking at old pictures of myself because of who I used to be. Yeah, like she really tried.
I am like, put that away.
Can I show you something?
I wish you would.
Yeah, I'm not. See, they're on a healing journey as well. So now they're so traumatized they can't even look at old pictures of themselves. I don't identify that way. So, okay. You know, Chet said, I love when you're nice to baby Brit. I mean, you know, she was just trying. She was just trying.
Show you something.
I wish you would. Oh, that's Texas hair.
That's Texas.
That's Texas.
Texas. Can you
Straight to
believe?
gay glow up passport edition. Hot. The second picture is hot. You're doing it.
But like that's crazy.
I've never seen someone look so beautiful in their passport picture. I'm annoyed at you. Actually, I'm mad. Now I want to throw your phone. You take that. Zach is someone who loves.
We almost passed the Bechtel test for like at least 10 minutes.
To dive into the past. He loves to reminisce, tell stories, look at pictures. He could sit for 7.
Actually, do you know one of the best things I ever did was not tell you my partner's name? I just love saying my partner so it doesn't become about them. Do you know, like, I know I talk about them, but they're them. They're like a mystical spirit in the wind. When you put a name to it, Zach, I'm like, ugh, I don't want to talk about your boyfriend. Or I don't want to talk about your husband. Like, when it's a them, it feels better to me in a sense. Like, you know, it's not about him. It's about them. Does that kind of make sense?
Hours and go through his camera roll and go through pictures of just like his entire life and look at it and be like, this is like, look at us. Like, whoa, look at that asshole. Like when he was like, used to drink all the time. My assumption is he would see photos of himself when he was drunk and be like, oh my God, I can't look at that. And he's like, whoa, look at that drunk asshole. Like, isn't that so crazy? And then he's like looking at it and he's like processing it and it like feeds something in him.
Wow.
Like seeing how far he's come. It just like, it does not affect him in the same way.
Yeah.
And it's like one of the things that he probably hates the most about me is I'm like, please, I can't, like, I know that you're having a good time. I literally cannot do this with you. Like I will leave.
Yeah, that's crazy. I am the picture person. I pull out all the albums and I'm like, look at this photo. Oh, look at this photo. Sometimes when my mother-in-law comes over, I'll be like, can we go over albums together? We look through photo albums, and she gifted us a bunch of photo albums of my partner when they were younger, and like reminiscing over photos are so great. So I feel bad that she's not healed enough to go back and look at herself. I feel sad she's running away from herself. Well, no wonder she's struggling so much in this current state of being. She can't even handle her past state of being, right?
I do not want to look back at photos of us when I was 24. It makes
Oh.
me sick. And it's like,
That's so sad. Oh no, I'm sad. I love looking at old pictures of my partner and I. That's what we did for our anniversary. We went back and looked at, I mean, we haven't been together that long, but we go back and look at pictures of when we first met. And I'm like, oh my God, we were babies. Wait, oh, that's sad.
like, yeah. I do not want to look back at photos of us when I was 24. It makes me sick. And it's like, I don't know why I hate her so much. Do you know what I mean? It's sad.
Damn, bro. I hate her so much. Damn.
I do think it's ultimately incorrect. Like he has a healthier approach, but it is, I have so much like shame looking back at like old music videos, like experiencing myself from the past when I just like didn't know what I know now.
Oh.
I'm just like,
Yeah, we need to switch our lens. Like, look how far we've come. Like,
yeah,
look how
that's his
beautiful.
outlook for sure. And I think that's really, admirable. Can't relate literally at all, but I love that for you, you know. But it makes me feel better that you also are looking back at pictures of Texas, you being like, whoa.
Yeah, I mean, I think I have both. I think I'm like, oh, God, I'm just like I feel so heavy and sad for that person because I was so just like deeply lost and closeted and like, you know.
Yeah, definitely. Chet says she should tell a therapist. Yeah, she should definitely. I hope she's in therapy. It's hard though. Yeah, wow. 33 years old and she still hates herself. I get it. But like, oof, let's heal that, girls. Let's heal it.
But then I look at like where I'm at.
And no judgment, right? We shouldn't be punching. We're not going to be punching down on a traumatized person. But I would love for her to liberate herself from this. Actually, you want to talk about queer liberation? Liberate yourself from hate. That is what queer liberation is at the foundation for me. Liberating yourself from the self-hatred. Liberate yourself.
Now, and I'm like, God damn, like you really
Look at this gorgeous life I have. Look at this beautiful life.
you really stepped out of that bit.
Yeah,
You're
good for
doing your
you.
thing. Okay, I just want to ask your piece. Well, actually, I want to talk about right now what's going on. Speaking of like online, you know, what's happening online. I'm sure you're seeing everything with Fletcher and JoJo Siwa.
Oh,
And,
here we
you know,
go.
everything.
Here we go.
And seeing all of just
Yeah.
the biphobia, the bi erasure happening. And I just want to get your thoughts.
I have so much space and love for those women who are probably going through it right now. I think it's hard when you become representative of something to other people and then you change or you are just following your heart. And that means that other people feel like they are not represented anymore.
Right.
Like the pressure of that is so immense. And
Hold on. Branding yourself gay is not the same thing as branding yourself bisexual. Branding yourself bisexual feels different and can look different. And had Fletcher and all these people aggressively branded themselves bisexual, I don't think anybody would have been confused. I feel like they purposely branded themselves like, you know, the She Got Away, the Chappell Roan song. I sing it all the time. She got away. I'm always singing it. And I'm like, do you know what I love about the song? It's like she's really singing about a girl. And like, we're really singing about a girl here. And like, I sing it all. It's like my new like comfort song. And I'm just like, you know, and I'm going through and I'm like, this is so cool to like have a lesbian in media sing, but this lesbian also used to date men. So like, I get it. It's a process, but also I'm not going to hold it against Chappell if she falls in love with like a trans man one day or a man in general or a whoever. Like, I don't care. But the point is like, I'm not going to sit here and doubt her lesbianism either. She's a lesbian. She sings romantic songs about girlies and I'm here for it. And I love it. And I think it's great and it's powerful and it's amazing. But Chappell is open about their past. Chappell is like on interview after interview talking about her ex-boyfriend. Like she's literally open with it. So it's not going to be shocking if Chappell goes on some sort of a journey of some kind. But also Chappell's a lesbian as far as I know. You know what I mean? It's just like, I don't see Chappell getting defensive about their identity in the same way, but not that I'm a big Chappell fan like that. Like, I don't know what she said in every interview. Okay. I'm just saying the energy is different than like a JoJo Siwa or like Fletcher or any of these other girls who made these big loud statements about like, I just don't feel gay enough. And I was like, well, you know, maybe you should talk to your, like, I think we've all had that am I gay enough conversation with the self. That's what, you know, gay therapy is for. Okay.
What I want for my pop stars and the people that I look up to is ultimately for them to be happy, right? It's like, I want you to feed me, but I also want to know that you're okay. That's like why I stand Britney Spears so much now. And like, people are like, yeah, but she's not okay. I'm like, what do you mean? She's twirling in her living room. I think actually she's maybe happier than she's ever been.
I love Britney Spears. That girl needs an intervention. That girl is deeply somewhere. That's what I'm saying. Like, I wanted her to be liberated. I read Britney's book. It's a great book. I'm so glad she's out of that conservatorship. But if you think Britney is grounded or healthy, my girl is suffering. You're insane. My girl is suffering. She is suffering. And she has been a victim of an industry that has exploited her time and time again. So yeah, if you think Britney twirling in her living room is a sign she's been happier than she's ever been, Habibi. I hope she's safe. Okay? I hope she's safe. But Britney is suffering. And I love her. And I hope she gets the help she needs. But like, if that's your assessment of Britney as Team Britney, that's crazy.
Like, she has the login to her Instagram. I don't care if you think she's not well. Like, she's free.
Right.
And
Oof. Girl, you can't even look at old pictures of yourself. You don't even know what free means. You literally can't even look at old music videos of yourself. You're not free either. No wonder you don't know what it looks like. Britney's not free, but she at least has the opportunity, hopefully, to explore health. So maybe one day.
I kind of, my hot take is that is like better for her than whatever. Like people thought she was so healthy because she came back and like did the circus tour, but she was like never more unhappy than that. And we don't know that. So I like look at JoJo and I go, you do look so happy. And it like makes me bummed that then that.
I didn't hear this clip already. You think JoJo Siwa looks happy? I mean, JoJo Siwa is young and on a journey. I did a whole video on JoJo Siwa on my podcast channel. I was very empathetic, very empathetic to her journey. It's no one's business. She's young. She gets to explore. But also, JoJo doesn't even know who she is yet. They're on a journey. They're literally just starting off their journey. It's so weird. JoJo's like a kid too. Why are you looking at JoJo and talking about them? Like, you're 33. JoJo's 10 years younger than you. Relax. You know what I mean? Like, let a kid be young, bro.
It's like gives people the sort of like other side of it. It gives like people who are homophobic like a win.
Right.
I don't love that is how.
And by the way, because JoJo got backlash because JoJo doubled down. JoJo is not queer. Her politics are so fucking bullshit. She's unread, uneducated, and ignorant. JoJo Siwa is the worst double downer and talks shit on gay people the moment she can. She literally throws people under the bus anytime she feels like she's getting defensive because she's young and entitled. Okay? So I don't want to hear anything about JoJo Siwa being a good representation of anything but a child in Hollywood. Okay, you know what JoJo Siwa is a good example of? Trauma. Thank you. Because she literally in interviews would be like, when did I ever say I was gay? When did I ever say I was a lesbian? When did I ever say this? JoJo. And then like, you know what I'm saying? Like she literally in interviews is I'm not trying to hold her accountable more than a 22-year-old. But like she literally will throw queer people. This is what I'm saying. When you're queer and deconstructed, you know when you're being used by conservative outlets, you know what I mean, to push an agenda. She allowed Candace Owens and all these, she tried to fight Candace Owens, but she didn't because she opened her goddamn mouth in the first place. This is what I'm saying. This girl here, Betty Who, her opening her mouth and blaming gay people for bullying JoJo Siwa is playing into conservative narratives. Don't play into conservative narratives.
How it comes across, or that people are like, finally, you're turning back to God. You know, it's like, whoa. I just want people to be happy. I don't think that it means that they aren't tried and true queer people.
Right.
I also I just think that JoJo is, I have a lot of love and space for JoJo, and I ride for her because I think if you sat and had a conversation with her, you'd be like, I fucking love this girl.
Right.
Yeah, bro, if I sat and had a conversation with anybody, I could fucking be like, I love this person. That's not the point. Loving them doesn't take away anything that they've done. Yeah, Discord said she thought she invented gay pop. Bro, she literally is a walking rage baiting marketing campaign. Okay?
Is like, she's smart. She is generous.
Bro, just be honest, bro. Come on. This is not what an elder in the community needs to be saying about JoJo. They're like, literally, JoJo C was like, what, 22? And Betty is 33. Like, you should be an elder in this position and be giving her wisdom or some sort of advice, not literally like saying this 22-year-old is great. Oh my God, this kid is on a journey, bro.
And, you know, like self-aware as much as we think that she's not, like she fully is.
Right.
And
oh, so now she's fully aware of everything's doing, so she's even worse. Emotionally, she's on her girlfriend on public television, is with a guy 10 years her senior, like is having all of these, like throwing queer people under the bus at any second. Like, what are we talking about? At least I'm giving her the chance of saying she's a kid. She's got to figure it out, hold her accountable. Like, what are we talking about?
And I think that, you know, when she was like, I felt pressured, it's like everything that she says gets taken so out of context and then turned around 17 times.
Yeah.
And so I really want, you know, how old is she?
Yeah.
What, fucking 21?
Yeah.
Like, leave her alone.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, it's okay for her to go, I was queer and I wanted to be queer, but that I felt like at the time, because I'm 21 years old, that I have to say I'm a capital L lesbian.
Right.
And you fell in love with somebody. I know, like I'm a queer person who.
You're not confused that her boyfriend is 10 years older than her? You're not convinced this older man is taking advantage of her? You're not, maybe we're all just victims of a marketing campaign. You know what I mean? Why are you writing so hard for JoJo right now? She's a kid, bro.
was like, I'm probably going to grow up to be gay. And then I became obsessed with a boy.
Okay, listen to this. Listen to this.
Like I'm a queer person who was like, I'm probably going to grow up to be gay. And then I became obsessed with a boy.
Right.
And it's the best thing that ever happened to me. It doesn't mean that I am not queer and that I don't represent or like love the queer community and exist in a queer community.
Yeah.
And so I urge.
Doesn't it? This whole conversation makes me think you might not exist in a queer community. And if you do, maybe a liberal gay community.
You know, I think a huge theme of this entire conversation for both of us has been to allow ourselves to make the choices that feel right in the moment that they feel right. Because a huge part of queerness is like identifying yourself and putting yourself under like, you know, alphabet mafia. It's like, which one are you? And if
Does she say alphabet mafia the way I do as a meme, or is she saying it like the conservatives do? Because first of all, we love a gay club. Okay, when I say alphabet mafia, I'm memeing on conservatives who call it a mafia because that's funny. Do you guys remember that episode of Will and Grace when they said the gay agenda, like the gay mafia, and then Elton John, it shoots to Elton John being like like in the gay mafia. Do you know what I'm saying? But it feels like, yeah, Chat says she seems serious. It feels like she is literally saying the alphabet mafia in a bad way. Like she's saying it like conservatives say it, you know?
you and putting yourself under like, you know, alphabet mafia. It's like, which one are you? And if you change that, I will never forget it, you know?
Right.
So I think that as much as, you know, like, it's funny that Renee Rapp is like, you'll never catch me dating a man. It's like, go off, queen. Like, I love that for you.
Right.
Renee is, if I'm not mistaken, she's the lesbian who had somebody break into her house. We reviewed her on TikTok, right? Is that Renee? Because when I looked her up, I was like, oh yeah, that looks, but I'm face blind. So I just want to make sure. But that looked like that lesbian who we watched have a conversation with that other girl who broke up with her on a podcast, right? Is that Renee? Yeah, this is Renee, right? Didn't we literally, isn't this the podcast girl? Or no, is this somebody else? Is this a singer? Wait, no. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Damn, I am face blind. No. Isn't it? No, I am face blind. Fuck me. Never mind, I am face blind. This is her. Man, those girls look the same to me. Now I'm mixing up. Man, I got problems, bro. I think. Oh yeah, Becca Moore. I'm thinking about Becca Moore. Damn, I'm face blind. I was thinking about Becca Moore. My bad. Wait, okay, hold on. In my defense, what does Becca Moore look like? That's the same person. That's kind of like the same. That's kind of like the same person. I don't know. Okay, fine. They're different people. Fine. Fuck you. Okay, they're different people. Okay, so Renee Rapp. Okay, fuck.
But I also hold space for her in 10 years if she goes, oops, I met the love of my life and it's this man. I didn't mean to. It's
Right.
like, that's okay. You know, it shouldn't be like, it shouldn't be illegal for you to fall in love. It's kind of like,
Okay, this is the part that pissed people off. Listen to that again.
this.
Right.
But I also hold space for her in 10 years if she goes, oops, I met the love of my life and it's this man. I didn't mean to. It's
Right.
like, that's okay. You know, it shouldn't be like, it shouldn't be illegal for you to fall in love. It's kind of like, now we've come so far that our community is so strong that now it's like a crime to be straight.
Do you see why people were mad? Do you see why people were angry? Do you see why I say you're not queer politically or philosophically? Girl, do you see why people said she was fucking tone deaf? Do you see why this is offensive to people? This is why nobody wants you can't sit with us. This is why nobody wants to hang out with you. What is this? Yeah, next she's going to say make comedy legal again. Go hang out with Elon Musk so you can make comedy legal again, girl. That's what I'm saying. What are you talking about? This is stuff you should talk to your therapist about and your support groups. What are you talking about? Being straight shouldn't be illegal? Girl, shut up, girl.
Right.
Honestly, cheek, you know.
I'm just
It's
kidding.
like, I do love that we've come full circle.
Chat said I need to see this again because I didn't think it was that bad. Give me your gay card. Give it to me. I'm just kidding.
Straight. It's my life and it's this man. I didn't mean to. It's
Right.
like, that's okay. You know, it shouldn't be like, it shouldn't be illegal for you to fall in love. It's kind of like, now we've come so far that our community is so strong that now it's like a crime to be straight.
Right.
Honestly, cheek, you know, it's like, I do love that we've come.
You know what I'm saying? What is this, bro? Yeah, Guys, it's not that bad. She's not asking for gay people to be killed in the streets, but this is every conservative bullshit narrative. Oh, being gay is so stupid. Look how gay people, they just want everything. You're acting like us saying, you know, we deserve equal rights is equivalent to you saying straight people, like she's acting like straight people's rights are under attack right now. What are you talking about? Do you know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about? We've gone too far. Yeah, we've gone so far. We've gone so far that now being straight is illegal. Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? Just because we're a little bit more cautious or a little bit more strict or a little bit more aware that guys like, okay, imagine you've grown up your whole life making excuses for the people in your life. Like I come from a background in which the conservatives will invite the gay kids to the get together, but they'll also invite the pedophiles and the predators. And then they'll sit there and talk about we can't let gay people get married because gay people will bring pedophilia to a normal way of being and ancestral marriage. I come from a family background where not only are people married to their first cousins, but the pedophiles are sitting at the dinner table eating dolma with us. So process that information for me and process the information that they sit here and say they have to be homophobic and anti-trans because these people will encourage incest and pedophilia. Make it make sense. You're already accepting it at the dinner table, but you're not going to let gay people have rights because you're afraid of the things you already allow in your heterosexual like community. Don't play into these narratives that there's an alphabet mafia for real. Do not play into these narratives that like gay people are so judgmental, you don't feel safe in gay communities. Shut the fuck up. Gay communities aren't killing you in the street. They're not flogging you in the roads. They're not sitting here arresting you for being gay. Gay people are not coming for straight people. Stop acting like we're coming for straight people. We're not coming for you, bro. Even when you come for us. And any way you want to take that sentence. Okay? Chad said, I think she's saying that in queer community, you as a queer person shouldn't be ostracized or considered less queer because of where your journey is, your sexuality. It doesn't fucking matter what she's saying. Because what she's saying isn't what she's saying. You think you are trying to be too good faith with her. And I'm not going to let her get away with it. No. Because every time I'm good faith with these people, they play right into the narrative. Tomorrow, she'll be hanging out with fucking conservatives. Oh, they're nicer to me. I'm always so bullied in like liberal spaces, but conservatives are so nice to me. No. Okay, like if you're not going to get it, you're not going to get it. You should feel ostracized. Because first of all, no one can tell you you're gay but you. But if you want to be part of a physical community that needs to be safe with you, you need to make sure that community knows you're safe. We are signaling to one another. You are unsafe to the community. You are playing right into the hands of the people that want to oppress us. That's the point. You should feel ostracized from the community. You're making it unsafe. Just because you're gay or trans doesn't mean you're safe for the community. Look at all these gay conservatives. These gay conservatives are not safe for the community. That doesn't make them less gay or trans. It makes them less safe for the community. Don't you understand the community is different than being in this thing? Okay? That's the problem. Ridiculous.
Full circle, punishing people for being hetero feels like sort of correct. No, just kidding. Yeah.
This language is more dangerous. Chet said I agree with the other chatter, but I see where Brittany is coming from. I think this again is why I say Hassan is not progressive enough. This person isn't progressive enough. This isn't deconstructed enough for me. This isn't safe enough for me. This is absolutely playing into narratives that only come from negative spaces. There is no way you can justify this language in a world that doesn't make opposing the core community values of the queer community in this climate, in this space. Okay? Chet said, are we allowed to criticize our own communities? If she had this conversation where conservatives couldn't weaponize it, would that have made her opinion more valid? Okay. Let me find an equivalent. Okay, let's do it. Hold on. Let me find an equivalent. Hold on. What's an equivalent? Okay. I'm going off the cuff here. look, as a man, I really respect women. I think they're very smart and capable, but you know, just because I don't want a woman to run my company doesn't mean I'm anti-women. Like, I just think, you know, I shouldn't be called a misogynist because I think women shouldn't be CEOs. I value women. I think women are so smart. Women are so capable. They make great mothers and they're great housekeepers and they cook so good. But like, yeah, I just think like maybe running a company, like I shouldn't be called a misogynist because I don't think they should be CEOs. It's like, yeah, but what you're saying is misogynistic. Do you know what I mean? Like, but I you know, people will say, I'm not misogynistic though. I think women are really smart. It's like, this isn't helping. This isn't good. This is language that we perk up and go, what did you say? Okay. Or they might say, oh, I think women can run companies. But I think if women are given the choice, they usually don't because it's not really part of their biological experience. Like, yeah, some women want to be CEOs, but it's pretty obvious that most women don't want to be. It's like, that's not helping. That's not helping. Now you're playing into the narrative that women don't want to have jobs and that's why women shouldn't get jobs. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying even when you find these liberals who are like, oh, these Nordic countries where women get to choose, they still choose to be homemakers. Oh, as if it happened in a vacuum, as if patriarchy doesn't exist globally. Okay, so if she is expressing something she is feeling about herself, which I have gone, guys, I have said this, I have had this conversation in different words on the internet. I have been this girl, except I was 25 and she's 33. I am telling you this as somebody who has gone through this queer journey. This is a part of the queer journey for some people, especially if you're bisexual, pansexual. I have been this girl. I just did it in my 20s. I'm telling you right now, she is not unique in her experience. I'm telling you though, she's going to look back. She's cringing at her old self now. Wait till she sees this back. Wait till she watches this back 10 years from now. Do you know what I'm saying? I have been this girly that's like, I don't feel accepted in the gay communities and I don't know what to do about it. Oh, the answer was to read some goddamn books, you dumb bitch. The answer is to read books. The answer is to read queer, iconic activists. The answer is to educate yourself. And once you do that, you're like, got it, locked in. Got it, locked in. She's not locking in. She's busy feeling sorry for herself. Well, marginalized communities are being picked off the street by this fucking administration. Okay? Let's go. Read it. Read Bell Hooks. Read James Baldwin. Read Judith Butler. Listen to the audiobooks. Deconstruct. Understand where these people have come from. Read the people you haven't even learned exist yet. By looking for it, finding it, Googling queer iconic authors, writers, activists. Listen to the conversations. Be critical of them as well. Some of them are very outdated. Some of them are very outdated. Read them. Make sure you dissect them. Challenge them. Say, oh, I know they're an icon, but I feel like they got this wrong. Because they're also a product of their time. You know? But we need to make sure that, you know, you can't in one breath say, I support the queer community, and the other breath say like, oh, we've gone so far as a queer community, being straight is illegal. Where is that happening? Where are gay people being activists in creating policy that is going to take marriage away from straight people? Where is that a reality, girl? Why are you doing this? Why are you playing into these narratives? Please be so for real. Okay, going back to the video.
I really, my ultimate hot take is that I ride for JoJo and I want her to find herself.
Yeah, bad take, bro.
And peace, you know, and it's just like we all have so many opinions and she's such a fun character to like talk about. And I think the part of that is like she has made that choice. She's making that choice to be a character that we can talk about because she's a great business person. She's really smart.
Yeah.
And she knows how to get people talking.
Yeah.
So I ultimately.
So, okay, bad take. Like supporting JoJo Siwa, the way she's marketed things, the way she does things is deeply unethical. She's a capitalist. I guarantee you this girl is a capitalist. I guarantee you this woman is pro-capitalism. I really think if you go deep enough into queer theory, they're also not capitalists. I think being a capitalist is contrary to queer theory. This woman praising JoJo Siwa for being a good marketer is insane. Since JoJo Siwa literally builds it off rage bait and making people angry. That's a crazy take.
I want everybody to be happy and, you know, I want you to have that glow, girls, and however you find it.
Yeah, I also think like the rest of the world is really trying to cancel us as a community right now.
Yeah.
So let's not internally.
Oh, wait, what?
I want you to have that glory, girls, and however you find it.
Yeah. I also think like the rest of the world is really trying to cancel us as a community right now.
Yeah.
So let's not internally cancel each other.
I do
you
think
know?
that's hard.
Okay. Um, yeah, I think like, okay. Okay. Here's my theory. My theory is that Betty cannot see and does not understand why people are upset with her. And not all people who are upset with her are coming from a good place, okay? But they see her better than she sees them. I think I see Betty better than she could see me. Because I think progressives see liberals better than liberals can see them. And I think progressives see conservatives better than they can see them. And so there's like a disconnect where you're almost like at a get together with your parents and your parents say something and you just know it's ignorant and you're like, you get it, but they can't get you. It's like trying to explain to your parents a concept around being gay they can't understand, only you're talking to another gay person. And that's what's hard. It's like, it's difficult to say I'm trying. It's weird to be around another gay person that feels like they don't get it. Because you think being gay is it. Oh, I'm gay, so I get it. No. Oh, I'm trans, I get it. No. Oh, I'm progressive, I get it. No. Oh, I'm a woman, I get it. No. It's not enough to be a minority. You also have to do the work to get it. And a lot of people don't get it. And that's fine, girls. It's a journey. I didn't always get it. I mean, just literally watch me in real time start to get what veganism means. Guys, I had a whole ass bubble pop here on stream. You watch me all the time have a realization of, oh, fuck, I get it. I didn't get it before. Now I'm getting it. Like, we really have to understand getting it is an experience. It's a life-changing experience. Your life changes when you get it. It will be nuanced, the journey that it takes you on. But when you get it, right? And so she's not getting it, and she doesn't get why other people clock that she's not getting it. And she's like, they hate me. The gay community is trying to cancel me. Girl, you're not getting it. And because you're not getting it, it's going to cause more harm than good. You know? Discord said, I want everyone to be happy, quoting Betty, except the queer community that's telling you you're signaling unsafety. Or the fact she's like, I want everyone to be happy, but also JoJo Siwa is amazing, even though she uses rage bait to create the issues that we're all, like, she actually adds to the issues. Like, JoJo Siwa is not helping, you know? Yeah, going back.
You know, once we start turning on each other. Yeah, for sure. What do you think?
Yeah, Discord or chat says, like we say in the Black community, not everyone is kinfolk. Yeah, like, the dilemma is, like, people see it as infighting, but that's what breaking a generational curse is. Breaking a generational curse is saying we're not going to continue this tradition. So in queer communities, we were so tolerant of just being gay was enough. But no, if you're a gay Republican, we're going to have problems. If you're a gay Trumper, we're going to have problems. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not enough just to be gay. You also have to show up. So yeah, you're gay, bro. No one's questioning your homosexuality. We're questioning your queerness. We're questioning your queer political stance. Repsion, we just covered him. He's bisexual. No one's questioning whether or not you're bisexual. We're questioning whether or not you're coming from a queer deconstructed place. There's the difference. Nobody's like, I guess going back to the chatter's point about being Black, we're not questioning if you're Black. We're questioning whether or not you're, you know, uplifting the community, facing like liberation, or if you're, you know, you remember we watched on the Discord 20 Black conservatives against one Black radical. It's like, are you a Black conservative? Because I don't know how that's helping you. or in my family, are you an immigrant who's voting for Trump? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? You know what I mean? We're acting like our communities don't have faults. All of our communities need liberation. We all need to move towards liberation. And we're not doing that as long as we feel like, I just want to stay where I am though, and I don't want to move forward. It's like, girl, yes, chat, it all comes back to values. And it's going to be hard. Guys, that's why I say talk to trusted people in your circles, because I've gone through this journey, labels and pansexuality and transness. And it's like, who am I? That's a great philosophical question. But it's not who am I if the community doesn't, it's not about the community. At some point in your relationship with self, you have to let go of the community. The community is an opportunity for shared space. That's why when I hop back into bubbles, I process what bubble I'm in and act accordingly. But I also know that like being queer isn't a monolithic experience. Not everyone's gay the same way. And so like, you know, you're a part of the community. There are so many people who feel this way. You can go hang out with them.
That's just kind of my takeaway. We
You're like, let's
recently
not.
had Carrie on, and
love
I
her.
really feel for her. I think it's like,
Who, Carrie?
I think I said it on that episode. It's really hard when you create a fixed identity on something that's not fixed.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And
Spectrum, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know. I look back at who I was 3 years ago, let alone 5, 10 years ago, and I'm so different. And I think we are trying to constantly, and you probably identify with this a little bit, like we are constantly trying to put ourselves in a digestible box to feed to other people for our businesses through the lens of social media.
100%.
Sure.
And that means that we are going, this is who I am in a distilled 9-second.
Oh, but this is why I always say on stream, I'm trying to do that too, but I see how I do it versus how they do it. I feel like I'm really good at communicating who I am to my audience. Okay? Like, I use certain language. I make sure to use certain like signals. I try to even change my language to signal to the right group. I pay attention to how other groups are using language. So Alphabet Mafia, I only say it as a meme. If I say Alphabet Mafia with no sarcasm like she did, red flag. Red flag. But I only say it as a meme, like the Alphabet Mafia, boop, boop. Like that's a joke because it's stupid. But if you use it with total like seriousness, you're signaling where you are. Oh, uh-oh. Yeah, chat, you're right. That was my thought. She wants to be in a specific community, but doesn't align with yet and continues asserting they do. Yeah, I think this goes back to the conversation I had with my mother over being a feminist. Why can't Catholic women be feminists? You guys can be feminists. You can be TERFs. And she goes, I don't want to be a TERF. I want to just be a feminist. I was like, well, you can't be a feminist because you're anti-trans and gay people and women and you're like, pushing patriarchal ideas. And she was just like, but I want to, it's like you want to be, but you don't qualify. You can be a TERF. I'm giving you one. Okay? I'm giving you a feminist type you can be. You can be a transphobe. You can be that one. You know what I mean? It's like you want to be a transphobe without the label. Or talking to my brother who's like, I'm not a homophobe. I was like, you're literally against gay marriage. He's like, but I'm not afraid of gay people. That's not what that means and you know it. What are we in second grade? Phobia meets fear? Come on, guys. Grow up.
Video so that you can understand and buy into my brand.
100%.
And so when then you go, actually, that's different. And I wasn't lying to you then.
Yep.
But now I'm making a different choice. Like,
Then make a different choice, but you've been with your man for 11 years. So where's the different choice here? Do you know what I mean? Just have the bisexual flag behind you. Have all the gay flags behind you. Like, just don't brand yourself as a lesbian. You'll be fine.
of course, people are like, whoa. What? But you told me. It's like, well, yeah, but it's all where we should be allowed to.
But say that. See, but that's not true. Because when we come out in our communities, we're like gender fluid, bitch, a boy who's a girl who's a boy. Like, you can brand yourself as somebody who's always doing a different thing. But that's a problem. Like, do you know that? You know what I mean? Do you know that you can brand yourself differently? You're the one who branded yourself and you're mad at the audience for getting confused. You did this to yourself. Do not be mad. We're confused. You're the one who told us how to think of you. Rebrand yourself. If you had just brand, listen what I'm saying. What were you mad? What? JoJo Siwa branded herself as a lesbian. That was the brand. Don't be mad because we're confused. You changed the brand. People are allowed to be confused. You changed the brand. Okay, we accept you, but also like, hello? It's going to be hard. It's a hard transition for all of us because parasociality is how you build those brands. And so people build a brand with you through your identity. So yeah, if you change it on them, they're confused. Like people said, Gwen Stefani becoming a Christian. Yeah, it's kind of weird, even though she grew up Catholic. And actually, my siblings used to attend the same Catholic church as her parents. So actually, I'm not that confused, but it is a little confusing. It's like if I came on stream one day and I was like, in the name of the Father and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. I'm like, Shemad Baba Brono Roho Kucha Alamin. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you. Blessed art thou amongst women. And something, gay. Like, come on, guys. If I came on stream and I was like, guys, I'm Catholic again. I'm born again. I've come back to Christ. Would you guys not feel like, okay, I think I'm done with Britney? Are you guys not allowed to decide you don't want to follow me if I've changed it up a bit? Okay? Now, to be fair, becoming Catholic is a much bigger sin than becoming bisexual. So let's take it from that perspective. You've been with your man 11 years. Who are you fighting, girl? You've been with your man 11 years. Why are you still battling your queerness out loud? Okay. Chat says, can you be a born again Catholic? No, you can. You're right. It's a Protestant thing. I'm a fallen away Catholic who came back to the church because once a Catholic, always a Catholic. But do you know what I mean? 11 years you've been with this man. You haven't figured out in all of those years how to be cool being bisexual. What conversation are we having right now? In the context of this woman's life, why are you still battling gay people? That means that 11 years of being with a man and being queer or gay, you have not read any queer literature. You have not read any gay books. You have not deconstructed even an iota. Do you know what I'm saying? Crazy.
Grow and change and
we
maybe it's not
have
such
to,
a big
like, if
deal.
I looked back on myself 3 years ago and I was the same now, I would be, that's
Incorrect.
not great.
Yeah,
You know
we
what I
want
mean?
to-
we want to
grow.
evolve. So
Yeah.
it's like, let people do that. And also, if you are chastising people for growing, then maybe you should look at yourself and see if you are actively growing and questioning. And
Yeah, but the question is like people think you're not growing. Like to me, she's too stagnant. For me, girl, you can't even look at old pictures of you. You know what I mean? It's not growing. Oh yeah, chat says when Kavadi says she's Christian. Yeah, I don't consider Kavadi growing in a good direction by becoming a Christian. It feels like going backwards to me, but that's my values. My values say growing in a direction. You know, maybe to Catholics or Christians, they feel like Kat Von D is growing into a better person. But to me, she's growing into a worse person. Anti-vax and a part of a patriarchal religion? What the fuck? Why would you join a religion that's a patriarchal and expect me to be like excited for you?
Yeah, well, yeah, ain't that the truth? Well, and also, you know, if you're attacking Carrie Fletcher for being, you know, for changing her mind or
Oh, Fletcher's name is Carrie. Oh my God, is this the podcast Fletcher went on? I don't know Fletcher's name. I don't follow her. Is this the podcast Fletcher was on to explain her relationship with a man?
having this new experience in her life, like she's still a person in the queer community who like represents that for people.
Yeah.
It's like representation still matters. It doesn't mean that she is not a representative of the queer community because she's in a relationship with a man. But you know, here we are, the whole like conversation that we're having. I think it is hard. It is of course harder when you're going like, this is who I was and now this is who I am. I think I've tried to be sort of in between because I've always felt really in between. And maybe that's given me a little bit more room to be. But I, you know, send my strength to the girls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you being here.
Well, we could do this. I know. I wish you didn't have a hard out. I could be here for another hour and a half.
I have one more question. What are you working on in therapy?
Implying a famous lesbian will end up with a man is wild. Yeah.
I'm working on family stuff in therapy. I'm working on mom stuff.
Yeah.
I'm writing a musical about mom stuff.
Oh my God.
So I feel like I'm talking a lot about mom stuff in therapy because it's like very in the ether because I'm like writing this musical about a mom passing and grief and what that means. I think it must be really hard to be a woman of a certain age.
That's also such a personal question, and I probably wouldn't answer it. What are you working on in therapy? Like, that's kind of a personal question. You know? I don't know how I feel about that question.
Who has talked about identity, like mom is a really, really intense identity. And my mother has lost 2 sons and now I'm her last, final living child and I'm 33 and being a mom is really different for her now.
Okay, let's see. As a bisexual woman, we do not claim this episode's guest. They painted over a memorial of murdered queer people in Florida yesterday, but I'm so sorry you feel attacked for being in a relationship with a man. I'm shocked this is still up. This media team needs help. Y'all need to take this down and Betty needs to apologize. Stop harming the community for money. I'm sorry, but saying it shouldn't be illegal to fall in love in the context of heterosexual relationship when queer rights are under attack and lesbians continue to be ostracized, erased, abused, and doubted, as they have been for millennia, so tone deaf. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Like, your biggest crime of being tone deaf is also something that you should pay attention to. You know what's interesting? There's this TikToker. Have you guys seen this before? This is actually, I want to make a podcast about the crime of tone deafness and why it's so important. Do you know this content creator? Hold on. Her name is like Morgan Presley. She has 5 million followers. And she got really famous for like being extra femme and then going super like crazy with her aesthetic, right? And every single comment on her channel is like, you're fucking tone deaf, bro. And I've been thinking about this a lot, where I think there's a problem. Like, if my audience, if I came on stream every day and literally 90% of you were like Brittany, like, look, there's always going to be a percentage of you that don't get what I'm saying, which is so valid. And I give you that okayness. But if most of my comments are like, Brit, this isn't it, I would have to reevaluate. I'd be like, okay, I'm really doing something wrong, because either I have the worst audience in the world and I need to change that, so I'm doing that wrong, or I need to, if I know my audience is healthy and pretty good, then I fucked up, right? So I feel like, why aren't they listening to their audience? Like, if most of your comments are saying, hey, dude, like, you're kind of tone deaf right now, why wouldn't you take that as an opportunity to say fuck? Because again, I really take your criticism very seriously. I really think about it. I talk to my partner about it. I talk to my sister. Like, I'm very open because my audience has corrected me properly a lot. But I also know that sometimes people in my audience, even longtime viewers, don't exactly see me enough, because I can tell by the way they're answering it that they're not hearing me. So like, I always take that into consideration too. Like, okay, I think this person has good intentions, but I feel like they don't see me. So I'm going to take their criticism a little bit more grain of salt. But if it's your whole audience, if it's most of your audience, if literally everybody in the comment section is saying like, why like you're tone deaf, bro, then why aren't you paying attention to it? So like, if everybody in this comment section, if everyone's reaction from the queer community is like, bro, then why aren't you maybe considering it? I'm not saying you're right, by the way, or wrong. You could be right and we could all be wrong. That is a possibility, right? That happens sometimes when you are the crusader, when you are doing the first thing, you know, and somebody else is doing it. When you are the first, you could be a crusader, but probably not. You know, being like a liberal who's like, guys, we have to meet Republicans halfway. Yeah, you're not a crusader, bro. Even if so when everyone's against you being like, boo, we're not doing that. Yeah, you're not like a crusader. So like, I think that's the problem, right? Jet said it's probably because many people don't create communities intentionally, so they don't have a connection to them in which they trust their views, ? Oh, maybe. Yeah, obviously I try to be very intentional about the audience I have here, because at one point I wasn't, and it was a lot of misogyny, and I was like, uh-oh, I'm attracting the wrong people. Okay. Jet said, I think it's because the podcast host and producer are friends with all their guests. Oh, they listen to their friends over strangers on the internet. Oh, that could be a bad thing. Let's see. The comment section on the podcast says that comment was holding space for Renee. In 10 years, she dates a man. Really weird and just feels as lesbophobic, even if it wasn't trying to be. Lesbophobia has been getting much worse recently, and comments like that about lesbians are disrespectful. I'll say it in good faith. It's one thing to say like, I love this person and I hope they have a good journey, but I'll accept them no matter who they are, lesbian or not. But it was like, it felt like, it feels a little bit like imagine you're talking to someone, you're like, you know, this person's a vegan right now, but like, if they're not a vegan in the future, like I will definitely like respect them and they'll still be a person to me. It sounds good, but it's also very offensive to a person who knows what being vegan means. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it sounds like something a good person would say. But when you really look at the sentence structure in context of that person who's like very strongly vegan, it's like, now you're being disrespectful. You know, it's kind of like if my mom looked at me and said, I can't wait, when Brittany's a Catholic one day, I'll just be so happy about it. That's so disrespectful. That's why I never say, I always say, like, I hope, you know, you find your journey. I hope you heal. I hope you get there. But like, it's not up to me, because like, it's not, I don't worry about what other people are doing in that sense, you know? So yeah, I think, yeah, it's like you want to be accepted into a bubble. But, you know, guys, can I just say something? It's okay to realize the place you are in is no longer a home for you. It's okay to outgrow your friends, outgrow your labels. It's okay to shift and change. But if you keep fighting so hard for people to accept you when they aren't, maybe it's not for you. And then you get to decide what that means. I think she's devastated that this thing she feels so a part of isn't for her. The dilemma is like, the queer community isn't a monolithic experience. All type of people exist in queer communities. You just got to find the one that works for you. But you have to accept that, especially as a public figure, you do have to accept that at the end of the day, like, you aren't coming across as somebody who understands the impact of your statements. But I wish you the best. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay. Okay, good God. Can we finally be done with the constant talk about how bi women in relationships with men are the most persecuted people in the community? We've been having this conversation for years. Meanwhile, trans rights and gay marriage are being threatened. I feel like the safest space to talk about bi erasure is in bisexual spaces. And to preface the conversation with bi erasure is real, but also what's real and the most attacked people in our communities are not bi people. Like, the most marginalized part of our community is definitely not gay men, but it can be gay men depending on the circle, but it's definitely not bisexual women married to straight men or married to men in general. Because remember, gay men are more, I think, if I'm not mistaken, are more in harm's way for being gay with their male partner than a bisexual woman in a straight presenting relationship, right? If you look at it from that perspective. So when we have these conversations, we have to account for our privilege. And then we have to account for the fact that gay men are also misogynistic, and like, women in the community are at a disadvantage compared to them because they're still men in the world. Like, there are ways for us to have the conversation in a very deconstructed philosophical way without discounting or throwing our communities under the bus. Calling us the alphabet mafia or saying like it's illegal to be in love with a straight man or whatever she said is just not, it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense to have that conversation in this space the way she did, because that came from a place of she's making a statement like she's right, but you're wrong. Okay, wait, pause. That's what it is. I hear you, you're wrong. I think people are being too emotionally triggered by this. So I'm just going to zoom out, and factually, you are wrong in the expression you made out of your pain that it is illegal to fall in love or that the gay community has made it illegal to be straight. I'm so sorry. I don't know where you got that information from. You are wrong. And then I would say, do you want to maybe use different language to express the thing that you're feeling? I, Betty, I'm feeling ostracized from a community I don't know how to be a part of. And I, Betty, would like to feel welcomed into the community while being married to a man. But I understand that that might be hard for some people. So I'm looking forward to finding a space in which people with my identity and specific categorization are not only welcomed, but celebrated. You know, something like that, right? Chet says it shouldn't be illegal to fall in love is literally the most, it literally is in most countries on the planet for queer people. Jesus, how tone deaf can you be? Yeah, it's just tone deaf, bro. This podcast has now the you're a lesbian until you find the right man kind of energy, which, guys, that's what the chasers, the lesbian chasers. So literally growing up, men made it a game to try to seduce lesbians to prove that once you find the right man. That's what we heard most of our life. Most of my life growing up as a millennial, I was told you're only a lesbian because you haven't found the right man. So it's very hurtful to a community that's heard that their whole life to then have a queer woman get on a podcast and say, oh, you might fall in love with a man one day. Like, I understand what she meant, but I think she forgot how hurtful it could feel. So even though she had good intentions, I think it could have been said differently. You know what I mean? Yeah, and I had men do that to me growing up because I told you I identified as a lesbian. So men did feel validated. They did start to feel like, oh, see, Brittany, you were never a lesbian. But instead, and this is why it's so special to be dating the person that I'm dating or anyone that I've dated. Like I said, my ex was bisexual. Like, is dating other gay people or other queer people or other deconstructed people allows you a safe space to be validated in that identity in your own home. Because nothing feels worse than coming home to a person that goes, you used to be straight until you met me. Or, oh, remember when you thought you were a lesbian, but then you met me? Versus in my relationship, my partner's always like, man, you are so gay, bro. I was like, thank you, bro. My partner is always reaffirming my queerness. And I'm always reaffirming them, and we're always reaffirming each other. Because what they're seeing is not how the community defines these words, but how we exhibit in real time an honesty and truthfulness in relation to ourselves that they get to witness and be a part of. Like, sometimes the world can't do it, but you do it for yourself. And to have somebody, friends, family, or people in your life who could do it for you is like, it's a beautiful experience of being seen that I just feel like sometimes we expect strangers on the internet to do it and like they can't. Do you know what I mean? If I expected strangers on the internet to catch up and validate me, I'd never be there. But at the same time, as a public figure, I'm very lucky, and I think I do a really good job at attracting an audience that sees me enough that I get community validation. And I want that for Betty. I want Betty to form a community of fans that can give her some sort of general community validation. But let's be honest, right? Let's be honest. If she plans to be famous or rich, she can't do that. Because the problem with getting big and having a big community, and even having a small one, I suppose, is the parasociality and how that person sees you is just going to fundamentally change everything. You know, it's going to fundamentally change everything. And so she has to accept that. Are you a brand or are you a person? Because it's really hard to be both as a celebrity. Which is why I have no desire to be famous. But I do desire to remain successful in my job. So she has to make a decision. But like, yeah, I love you guys, but I don't need you to validate my identity. I know who I am. But that doesn't mean I don't appreciate when you see me and I feel validated. These two things are different. And I think sometimes people think they're the same thing. You know? Yeah, I think people really think that's what I think she's seeking. Anyways, okay, that's it. We did it. I'm going to clip this for YouTube, but it's literally like 2.5 hours, bro. Look at us. Look at us yapping about this girl, okay? Shout out to my bisexuals, pansexuals. You're all valid and beautiful. Love you. Okay, let's take a 2-second break. I'm going to get a snack, and then we're going to watch this video from SBS. My stepdad subscribed to my OnlyFans. I don't think we've seen this one. But we about to. We about to, girl. Okay, I'll be right back. Uno momento, por favor. All right. Hello, everybody. Pausing music in 1, 2, 3. Big stop. Hello. Okay. Got my, okay. So you guys know how my snack go-to is pretzels. Okay. I've been eating the peanut butter filled pretzels lately. Very good. Very good. They're so delicious. Okay. Let me set up this video for us. Very exciting stuff. Discord says, yay, long stream. Indeed, girls. 2 big topics for today. Remember, I will not be here tomorrow. We got to take Indiana to the vet. So I won't be able to be here tomorrow. Hence the reason we're also going a little longer today. Because Indiana Jones, she better not die on me, bitch. I'll be so annoyed with her. I'll be so annoyed. Okay, here we go. Ready? My stepdad subscribed to my OnlyFans. Here we go.
Getting into the online sex industry is easier than ever, and there's money to be made. We look at who's selling and who's buying.
It's like the new Uber. You can go on, you can register,
Right? We haven't seen this, right?
and you can go out and make some money.
I was working out in the elements, manual labour job. Now I get to work with my beautiful wife every day.
And you make porn.
And we make porn.
Do you agree that it's easy money?
Emotionally, I would say that it's not easy. I used it when the brothels were closed in lockdown, but I really hated it. I was filming in my own bedroom, it was in my own house, it was bringing my work into my personal space.
I actually don't want it to be a career. I always want it to be a side hustle, and it will always be a side hustle to me. I am really proud of owning my own business. I have been a beautician for 5 years now. I started when I was 18, so fresh out of high school. I do all eyelash related treatments. So you got your lash extensions, your natural side, so your lash lifts, lash tints. I actually feel like I'm quite popular for my brow bar. I'm Priscilla Martin, and my day job is a beauty entrepreneur. And my after 5 p.m. job, I am known as Brunette Barbie on OnlyFans. All right, setup looks good. Everything looks ready to go. Let's do it. I think in the first 24 hours, I earned over 5K, and that was with 240 subscribers. OnlyFans is an online platform that you can be a content creator and post your own content, or be a consumer and I guess view that person's content. Anything I guess front here or here is what I would classify as PG for my timeline. Anything like just side profile, even just like a little bit is paid. Stuff that I do like publicly shown, I keep it quite PG, a little bit raunchy. And then obviously all the stuff that you pay for would obviously be your XX type of content. Today, guys, we are going to create a lolly shake that we can all enjoy together. I love attention. I won't lie, I do love attention, hence why I guess I do content creating. But a bit too much attention is a bit crazy, so yeah.
Okay, different kinds of content creators. I don't love the attention. I love the experience of discussing topics and talking, which is different. This is why my work looks different than other content creators. Some content creators love the attention, which I'm not trying to slam, right? Everyone's got a thing, but know your category. Because I also thought, I was like, do I like attention? Why do I feel so bad about it? As an autistic person, being perceived is really difficult. It's really hard getting attention, but but it's worth it. It's worth suffering being perceived for the benefit of having the conversation, right? Okay, but she likes the attention, which I think is valid. And I think knowing which one you are is really important.
There are stalkers, there are all of that. And I think with any social media, you've got to be prepared for that. Yummy. I don't like having the stigma of being an OnlyFans girl, I will say. Everyone obviously has their own point of view, but their opinions aren't going to pay my bills. So unfortunately, I'm still here to hustle. Beautiful. I don't think there is any other legal way to make the money that we are making.
Priscilla, you say you don't like the stigma of being an OnlyFans girl. What do you mean by that?
I'd say probably they think I do it for easy money, I'd say. A lot of people say that OnlyFans is easy money, and that is not the case at all either.
You're 23. You started your account when you were 19.
Yep.
Why?
I never wanted to be an OnlyFans girl. I did say I was never going to be an OnlyFans girl. And then pre-COVID, I remember I put a post on my Instagram, a poll, to see what my followers wanted. And they actually ticked yes, so it was too good to be true, and I never went back.
Had you posted racy photos online before?
Yes, so I actually was posting pretty raunchy, cheeky stuff on my Instagram, and I thought I could be getting paid for this.
Did you think this was something you would do as a career?
Definitely not. And I actually don't want it to be a career. I always want it to be a side hustle, and it will always be a side hustle to me, and that's how I view it as.
Did you ever think there was an age where you would stop?
Yes, 21.
What other plans did you have?
I actually started studying law before I actually did OnlyFans. At this time, I was still having my beauty business. And then, obviously, I actually wanted to work full-time. So I kind of canned the law. And I remember one of my girlfriends actually telling me, you know, how are you ever going to do law when you literally do sex work? And I said, that is the reason I'm going to do law, because the stigma.
Why didn't you stop at 21?
It was too good to stop.
The money?
Yeah, the money, the atmosphere, the people I've met through OnlyFans as well, the gorgeous girls that I've met and become friends with. It's just like a really good connecting atmosphere to be a part of.
Content subscription sites have boomed in member numbers. They've also boomed in terms of how much revenue can be made since the pandemic.
Hold on. Chad says, I didn't want to do this, but but my followers wanted it is concerning. Okay, fun fact, I didn't want to do OnlyFans either. But my viewers reassured me that the website itself was actually pretty good. And a lot of my sex worker friends were like, the website's pretty good though, Britt. And I was like, oh, really? Because I didn't want to do it because I was worried, because I was already posting nude for free. Like she said, she was already on Instagram for free. I was already doing nude stuff for free. But I didn't want to join OnlyFans because the stigma was so loud and I wasn't sure. And then I researched it and I was like, oh, fuck the stigma. Well, this is fine. So maybe that's what she meant. Like maybe, because I will know. That's why I always say, like, I already knew I was willing to do stuff for free. I don't mind getting paid for, you know what I mean? And I do more stuff on my OnlyFans than I ever did for free. That is true. But that was a natural progression. I don't think it was like, I don't think, like I cover certain trending topics on YouTube that I wouldn't cover if I didn't think like my audience would want it and I'd make money. So maybe it's something like that. But I could see if she felt bullied, if she felt pressured, if she thought it was her only. But since it's not her main job and since it is part-time like mine, I'm not worried. Like, no one's going to sacrifice their values usually for a side hustle. It's, you know, she's literally saying, I'm focused. It's a side hustle. I know what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing. So I feel less concerned for her, but I would be concerned if she was more like, I really didn't want to do this, but the money was too good and I had to. Like, it was worth selling my soul or something. Then I'd be more concerned. Something like that.
Here's how they work.
All kinds of content is bought and sold by users over 18 years of age, from fitness routines to music lessons. By far, the most popular category is pornography, from lingerie and bikini photos to explicit videos and fetish content. Content creators make money by sharing their material with paying subscribers. They charge extra for custom content, including chatting and sexting with their followers. The biggest platform in this space is OnlyFans, which launched in 2016. The website boasts more than 220 million subscribers and 3 million creators, stating it's creating economic opportunity for ordinary people. The top 1% of accounts earn a third of all money spent, while the average creator is estimated to earn less than $300 a month. OnlyFans takes a 20% cut of all earnings.
Tom and Evelyn,
Hey, $300 a month is more than it was before. I think before it was like $50 a month, so that's pretty good.
Married, you have an OnlyFans account together.
Yes.
How much money do you guys make?
A lot. We've bought multiple houses. We've set ourselves up forever, just doing it in a couple of years.
Tom, until a few years ago, you'd been working as an electrician.
Yep.
People really like boy-girl stuff. They like it a lot. They really like boy-girl stuff, let me tell you. I get asked that question all the time. Bray, do you have boy-girl stuff? No. People love that shit, though.
High voltage electrician, yeah.
How would you describe your job now?
It's amazing. I was working out in the elements, manual labour job, and now I get to work with my beautiful wife every day.
And you make porn.
And we make porn.
What prompted the career change?
We were kind of a little bit done. We had a life set up in Adelaide and we were getting a little bit sick of the climate. We moved up to Queensland and we thought, what should we do now? We didn't really have anything in place. We were actually going to start a little takeaway cafe shop, and then COVID happened, so we kind of fell into this.
Where did you first hear about OnlyFans?
Evelyn's friends, she had a couple of friends who were making maybe $5,000 a month, and they said, try it out, see what happens. And this is the sort of content that we post, and this is what you can potentially make. So we thought, give it a go, see how we go.
Did you have any experience in sex work when you got into this?
Nothing at all, no.
Evelyn, you're Tom's wife. Do you agree with him that what you post on OnlyFans is pornography?
Yes, definitely.
What kind of content do you make?
We make all sorts of content, mainly boy-girl content, which is quite rare. I think on OnlyFans, a lot of it's like solo or girl stuff.
Yep.
A lot of our stuff is boy-girl.
So subscribers prefer that boy-girl content, your subscribers at least?
I've definitely found that subscribers like that, yeah.
Had you done sex work before?
Yeah, years ago, I worked as an escort, in-person sex work.
And what was your reaction when Tom came to you and said, hey, let's start an OnlyFans account?
I was just like, no, because I was so private. I had to be so private in in-person sex work, and this required me to be so out there in marketing and social media and things like that.
See, that's the thing nobody thinks about. Is how are you going to get your page out there? You have to advertise. You have to be public. You have to push it, push it, push it, push it, push it. You know how many times I'm on stream and I mention OF and people are like, wait, you have an OF? It's because it's not my brand. So I don't pay to, it's a part-time gig, right? But you have to send people to the page. And YouTube won't let you link your OnlyFans in descriptions or they'll give you a strike on your account. You know, they gave me a strike on my account because I used to post my OnlyFans in my description and or on my stories, like my posts. And YouTube made me take a class. They struck my channel and they made me learn their terms of service again. So there is something to be said about like how public you have to be to even promote the OnlyFans. That's why when Sketch Brothers, that guy, was that Sketch? I was surprised he was even making any money because I was like, where'd you promote this? I assume he probably promoted it on like Reddit posts or something. But even then, like, how did you even get people, how do you even get people aware of it, right? Chaz says, yeah, I didn't know you had an OF when I first started following you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes sense that people wouldn't know, you know? It would change the vibe of things too if it, see, I could make being a sex worker my whole personality, but I just see how philosophy always takes over. It was more philosophical than sex work, really. But like that's, philosophy really is my baby, you know?
Do you think sites like OnlyFans compare with more, say, traditional porn websites?
Personally, I prefer OnlyFans, but again, that's because we're making so much money. I think if you weren't earning as much, the effort that you put in, it wouldn't be worth it. We own everything. We get to choose what we put out there. And again, though, like in-person sex work is very similar. You can still have all the same decisions, but I found it much more like emotionally taxing.
What would the main difference be between OnlyFans from the in-person work that you were doing before?
I think OnlyFans, I mainly work with people who I choose to work with, and in person work, you don't get to choose your clients. You sort of have to just adapt to the situation, and some of these are really uncomfortable.
Tilly, you've been a sex worker for 10 years.
Yeah.
You've worked in brothels, massage parlours and as an escort. Have you used OnlyFans?
Yeah, I used it when the brothels were closed in lockdown in 2020, and I did make good money off it. Like, I already had a following, so I got to the top 2% in like the first few weeks, but I really hated it.
What didn't you like about it?
For me, there's a disconnect. I'm on my computer enough in a day anyway, and I'm on my phone enough, and I think also the isolation of lockdown heightened the fact that these people that you're interacting with are faceless. You know, one of the things I like about in-person sex work is, as Evelyn said, it can be super exhausting, but I often find there's something like life-affirming about meeting all different kinds of people and having nice interactions with someone I wouldn't meet under any other circumstances. And also I think there's like, for me, there's a delineation.
Just in case you guys don't know, sex work works differently in Australia. So you can be a part of a brothel. It's I don't think it's, I think it's decriminalized. It's not legal, right? Or is it legal? Not, it's decriminalized, I think, more than it is legal, I think. So Australia is different. That's why they're talking about, like, it's a different thing than in America, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Between the sex I have in my private life and the sex I have at work. And with OnlyFans, that was kind of taken away because I was doing like a lot of solo scenes. Like I was masturbating. I got so sick of masturbating. I didn't masturbate for 6 months after I quit OnlyFans. I was like, I'm done. And also, like, you know, I was filming in my own bedroom. I was in my own house. It was bringing my work into my personal space. I mean, it's odd because I think people think of sex as the most personal thing, but I think my home is the most personal thing for me. So having people in my home wasn't a vibe.
Chess said prostitution is legal in Australia. Oh, okay, it's legal there.
Do you think the normalisation of OnlyFans helps to destigmatise sex work?
No, I think we're seeing like a hyper visibility of like a certain kind of sex work at the moment, which is like online sex work. And you could argue that the media attention around OnlyFans is destigmatising OnlyFans isn't helping to destigmatise other kinds of sex work. I think because OnlyFans is so anti like in-person sex work, like they will delete your account and hold back your earnings if they find out that you're also doing in-person sex work. So you will hear a lot of like online sex workers say, oh,
what? 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 I didn't know that. Wait, I didn't know that. Chad says the only legal brothel in America is located in Nevada, and one of the girls there makes like $1 million a year. I saw a video on her years ago. I don't know if it's still true, but yeah, that's true. Interesting.
Well, I'm not a prostitute. Oh, I don't meet up with people. I don't do this. So unfortunately, there's a lot of throwing under the bus by online sex workers of other sex workers. So, like, I don't think you can say that the conversation around OnlyFans is moving forward the conversation around sex worker rights, for example. Like, it's still illegal to do in-person sex work in South Australia. None of the coverage around OnlyFans is moving that forward.
Evelyn, what do you think has social media made online sex work more acceptable?
Maybe not more acceptable because there's still massive stigma. We don't experience it as much because we're married, which is really interesting. I feel like when I was single and when I was an escort, I copped it really harshly. I don't know so much that it is completely reducing stigma.
Tegan, you've done a PhD on the sex industry in Victoria. Who's selling sexually explicit content on sites like OnlyFans?
It's mostly women and they're creating content for a mostly male audience. We've seen, I guess, the rise in the beginning of the pandemic. We saw brothels shut, or in-person sex work kind of stop during some of the lockdowns. And so women were in this position where they often were out of work and were less likely to get government support. So there was kind of the environment was there, and at the same time we saw a massive rise in demand for online sexual content. So pornography boomed during lockdown, and so it was kind of a perfect storm for women to turn to OnlyFans, I think. And there was a kind of positive representation of OnlyFans as this quick, easy way to make money.
Dane, you subscribed to adult content through the online paid platform called Patreon, which is similar to OnlyFans. Who did you follow?
I followed...
Think Patreon is like OnlyFans is funny. That is so funny. I'm gagged. Listen, when I started my Patreon, it used to be 18 plus, and I used to do sex work through Patreon. That's true. It was actually, it is very okay with some sex work. Yes. They're not anti-sex work, but they're not a sex work platform like OF is. Oh my God. Because there is a lot of limitations. Oh my God. I'm fucking dead. I used to do sex work on OnlyFans, but it was very timid. It was like lewds. It was like lewds. That's it. And nudes. Yeah. They're only okay with nudity. Oh my God. I was dying. Oh my God. It's so funny.
One person in particular. I was a heavy user of pornography in general, and
hey, pussy, why your face covered? Hey, bitch, why your voice and face covered? What the fuck? All these women are putting themselves on blast right now. You can't even do it yourself?
some had started to put content on this subscriber sites. And what I was thinking at the time was that there was a lot of this pornography out there that was free, but some people were trying to make a living out of this too. Looking back, I had a problem with overuse, but at the time, I think I was trying to...
Chet said because he's the stepdad. Do you think he's the stepdad?
Set limits around it too, and maybe give it some shape, some balance, and that was an element of it as well. And paying for it and recognising someone for their work seemed like a step towards better ethics.
Did you feel a personal connection to that content creator?
Somewhat, yes. It's someone I'd followed for years. I'd seen a lot of their material without paying anything too, and over time that didn't feel right. I think there was the option to talk to them directly, but they were foreign language, so I didn't take that up, but I could have.
Eden, you started an OnlyFans account after starring on a reality TV show called Love Island. Why?
I think multitude.
Oh shit, I don't know who she is. Love Island.
Of reasons. COVID had happened. I was in Bali and the world was shutting down, and also got the call that my job was gone. I had a lot of friends on OnlyFans, and my Instagram was already bikini photos and lingerie, and I'd been modelling for so long, and I thought, well, I've got this huge audience here. Why don't I try and make some money out of it, really?
Has it been a full-time job since then?
Yeah, pretty much since day one that I started. It's been full-time since 2020.
Do you think that appearing, say, on a reality TV show is a path to a career on OnlyFans?
I think it can be if you want it to be. I think, you're kind of lying if you're going onto a reality TV show just for love. You're going to get a following out of it. So whether it's you want to jump into being an influencer or start a brand or promote teeth whitening products, you can monetize that audience. So I think a lot of people would jump on there and go, I'm going to launch OnlyFans and it's going to be so easy for me.
Instagram has some pretty strict rules around nudity. Has the nature of what you share now become more explicit?
Yeah, absolutely. I used to post kind of like at the beach nude and stuff on my Instagram. I didn't really see a problem with my own body, but Instagram does. And I just thought, well, I can be creative and take the photos that I want and enjoy taking. And if that is nude, then yeah, I can put that on OnlyFans.
You're one of the top earners on OnlyFans.
Hold on. For the record, I gotta tell you, sometimes I take a photo Like sometimes I take a photo for OF and I think, holy fuck, this is a beautiful fucking picture. And I really wish I could share it to OnlyFans. Okay. Chat said, Brittany choking on pretzels is so iconic. I have to say, girl, these peanut butter pretzels are trying to gag they're literally holding me hostage right now. They're so dry. Listen, I'm done with them. I put them away. Listen, I was so hungry. Sometimes I take the most beautiful photo you've ever seen and I can't post it to Instagram and I feel sad. It is, sometimes I really fucking take a photo and I'm like, holy shit, this is iconic. And it makes me kind of sad. It does make me kind of sad, like that I can't share it. So that's when I post the censored photos. Because I just love people and I love like a photo. Like I think a photo is so powerful. And I think like I obviously take a lot of pictures. I take like hundreds of photos just to capture like one or two that I think are like, whoa, you know, like that's the one I really like. Like I can't tell you how many, like I probably take 1,000 pictures a month just to capture like a feeling that feels so good to me. You know, even though Instagram is for photos, I feel like Instagram actually makes me crop my photos in a way that takes away from the photo. I actually hate Instagram's crop, even though they have 3 different sizes and everything. I feel like Instagram always makes me sacrifice the quality of a photo I take. That's how I feel. I really do. For an app that's all about photos, it kind of sucks, you know? Okay, yeah, I'm glad you guys agree. Chat said, Discord said this is so annoying for drawings too. Thank you. Okay, I'm so glad I'm not the only one. I'm always so frustrated when I take a good photo and I'm like, why can't I get this ratio on Instagram, bro? Chat says, so does some sex work stigma stem from the Abrahamic other beliefs notion of being shamed in being naked? Well, it depends on the person, right? Not everybody grew up religious, right? So, you know, non-religious people can also have a stigma around the body. The question is, where does it come from? Who knows? Because other cultures around the world, they don't exactly hold the same form of stigma. Like, that's what's interesting. Is like modesty culture is universal, but it's not literally, you know, the same everywhere.
And is it hard work?
I can't turn around and say that it's hard. I mean, it definitely can be a hustle. I think I'm very grateful that I had a following. So I already had the people, the subscribers there ready to go. But if you don't have that, I feel like it would be a hustle. I feel like it's a marketing job. You're every single day marketing yourself to find an audience.
When you look at other kinds of jobs out there, how do you compare it?
My best friend is a lawyer and she studied a crazy degree and she works so hard Monday to Friday in these crazy hours. And I look at what I make compared to what she makes and I can get 10 times the money a lot easier.
Georgia, you also post on OnlyFans. Do you agree that it's easy money?
I think it kind of depends on the context of what you describe as easy. In terms of what Eden was saying about other industries and the amount of work that they put in, yes, it's definitely easy money. I don't have to work as many hours and the type of content that I get to make is definitely on my terms. But emotionally, I would say that it's not easy. Like for your mental health, it definitely requires a lot of work. You have to get really comfortable with yourself. And being on a platform like OnlyFans, you are going to be copying stigma, you're going to be copying abuse from people, you're going to be having content leaked, things like that. There's definitely a lot of negatives to that. So when people say, oh, it's just easy money, yes, in terms of the hours that I work compared to a normal 9-to-5 job, it is, but emotionally, it's a lot of hard work.
Yeah, see, that confuses me because I feel like you work more on social media. Like, I think they mean like okay, it's always going to be more, okay. If you're good at being disciplined, it's always going to be easier to work from home when you can take a break and go, you know, hang out on the couch for 10 minutes and come back. But I feel like if a 9-to-5 is serious, if somebody's working 40 hours a week, I'm easily working 60. Okay, minimum, I'm working 60 hours a week. That's just like the minimum. On heavier weeks, I work like 80, maybe 85. But that's because it takes time. So it's not hard work. Like sitting down and like editing for 7 hours or 20 hours is like, it's grueling like any other office job would be. I think being a content creator is equivalent to being an office worker. You're working in an office, you have air conditioning, you have a break room. It's not like physical manual labor, but it is like as hard as working behind a desk. The question is, what does that even mean? And then you have to remember, OnlyFans takes a 20% cut and then you pay 20% tax. That's a generalization, but that's like a basic number, right? So then you have to like think about taxes and the paperwork and you can pay people and you do all these things. So everyone has a different relationship with easy, but this is why I don't want to compare it. Like, oh, blue collar people work so much harder than white collar people. I don't know, bro. We all work hard in different ways. And then some of us, let's be real, are making our lives harder than it needs to be. But it doesn't, you know, it always looks different for everybody. Like I said, guys, I chose the easiest path possible. I would rather work, you know, what I'm doing now than anything else. But that doesn't mean that anyone else could do this job, because if you could, you would. You know what I mean? Why are we pretending that, like, when you say something is easy, you're implying anybody could do it? Well, then do it. Do it. See, don't say that. Like, I even say this with my parents. Sometimes they'll be like, working at Walmart is easy. I was like, you go do it then. Because you would cry like a bitch. Guaranteed, if my parents had to work at Walmart, they would not survive. They haven't had to work for somebody else in 40 fucking years. Ain't no way they could handle it. Everyone wants to talk a big game about, oh, your job is easy, your job is easy, then go do it. But what you mean to say is it's easier than what I'm doing in my mind, but I won't pursue what you're doing because I want to be able to say my job is hard. How about everyone has it difficult? Everyone is working their hardest. Do you know what I mean? Just be like, yeah, life is hard. Work is hard, bro. For sure.
Do you mind me asking how much you made, say, in the first few months of being on OnlyFans?
I was really fortunate. I already had quite a large social media following. So the first month I made $25,000. And then I think within the first 6 months, I was close to $100,000.
Your modelling agency actually suggested that you start an account.
Yeah.
How did you feel about that idea when they proposed it to you?
It was a mixture of like my modelling work, and then also I was approached by an OnlyFans management company as well. So it was a combination of the two. And I was skeptical at first because I was 21 and single, and I was worried about how it might affect my romantic relationships in the future. And I was also worried about, you know, just I think what everyone's worried about, how it's going to affect your image online. I had just finished studying an opera degree, and I was fully considering doing that path as a career. But I just saw how much money people were making, and I was broke. I was a receptionist working at a job that I hated. I had just started a new relationship, and he lived in a different city to me, and I couldn't even afford to get a new car. And I just thought OnlyFans was such an incredible opportunity. And I was talking to my mum about it because she's also quite pro-sex work. And she basically said to me, this is not going to be around forever. It's totally your decision at the end of the day, but you may as well jump in and just see how it goes. And I did. I just decided to start posting what I was already getting banned on Instagram for posting on my OnlyFans. So for me, it just started out as artistic nude modelling on my OnlyFans.
There's so much free porn available on the internet. Why do you think people pay to subscribe to content like yours?
I definitely think it's not so much about the porn or the content, it's about the person that they're subscribing to. I mean, anyone can go onto Pornhub, so it's the combination of that custom content and it's coming from you as an individual.
Taylor, you were working full-time in retail when you started your OnlyFans account. How long did it take you to start earning more from OnlyFans than you were from your retail job?
Once I became public with OnlyFans, it took about 4 weeks for OnlyFans to take over my salary. And I found myself at work sort of wanting to step outside of my store and message people back and jump on the hustle and make that bit of extra money. And I just couldn't stand working full-time anymore, knowing that I had that sitting there on my phone that I could jump on and make my whole day's work in sometimes 10 minutes.
What kind of content do you post on your account?
I post everything. I do solo content, I make content with my boyfriend, and what we've been going into lately is live streams, which has been probably one of the biggest earners on my account since I've started it, is going live.
Do you do customised videos for your subscribers?
Yeah, I do. I'm pretty open to most requests. Yeah, lots of custom content.
Has there been something that someone's requested that you didn't want to do?
Only one. It was quite early on when I made my account. It was a screenshot from the subscriber's notes page on their phone. It was 8 screenshots long, and it was a mother and son fetish. And at first I was like, you know what, I'll give it a go. Let's see if I can step into this role. So he had paid for it. And then I sat on it for a couple of weeks and I was like, I can't keep this person waiting. This is getting ridiculous. Obviously, I'm not comfortable doing it. So I actually paid him his money back. And this was probably 6 months ago. He subscribed again about 2 weeks ago now, and he thanked me again for paying him back. And he said, I want to buy some content because you were just so nice all of those months ago.
Yeah, that happens. I've had that happen where when I was starting out, I would say yes. So when I first started out, I dabbled in customs, and I never felt very comfortable going through with like 99% of them. The only customs I ended up ever really doing were like try on customs or try on hauls or something like that, And then I decided not to do it at all. I was like, I'm not going to do this. And you know, I definitely could make a lot more money if I did customs, but I just don't, my heart's not in it. You know, I don't feel good, especially it was after I got a custom from a guy who was mad at me. And I realized like, oh, they want to feel like they can control me. And I didn't like that. The same way that I'm not the kind of streamer that does stuff for the audience. Like, okay, chat, if we get here, I'll do this. Like, that's fine. But I don't want to be the kind of content creator that's like, show your boobs or jump up and down or do jump rope. Like, so we can objectify you. Like, I realized, oh, I don't like this feeling. It feels icky. It feels bad. So yeah, I think what's really interesting about the industry is you get to do what you're comfortable with. And not everybody, I also think, I really think, like, I still think to this day, I could have been a great sexter. I could have been a great sexter, photos and everything. Like, I could have been great at like sending photos and sexting people and talking to them and being like their chat buddy. Oh my God, I think I could have been so good at it. But like, not in this lifetime, girlies, not in this one, but I could have been great at it. Like a monthly price of like unlimited text messages and replies on a monthly basis for like, $1,000. Oh yeah, I could have killed that. I could have done like 5 people and just carried it. But yeah. Chad says, you're a yapper, girl. I'm a yapper. Oh my God. I would be like, what are your hobbies? And then I would have really learned but the problem is like, I think because I'm Brittany Simon, it would have created too of a dangerous parasocial relationship with those people. And then they would have started to thought they were my friend, or they would start to think that they were my friend. And then they would start to think that maybe we're actually like closer than we are. And then that would have made them feel really close to me. And then they jump off OnlyFans to come to YouTube and be like, oh, Brittany Simon and we talk all month, but like I'm working, but in their head, you know what I'm saying? If I was more of an anonymous sex worker or more of a not Brittany Simon, like if I was not a YouTuber and I was just a sex worker, I think it would have been easier and safer. But I think because I'm Brittany Simon, I especially can't have that sex work relationship with people. Yeah, I think that's what it is.
And came back.
I started my nursing career when the pandemic really hit Australia. I am in my mid-20s and I have been a registered nurse for 3 years. I started an OnlyFans account around the time when I actually first started nursing. Around early March, nurses received an email in regards to OnlyFans from the Nursing and Midwifery Council, basically saying that they didn't like that nurses were engaging in that type of work. The Nursing and Midwifery Board may consider social media use in your private life, even where there is no identifiable link to you as a registered health practitioner, if it raises concerns about your fitness to hold a registration. When I saw that email, it was honestly very upsetting to see that something like an OnlyFans account could potentially derail your career. With the nursing world, everyone's burnt out, everyone's stressed out. We have the wage cap, lots of nurses feel unsupported. OnlyFans just gives me more money that I can do whatever I want with. So if someone at work found out about my OnlyFans account, I could probably lose my job.
I hope they don't wear these scrubs at work because that's identifiable. Her voice is really identifiable. Like, I hope they did enough to mask her voice.
I could lose reputation, which is really a sad thing to think about.
It is sad.
When I post, I don't show my face. I don't show any noticeable markings or tattoos on my body. I am definitely very private about these things. I don't think I would make a career on OnlyFans. I'm so focused on what I want to do with my future in nursing. In my opinion, the Nursing and Midwifery Council of New South Wales sending that email, I don't think it will necessarily change a lot of things. For some people, the only option that they have is to actually sell their bodies and to sell explicit content to actually make a living. I'm not hurting anyone.
Hey, I hope that's not her real phone cover either. Yeah, Chad, I hope it's an actor too. Because like that phone cover is really recognizable.
The Nursing and Midwifery Council of New South Wales says it aims to reinforce professional standards, including how inappropriate conduct on social media can lead to complaints of professional misconduct.
Ew.
Annie, you started your OnlyFans account in 2020 while you were working in marketing. Did you think it might jeopardise your day job?
Yes, that was definitely my number one concern when I first started my account. And the last thing I wanted...
Wait, Discord said, did you hear about the OF guy who got backlash for making OF content while at his job as a kindergarten teacher? No kids were involved, but it was interesting discourse. I saw it briefly. I forgot to cover it on stream. Yeah, I think that's really highly inappropriate. I think it's really inappropriate to, if you're a teacher, if you work with kids, it's not the working with kids, it's even just being a professional. What about the OF guy who was making porn in the government office? You know what I mean? Like, it's so inappropriate. It's just the risking of it, just to be caught, just to be filmed. But wasn't there a guy who was doing it on the Capitol? Wasn't there also that? People gotta learn boundaries, bro. You have got to just fucking use your brain. This is so stupid, bro. It's like any job, any recording. Heck, honestly, if he was filming TikToks in the bathroom, I'd be like, bro, focus. Y'all got focus. Lock in. That was crazy. People are crazy, bro. He never apologized either. Crazier. Nah, he can't work with kids, bro. Banned.
To do was to get fired if someone found my OnlyFans.
Did those fears eventuate?
Yes. A few years later, they did. Yeah, and I got fired from one of my jobs.
Damn.
What happened there?
I had just started a new job. I was on day 5, and I actually went home sick that day, and I received an email saying termination of contract. And I was shocked. I didn't know what was going on. And I read the email and quickly saw screenshots of my OnlyFans on the email.
Oh my
and
God.
a list of 3 reasons why I was fired, basically.
What reasons did they give for your dismissal?
They said that I falsely advised that I had a side business. They said that I didn't ask permission from the company to run a side business.
What?
And they said that
Some companies do have those clauses in their contract. I hate that.
had online pornographic images of myself and crude language.
Oh,
and
brother.
apparently that was against company rules.
Did you just accept that ruling?
I did, only because by day 5 I hated the job so much that I wasn't going to fight the ruling. But I was definitely very upset and very angry at the decision.
Gary, you advise employees about unfair dismissal, sexual harassment and also workplace discrimination. What do you make of Annie's experience?
Well, it is a stretch. Are companies taking a legal view, or are they really, the owner, taking a moral view? It's in this new era of what we have with respect at work, where companies have to take positive steps towards eradicating sexual harassment in the workplace. Now, companies have already got policies, already got training. What else can they do? So females got an OnlyFans account. Maybe the company doesn't so much care about that. But what they do care about is now males going to join that female employee's OnlyFans account. Are they going to pass it around the workplace? Will this lead into a complaint from that female? And it's easier to be proactive, terminate the female, so we don't get that to that point and we don't get that problem.
So workplaces might be inclined to fire someone who has that OnlyFans account in order to prevent sexual harassment from a colleague.
Correct. There's a positive duty under the Respect at Work Act.
Have you had cases where someone has been dismissed for having an OnlyFans account?
We have. It's starting to flow through, but what companies are doing is wanting to get rid of people very early so they don't get access to the unfair dismissal laws.
The New South Wales Council of Nursing and Midwifery has warned nurses about posting on OnlyFans. Do you think that's fair?
Well, no, I don't. What you do in your own time, the argument is it's your own business. But what perhaps the board is considering, as you're a health professional, is you've got to maintain the trust and confidence of your employer. You're a nurse, you're a responsible position, and maybe you're bringing that into disrepute. That would be their argument. But both can coexist. What you do after hours, it should be fair. The way I put it to people, it's like the new Uber. You can go on, you can register, and you can go out and make some money. Well, it's
Let's
lawful.
go.
That's where it should be.
Amy, you're 21. You started your OnlyFans account 6 months ago.
Yeah.
Why?
So I was actually working 4 to 5 days a week at a retail job. I didn't love it, but I didn't hate it either. And I'm also doing full-time uni, so I was struggling balancing both. I live out of home, so it was living paycheck to paycheck, and I thought this could just earn me a couple extra $100 a week, and then quickly it turned into way more than that.
When did this become a job as opposed to a side hustle?
Yeah, so my first 24 hours to 48 hours of my account, I made more than I did in a month.
Would you guys miss me if I went full-time on OLF and I ditched YouTube? I'd miss you so much. That's the thing. It's like, in order for me to go full-time on OF, I would have to quit YouTube. I couldn't do both. Like, I would miss you. I would miss this. I couldn't. I miss you. I miss you already thinking about it. I'm all alone with nothing but my vibrator. Oh no, I'll miss you. No, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't. I need stimulating conversation through the day. But it would take me, Great, don't you dare. I'm not going to do it. But like, I would be so sad. But I would need full time to do it. For real, it would be a full-time job. No, I'd miss you. I'd miss you. Chesses, would you philosophical OF? Honestly, probably not. I think I would still do the work that I'm doing, but I would maybe like make more movies, or I would post more on Instagram. My whole Instagram or my whole social media presence would only be OF stuff. Do you know what I'm saying? Maybe I'd masturbate while reading a philosophical text. Tao Te Ching, but with a vibrator, which has actually been done before. There's an infamous sex worker who actually did that. Her name is escaping me at the moment. Yeah, no, I couldn't do it. But you really it really needs to be full time, you know, to make the money they're making. Remember that. Like, you need to be really working to make that money.
At my retail job, and I thought that I could be making way more money by pursuing it rather than going and working 4 or 5 days a week when I could be marketing or creating more content, things like that. So yeah, that's when I quit my job a month in.
What were your career plans before that?
Yes, I'm studying a Bachelor of Medical Science, majoring in anatomy and physiology, and my career goals were always to finish this degree and get into medicine.
So is that still your goal, or is it on hold at the moment?
I'm still going to finish my degree and apply for medicine, but I also want to pursue OnlyFans for as long as I can. So it's kind of my backup option now.
Do you think there might be any other things you won't be able to do in future now because of the online sex work?
I hope that by the time I finish my degree and maybe go on and do another one, things have changed and it's normalised a little bit more, because there's so many girls on there and males as well that it's going to be normalised later on because so.
And how good would it be to also make people understand through representation that, like, I think that's the difference, is like there needs to be a point in which OnlyFans, okay, we have to get to the point where like survival McDonald's isn't a reality, because it's not. Like, you never think about getting your 9 to 5 as like survival sex work. Survival sex work is a specific stigma because it comes with a specific danger, right? Like, everyone has to work a job so they can pay their bills. Like, you being at Walmart isn't like you know what I mean? It's not the same thing. Your life isn't at risk. You know what I mean? You're not gonna get arrested. You're not like, your life's not at risk. But like, that's the problem, is OnlyFans has to be this thing. Sex work has to be this thing that isn't, that the problem is like, it always will be because of sex trafficking and like the perversion and like the money of it all. Ugh, humans are gross. Humans are the worst. Yeah, I get exhausted when I think of the sex trafficking aspect of everything. I just get so exhausted at the idea that somebody could feel so dehumanized that they, regardless of their job, are exploited through their work. Like, exploitation is really the problem here, fundamentally, no matter the industry. Like, we really got to do something about that, you know?
Many people have done it. It's kind of hard to discriminate against them now.
Priscilla, you were studying law before your OnlyFans took off. Do you still feel the same way about the law?
I definitely do, and I feel like now that OnlyFans is definitely getting popular, it's a need for, I guess, a legal system to be, I guess, made for that, and that's a heavy reason why I would definitely go back into it.
Georgia, what sort of content do you share?
It started off with just artistic nude content, because I was doing a lot of artistic nude modelling beforehand, and then COVID happened. And my partner and I actually decided to make more pornographic content together, just because we owned gyms at that point and all the gyms had shut down during COVID. We went, okay, well, we need to kind of increase our income a bit here. So we then made boy-girl content for 6 months or so.
Did making content with your partner affect your relationship?
Yeah, it did. It kind of made our sex life become work.
Yeah.
And we weren't...
That's really, really common.
Really having sex because we wanted to have sex. We were like, oh, we need to film more content. So it kind of became a bit of a chore. And so it was definitely affecting our sex life in a negative way. And mentally, I know that my partner was just not really wanting to do that because he had other career and business goals and he's a very driven person. So it was definitely affecting his mental health, but also mine as well, because I realized that the money that we were making wasn't really worth it, because I was crossing boundaries that I had in place for myself to make more money. And I was just kind of feeling really like bad about myself afterwards, because I knew it wasn't what I wanted to be known for.
What boundaries have you now established around what you are and what you aren't willing to do online?
My current boundaries mainly is I just don't show below the waist. I don't film any sort of boy-girl content anymore. I'll do collabs with other women, you know, making out with other women and things like that. And I'll make more sexual content, like masturbation kind of videos, but usually I'm wearing underwear, so it's just over the top.
Okay, valid.
How does your partner feel about being on OnlyFans now?
He would definitely never come back to doing it, and he definitely, I wouldn't say he regrets doing it, because it definitely served a purpose, and we learned a lot as a couple about us and our boundaries. But he's definitely not the biggest fan of doing it for himself, but he is a big supporter of me doing it, as long as it makes me happy.
Was there a point where you felt pressure that you should be doing more?
There was definitely a massive increase in income when we started doing the more sexual content. And I think I felt pressured by the subscribers a little bit, because I was obviously attracting more subscribers who were into the more sexual content, because that was what I was, again, advertising. So I was always getting asked, you know, come on, show like my vagina and things like that, and getting pressured and then getting abused a little bit by subscribers when I said that I didn't do that.
Priscilla, how about you? Have you felt pressure?
Ban them. ban anybody who feels entitled. Banned. I did get a request the other day that honestly was crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, how did you find my stuff? Because there's no way you thought I would do this. But at the same time, like, they were really respectful. But it was like, why did you ask me this? I feel bad. It felt like he was so well-mannered in the chat. But it made me sad because it felt like internalized racism. And I was like, no. So I had this guy slide into my DMs and OnlyFans and just ask if I do a custom, if I do race play. And I was like, oh, Habibi, no. And I was like, no, I don't do customs and I don't do anything in relation to race play especially. And they were like, okay, thank you. And I was like, okay, but like, you shouldn't, like, maybe we should deconstruct this fetish kink we have. And like, maybe this isn't what you want for yourself. And like, you know, and like, you deserve better than this kink. You know what I mean? Like, you deserve better than this. Discord said, did he ask you to call him the N-word? No, he didn't even tell me the details. But I was just like, based off his icon, he was brown and black. And I was like, no. I just feel bad because I was like, man, this needs to be deconstructed. You know? Like, yeah, sometimes people's kinks make me sad. You know what I mean? Sometimes I get sad for them. Jet said, do you ever have people in your YouTube chat that are also subscribed to OF? Yeah, for sure. Definitely. There's a small overlap. Yeah, definitely. I don't know how much of an overlap it is, but there is an overlap where people will DM me and say, hey, Britt, saw you make this video the other day. Totally loved it. Like on YouTube, love this video you made on YouTube. And I was like, oh, thanks, bro. And then it's like, also love the recent PPV you posted. And I was like, dope. So yeah, I do. Yeah, there is an overlap for sure. Chet says, I'm sorry if I missed this when it was talked about, but is Brittany thinking about covering the whole deal with the woman who fell in love with her psychiatrist? Yeah, I'm not going to cover that. I don't feel comfortable covering it. I'm not going to do it. I don't like covering people who feel like they're in active psychosis usually. Sometimes I'll do it on occasion, but I really didn't like watching her videos even a little bit. You know, even a little bit just made me so uncomfortable. And I don't like feeling that uncomfortable about people really going through a mental health crisis. And it just felt really weird, you know? All right, back to the video.
There are times where I feel like I am pressured to push boundaries, but there are also times where I actually don't have any boundaries that sometimes.
Okay, I will just say this. The difference is like, I never feel pressured to push boundaries. And because my PDA is like honestly, I think the universe for my PDA sometimes, because it really stops me from doing stuff I don't want to do. But, do you know what I mean? Like, when people make a demand of me, I'm like, oh, like you couldn't even tempt me with money because it offends me. Tempting with me with money is so offensive to me. I get so mad. Like when people are like, hey, this guy, oh my God, this guy hit me up and he was like, hey, Britt, I give girls an allowance and I'd love to give you an allowance. I want to give you $500 a week. But here's all the things I want or whatever. And I was like, you think you can buy me for $500 a week? I was like so upset. I was like, that's so offensive. And I was, you know, it was like a full-time gig. I was like, girl. And then I was, you know, I get like mad and I'm like, sir, please, $500 a week.
Sometimes when they push me, then I create them. So yeah, if they weren't pushed.
By the way, if you're another kind of sex worker and $500 a week could be great. Okay, I'm not saying you're not worth $500 a week, but I'm saying it's the entitlement I don't like from these people. And if you do that kind of sex work, I'm not judging you. You get your bag, girl. You get your bag.
Me, I would have no boundaries to create. So
have you ever had your...
Let me rewind that. I missed it.
To push boundaries, but there are also times where I actually don't have any boundaries that sometimes when they push me, then I create them. So yeah.
Now, okay, hold on, pause. If I was working as a full-time sex worker and I wasn't Brittany Simon, I would take $500 a week to do like unlimited texting. But not $500 a week to be like available, doing phone calls, being available at your beck and call. Like, girl, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? But look, again, if you're a sex worker and you're running a business, $500 a week is fire. It just, you know what I mean? Like, I just want to make that abundantly clear. My attitude is because I'm Brittany Simon, the YouTuber. You have to understand, because I'm Brittany Simon, the YouTuber, offering me money as Brittany Simon, the YouTuber is a different game. If I was just a sex worker and this was my business, you would be one of 5 clients I would have that would all be giving me $500 a week. So it'd be different, Remember that the way you run your business is different based off who you are, right? So I already made this my main business, which means this has to be the dictator of how I show up on sex work. Sex work can't be the dictator of how I show up on stream. Now, if I was a full-time sex worker, like then it would be, yes, my reputation is my business. So if I, Brittany Simon, was letting a man boss me around for $500 a week, well, you know what I mean? First, it's not what I would do, because obviously I would have done it. But two, then it would be like YouTuber Brittany Simon. Oh, you want to punish Brittany Simon? Destiny's Reddit would be like, oh my God, Brittany Simon, $500. Like, let's go fucking abuse her. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not doing that. You know what I mean? Like the engagement is different. But that's why I say in a different universe, I just would have been a sex worker. In a different universe, I also would have been a nun, but here we are.
They weren't pushing me, I would have no boundaries to create. So,
have you ever had your content copied and shared elsewhere?
Yes, I have.
What happened with that?
So it was all posted over social media. It was a video had been like taken a screenshot of, and that was all that was posted on social media. So it was actually manipulated, and obviously not the full story was there.
Georgia, has your content ever been copied and leaked?
Hundreds of times. I actually had it posted on Pornhub at one point and had to get a legal team involved for that. But the biggest one was someone sent it to my mum.
Oh.
So this was back when my partner and I were doing more of the sexual content, and they fully screen recorded the whole thing, sent it to my mum, and basically said, "Are you proud of your whore daughter?" Oh. Luckily, my mum and I are very close, and she's very supportive, and she's always been a big advocate for sex work. So now I pay an external company to basically monitor and take down any leaked content that they see.
Tegan, you've studied how the media reports on OnlyFans. What's the coverage generally like? What's the tone?
I would say it's overwhelmingly positive, the reporting of specifically OnlyFans in Australian media. You see the stories about women earning thousands of dollars a day. It's seen as a kind of quick and easy, yes, cheeky side hustle.
What are some of the harms that can exist?
I think there are a range of harms, from like the kind of content leaking, the personal impacts on self-esteem, and there's also concerns around coercion and exploitation. So when we're seeing, you know, so many young women, it's primarily young women, going to turn to OnlyFans for financial pressure, and whether if that's, you know, a choice between paying rent and eating or not, is that really a choice? It's women being sexually objectified for men. And
I'm really gonna struggle with this argument every time I hear it. All of us have to go to work and do jobs we don't want to do to eat, to some extent. The question is, are you able to treat sex work the way you would treat any other industry? And if you cannot, then you can't do it. The same way that I assume if a man was starving and he wanted to join a construction, you know how guys in construction make a lot of money? I have a brother who dropped out of high school and he's a construction worker. He makes like 80 fucking K a year, maybe more. Okay. Right. He does it because it's easy and accessible, and it doesn't, it doesn't force him to go work and get a higher education or finish his high school diploma. Like, he chose an easier route, right? Like, he makes a lot of money. He gets his beer money on the weekends, and it didn't require him to get a higher education. That's a decision he made. I wish he had pursued a higher education and like decided to get his high school diploma or GED or something, but here we are. Okay. So like, there's all that, right? When I think about him and I think about the fact that like, yeah, to eat, he has to go to fucking work. He has to like call his boss and be like, "Do you have a job for me?" He goes and does work. I'm not sitting here and calling him a survival construction worker. Okay, even though his body is being impacted, even though he's being used for manual labor, even though his body is being objectified, like, I don't look at him and think he's a survival construction worker. I don't like this. I think it adds to the stigma, acting like OnlyFans, choosing to do OnlyFans or eat is like, I don't know. It just feels so different to me than an actual survival sex work situation where it's like, I don't know. Like, I don't like it. So Chad says something, Ginny. Misogyny. It's just, I don't like the narrative, and I think it adds to the stigma. And I think, like, listen, if you're a uni and you need money, obviously there are more options than OnlyFans. I don't know why you're choosing it and feeling like you're the victim. It doesn't make any sense. You're in a position of privilege. You're at uni. You're literally at university. That alone is the position of privilege. It's something like that. I don't know. This narrative needs to be, we need to like make sure we're talking about the difference between sex workers and people who don't want to get a job at Walmart or a coffee shop. You know what I mean?
Men really hold the power in this setup because they're the ones that are paying and can kind of choose.
They only hold the power because you don't understand how to market yourself in a different way. They hold the power to an extent the same way your customer holds the power about not shopping at Amazon. But see how Amazon still wins? You guys got to be like Amazon, because you hold the power as the customer, and yet you let Amazon win every time. If you're going to be a sex worker, you run your business like Jeff Bezos. Isn't that interesting that when it comes to sex work, the customer is in charge, but when it comes to Amazon, all of a sudden he's in charge? Interesting. Interesting.
To pay or stop payments, whether their demands are met or not. So what is this doing when we're thinking about gender equality more broadly? And I also think there are questions around kind of the sex industry as an economic safety net for primarily women, and whether the state has more of a role to play there.
Tilly, do you feel like sex work exploits women?
I think women are exploited by society generally and sexualized. I think the sex industry, I think especially in-person sex work, it's an industry that a lot of women enter who don't have more traditional routes to financial stability. So you get a lot of migrant women. You wouldn't know it looking at this room because we're mainly white, but in the sex industry, you get a lot of migrant women, you get a lot of women of colour, you get a lot of queer women, you get a lot of trans women. You're basically getting people who are disenfranchised from usual workplaces. And sometimes the only thing that someone has left to work with is their body. I think the nature of work...
Now that is a fucking conversation. Exactly. Exactly. We are in a position of privilege in this room right now. This is a privileged room. These are not survival sex workers. These are privileged fucking people with educations and access. Exactly. When you're in a position where the only way you can do labor is illegally under the table or around, that's the conversation about survival sex work. Exactly.
Itself can be exploitative, across any industry. I think it's a really complicated.
By the way, Discord said this scares me doing online content. Someone finds you and doxes you. Can I just say this? Because it reminded me, your comment inspired me. Somebody asked me one time, like, are you worried that someone's going to send your stuff to your parents? I think it's bullshit that my parents have the audacity to be more horrified over seeing a video of me masturbating than the fact that I have to live with the fact that my parents are bigoted. Okay? I think it's bullshit that I have to live in a world where my parents can be transphobic, homophobic, and colorist, but I can't sit there and be horrified about them, but they can sit there and be horrified at that my pussy is out? Bullshit. Bullshit.
I think also when women are choosing to profit off their sexuality, when women are constantly sexualized anyway, it's like, who are we to turn around and say, no, you can't do that? I know for me personally, like sex work got me out of poverty, and I know for a lot of women that's the same.
Taylor, you found out something pretty shocking about the identity of one of your subscribers.
Oh.
What happened?
Oh my God, this is the conversation. Hold on, Chet said discussions we keep having in my grad classes is how do we get people en masse to start understanding how much of a failure the system is? I keep thinking about Brittany and the Bubbles. Girl, who knows, girl? It's hard to say, girl. The same way we do it, anything. Keep talking about it. Keep bringing it up. Keep making people aware. Keep giving. Did you see the chatter in my chat? Oh my God, bro. This man came to my chat the other day and said, Brittany, you're being very vague. What do men have to do to not be misogynistic? Da, 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 da. And I screenshot it and sent it to my Discord. Yes, we do that. And I was like, bro, what is this, bro? And it was like, I don't want to be one of those guys. And then somebody in my community replied back to them, very sassy. We loved it. And it was funny because this guy's like, I don't get it though. And I was like, I know you don't get it, bro. That's the problem. We're going to keep making fun of you, but also in a nice way. But also you can't keep leaving comments about how I suck at my job because you don't understand me. You know what I mean? Because sometimes we have to understand, we have to get this. If you don't understand me, even if you've been watching me for a long time, that's valid. But then ask and I'll explain it. But you can't come on my channel and lecture me about how I'm too vague when I'm saying stuff that in my bubble is so obviously 101. The issue is we have to keep talking about it to get people to start talking about it, to start bringing up start getting their brain to work. And maybe eventually they'll pick up on a couple of things. Like this, we just watched this whole fucking lesbian conversation happen. The girl is queer herself or says she isn't. She can't even understand the words her community is using. It's like we have got to understand that the world doesn't revolve around us and our way of speaking. So when we're confused, we should ask, how do I become less confused? How do I become less confused? What do I have to do to understand the disconnect here? But people don't want to know why people are miscommunicating. I really try to explain it. Like, do you remember that time? Oh my God. Do you remember that time we were talking about police brutality and we were talking about how cops are terrorists? And then a YouTuber came into my chat. They're like, Brittany, Cops are not terrorists. So I was like, what? I was like, get out of my chat, bro. This is above your pay grade. And like, that's the problem. How can we as liberation movements or people interested in liberation begin to even have the conversation with people that are like, policing isn't a terrorist organization? It's like, girl, yes, they are. Like, they are literally like the origin of policing, the way that it's made to be. Like, the world doesn't revolve around the way you were raised, guys. The world doesn't, like, you didn't just fall out of a coconut tree. Okay? Okay? Chet says, all I know is my professors are telling us in academic writing we have to make our language as accessible as possible so that more people can understand the arguments. I don't know. I don't want to change people's minds. I want to give people an opportunity to make the decision to change their mind. And I think that's the way that I approach the work. It doesn't matter what I want. What matters is that I do my job of giving people the option. So when they're ready, they have the tool to do something different. You know? I think when we worry about changing people's minds, we forget that like people have to make the decision to change their mind. And that's really the problem. Why don't people want to grow? Why don't people want to change their mind? You know, why don't people want to be different? That's the hard part for me, is like, you really are just like an animal evolved over time, huh? You know? Just as YouTube rolled out a new hype feature, you can hype videos from creators, I think under 500K to push their content out. Guys, do that, please. 3 times free a month. If that creator, they can have it turned on. Guys, do it. Hype me up, bro. YouTube put out a new thing. Apparently Twitch and other platforms have been doing stuff like that. Hype me up, guys. Spread my channel. Spread it like herpes all over the internet. Let's go. Everyone needs to catch it. Everyone needs to catch it. Let's go. Spread it around like those legs. Spread it around like vegan butter on toast. Spread it around. Get everybody infected with a homosexual. Yes, Brittany, you need to keep mentioning this. What? The spreading the herpes? Spread it. Spread. Clipped. I'm going to get clipped. Brittany's the herpes of YouTube. Let's go. STD, Simon transmitted disease. It's over, guys. It's over. There goes the whole brand. Okay. Let's go. No, the hype silly. Yeah, that too. Hype. Ted says, bro, I just realized I've been watching this channel for almost 4 years. I first saw you a couple of Evie Lupine videos. Things have changed so much. Times move fast. Proud of you, Brittany. Thank you. Times have moved fast. Wow. Time flies. Time flies when you're having gay. Okay.
I did. So about 2 months into me having my OnlyFans account, I had this subscriber almost since the beginning. He had spent around 2,000 Australian dollars, bought every single thing that I sent him. We chatted every day on there, and he had a very specific username.
Wait. Oh, this is it. Let's go back.
What happened?
I did. So about 2 months.
Hold on. Listen.
You know, and I know for a lot of women that's the same.
Taylor, you found out something pretty shocking about the identity of one of your subscribers. What happened?
I did. So about 2 months into me having my OnlyFans account, I had this subscriber almost since the beginning. He had spent around 2,000 Australian dollars, bought every single thing that I sent him. We chatted every day on there, and he had a very specific username that was not a automatically generated one or anything like that. And an account with the same username had viewed my TikTok profile when I could see who was viewing it at the time. And yes, I had the exact same username, and it said from your contacts. And my heart just sank into my stomach, and I was like, I don't have that many phone numbers in my phone. I know who this person is, and he has spent this much money on my account, seen everything. And I just sort of went into super detective mode, and I said, I need to find out who this is. I went through all of the contacts in my phone. I crossed out anybody who had a established TikTok account and crossed out the people that said invite to TikTok, and I was left with 6 names. It was a couple of guys from school, one girl from school, someone's mum, and my stepdad. And I had just thought, okay, it could be those guys, but I feel like they would have told me, like they always message me happy birthday. It's not going to be them. It's not going to be my girlfriend. It's not going to be this mother. It has to be my stepdad.
Wow.
So I went out on a limb and messaged the account on OnlyFans, and I said, I know who this is. And he responded saying, who? ? Babe, you don't know. And I then hit back pretty quickly and I said, you need to tell her before my sister and I do. And with
her being your mum?
Yeah, being my mum. And within 2 minutes, I got a text message from my stepdad saying, Tay, you're free to talk.
Wow.
well, you know, what are we going to do without all these men? These strong, beautiful men who broke their backs building this country brick by brick. OnlyFans subscriptions. Buy OnlyFans subscriptions. Damn, I'm sad, bro. That makes me depressed.
Wow. So it was him.
It was him.
Damn.
How did you feel when you realised your stepdad was your top subscriber?
Top subscriber?
I think I went into a complete state of shock, and I probably was that way for about a week, I think. I had messaged my younger sister who...
I would literally put on my clothes and never get naked again. No, I'm just exaggerating, but also I'd be so upset. I would be so annoyed. I would be so fucking annoyed. I would be, the way I would go so in, bro. Good thing I don't have a stepdad.
was living in the house with him. I still lived there at the time, but just spent a lot of time at my boyfriend's house. I messaged her and I said, he is subscribed to my account and he spent this much money. And everybody was kind of in disbelief. And my sister said, we need to tell mum. So I had a group FaceTime call with both of my sisters and my mum. There was 4 of us sitting there. I told her and she just went.
By the way, I don't care if this guy had been in her life when she was a kid or if he met her 2 years ago. Boundaries, people. Boundaries. I don't even care if it wasn't even her stepdad, even if it was her mom's boyfriend. Heck, if it was her sister's boyfriend. Boundaries, people. Boundaries.
Completely silent, which is very rare for my mum. And he kept messaging saying, please talk to me before you talk to your mum. I'm on the way home. Like, just let me deal with her. I think he kind of wanted to sweep it under the rug. I was already on the phone with my sisters and my mum while this was all happening. And my mum just said so calmly, she said, okay, he wants to speak to you and I want to hear the whole conversation. So I ended up calling him from a private number and my mum listened to the whole thing while I was still in shock.
Wow.
Yeah.
What did your mum do after she heard that conversation?
When this all happened, he was on the way home from work and as soon as he walked in the door, I think mum sort of gave him a bit of a mouthful and he packed his bags and left that day.
How long had they been together?
12 years.
12 years.
Yeah.
Oof. Girl. 12 years, girl.
Do you mind me asking what kind of content your stepdad had been requesting of you?
Yeah, so he
Oh my God.
had bought boy-girl content with my partner, but he specifically requested things like photos of my underwear every single day because I was still working full-time at the time. I had just dropped down to a casual role at my retail job. So he was requesting to see what underwear I was wearing every day, little video.
I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry.
And when I was staying back at home with him and my mum, he was asking for me to film in particular rooms of the house, saying, don't film in the bathroom. I like it better when you're on your bed or on the carpet. And he was working from home a lot of the time when I wasn't there after this had been filmed.
Did this affect your relationship with your mum and your family?
Yes. For the first couple of weeks, he was very much so the bad guy, but he sort of then went silent on everybody, or people went silent on him. Both of my sisters work full-time, so she didn't really have anybody around to take it out on because he wasn't there, and she very quickly turned on me. And it all became my fault. It became OnlyFans' fault. I was enemy number 1 to my family for a few months.
That must have been hard.
Yeah.
Jesus.
How are things now?
A lot better. My mum has since moved on. I feel like we've all sort of started to rebuild our relationships a little bit. He's completely out of the picture and nobody hears from him. Nobody knows where he is.
How do you feel about it all now?
I feel okay. I still am a little bit nervous as to how I would be if I ever saw him in public, but I feel okay. I just feel very grateful that I've been able to rebuild that relationship with my mum and my sisters mostly.
I am so, I feel really gross. I feel like I do feel very emotional. Like I feel very like I want to cry for her. What a huge consent violation. You think you're working, you think you're talking to a stranger, and somebody you know, what a huge violation. This is what it must have felt like. Who was it? Was it Pokimane? Who are the girls that guy, Atrioc or whatever, was their alleged friend, but was watching their deepfake porn? Cutie Cinderella. Wasn't it Cutie and Pokimane? What a violation to think you can trust somebody. I think about this all the time. Like, if I found out certain people in my life were subscribed to my OnlyFans, like, it would be a huge issue. Like, it wouldn't just be casual. It would be a huge deal. Yeah, it was Cutie, right? I thought it was multiple people, but if it was even so, like, how devastating is that to think you can trust this person respects you, they have good boundaries, you know? Yeah, what a devastating experience. What a multi-level violation of consent. Asking her, like, treating her like that's the problem. She was running a business and he infiltrated that business in a way that was so inappropriate, right? Yeah, that's so awful. Honestly, if I was going to be real, it would be a violation of trust. If my partner came out of my stream and donated and I thought they were a regular chatter, and then they told me, hey, for the last 6 months, I've been donating to your stream and you've been talking to me on YouTube like a chatter, but it's actually been me, I'd be like, wait, that's like a huge deal. Why would you do that? If my own sibling was like, oh, hey, Bray, I've been donating for months, I'd be like, so you've been coming into my job, deceiving me and having me interact with you as a stranger, but and that's YouTube. That's not even sexual. It's the violation of it all, guys. It's like you're trying to make a fool of somebody. Like, why are you trying to make a fool of somebody? Do you know what I mean? Oh, gross. It's gross. The deception. The deception. It's so gross. All right, back to the video.
Is being an OnlyFans creator safer than being a sex worker who sees clients in person?
Safety can mean different things. So if you're talking about, for example, the danger that comes when a woman meets up with any strange man alone, like, that's obviously more of an issue with in-person sex work. It's also an issue with dating as well. But if you're talking about something like privacy, which is also like a huge aspect of safety, like we've just heard about people having like their videos leaked. Working in a brothel, women can do that for many years without other people in their life knowing about it. Because you can show up to work, you're under alias, no one sees your face except for the clients. So there is a degree of privacy that happens there that doesn't happen on a website where you have to sign up with an ID. And there have been websites that have had their database of IDs leaked.
Yeah.
That's happened in the past, could happen again. I think another aspect that, I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name. Taylor. That Taylor's story just really illuminated is you don't really know who your clients are, which is something very different with in-person sex work. Like at the brothel, you're seeing a little video of the client. You see if he looks familiar to you before you go in and have a look. You might peek behind the curtains first. You can refuse to even intro someone if you think they might be someone that you know. And, you know, there's girls who refuse to intro whole suburbs of people, you know. And you can, of course, refuse to have a booking with them. But when it's online and there's all these people purchasing your content, especially if you have like hundreds of subscribers, you don't really know who's viewing your content. You don't know who's viewing it, if it's being stolen and taken to other people. So I think they are huge aspects of safety.
Dane, until 2020, you'd been subscribing to online porn for many years. How often were you watching?
Towards the end of that period, quite often it would be every day. It was something that I guess I used to deal with stress at work, perhaps, and perhaps a bit of disconnection in my personal life.
I feel like watching porn once a day kind of makes sense though, right? Don't you masturbate once a day? Not that you have to, okay? Like you don't have to masturbate every day, but like if you're masturbating every day, watching porn every day doesn't feel like that big of a deal to me. But then, you know, you don't always need porn or you don't even have to masturbate. Yeah, that's interesting to me how every day for some people is like too much, but then for other people isn't. I guess it really depends on you as a person.
Saw a lot of people in a day, but wasn't really close to many of them. And there was perhaps an hour or two in the evening I could sort of when I was on my own, I could let my hair down and do my own thing, so to speak. And I'd say I lost control of it, really. And I think this was quite late in my issue. And what I noticed was once I went to $5, I went to $20 and $100 almost straight away.
How easy was it to do that?
Very easy. This was all happening on a smartphone. It's very easy to spend a lot of money very quickly. I think I'd even got to the point where the pa-ping sound from the iPhone sort of almost gave me a rush on its own in the anticipation of something. So yeah, I think it was you know, not long after that I had to admit I had a problem. What
prompted you to stop subscribing?
I kind of had a midlife crisis. My relationship broke down. I left home and I had to admit that this thing had encroached on the other areas of my life to the point where it became unmanageable.
Okay. That's good for him to admit, and it can happen to people.
Would you say you were addicted?
I would now. I didn't then. Like a lot of scientists and so on, I thought sex addiction was rubbish, an excuse people made to excuse their bad behaviour. And I think I probably, while I wasn't admitting to it to myself, that's probably what I thought about myself. I thought that I was just making bad decisions and there was nothing really wrong. And therefore there was no way to get help. It wasn't until I made a decision to stop.
That's one of the reasons why I do think sex addiction should be normalized, in the sense that people should seek help for it. Because I do think some people are spiraling into addiction, gambling, it's habit building. Maybe the word addiction isn't correct, but you are suffering from your habits. Your habits are killing you. And people might not feel a need to get help if it's just called a habit. Oh, you have a bad habit. No, homie. Your habit is killing you. Your ritual is killing you. You need to get help to stop yourself from doing this habit,
To go cold turkey on the smartphone entirely, actually. I went and used a dumb phone and downgraded that. I experienced something resembling withdrawal. And I thought, hang on a minute.
You're a member of a recovery group. What does that involve?
It turns out there's recovery groups like AA for a variety of addictions. I now do service for one of these groups. I sometimes greet new members, and there's a lot of people coming in with pornography or related addictions.
I think the issue is because my brother does, he used to do a community work for men with addiction to porn. The dilemma is that he does a Catholic group, which means that they teach the message that porn is inherently bad, or porn is inherently engaging in porn is sinful, but you're not a bad person. It's like, it's lust, it's temptation. So it's nice that men have the support, but I hate that the support comes at the expense of the sex workers. You know what I'm saying? So I struggle, I guess, when religious people in particular start support groups, because I feel like they're going to stigmatize the thing. It's the same thing with addiction through religious communities. They're going to stigmatize the drug. And I think that's frustrating, because it's not the drug, it's not the porn, right? It's your relationship with it that we have to have a conversation with. It kind of sucks for some people. My friend I interviewed who went through psychosis, they can't smoke weed anymore. They don't do anything anymore. They're they might have a drink or two, because they can still drink, of course, but they don't do hallucinogenics. They don't do shrooms. They don't do anything that can alter their state of mind in that real way. A glass of wine's not going to hurt them so far, but they don't do it. And I think that's responsible and respectable. And I can see people sometimes try to tempt them, oh, are you sure you can't do some shrooms or something? And they're like, no, I told you, I went through an experience. And that kind of sucks when people put a pressure on you. But I think what's more important is that you're having the relationship with what's healthy and not healthy for you, because you went through something. And that wasn't there was a withdrawal period they had, because they were so dependent on weed at one point, but the weed led to the psychosis, because their brain chemistry and the way that it worked in relation to the weed and their lack of sleep just wasn't a good combination. But that doesn't mean weed was the problem. It means their relationship and the way that they had it. It's just the thing isn't the problem. It's just sometimes we get unlucky and we have a bad experience with something and we can never go back. And sometimes that's just how it is, right? So sometimes you have a bad experience with porn and you don't want to go back. But just because you had a bad experience with it doesn't mean all the rest of us are going to have that experience, right? Chat says, what did they experience when in psychosis? I'll link the podcast. You guys should watch it. I'll link it. Give me a second. Go find it.
It helped you?
It has. Recognising that these things can be addictive. If I tried to set a limit on how much I was going to pay and then blew right past it, I'll find myself doing things like some of the people have said tonight. I was pushing the boundaries on what I was consuming, just as the creators pushing the boundaries on what they're creating. So I think it's got a lot of hallmarks of addiction. And once I saw that and then picked up the tools of recovery for addiction, I found that's been more successful than anything.
Annie, you recently started an OnlyFans management agency. Why did you do that?
Well, there's hundreds of thousands of OnlyFans management agencies out there. One thing about these agencies is they're predominantly run by men.
Exactly. Boo.
And a lot of the agencies are asking for a 50 to 80% cut of your earnings when you sign with them.
Holy fucking shit. Holy shit. What?
So after I myself was looking for an agency, I found this was a huge issue within the industry. There was not enough management agencies owned by women, and I wanted women in the industry to have a safe, reliable and trustworthy agency that they can sign with.
What does your agency do?
So we offer a range of services. We have our weekly management plans, which range from scheduling only, where we schedule all their content for them, messaging only, which is responding to messages for our clients, and then the full service management package, which is doing everything except creating the content for them.
So a subscriber, for example, might think they're chatting or messaging a content creator, but someone from the agency is actually replying on their behalf?
Yes, correct.
Amy, your dream was to...
See, that's when you start competing and you say it's 100% me and it's nobody else. Because I'll be real with you, if I found out the sex worker I was texting was somebody else, I'd be so annoyed. Like Andrew Tate, that was Andrew Tate's model. Andrew Tate's model is when the girls were sleeping, he was texting the clients. So the client always had access to somebody. And I personally would not do that model, but I think that's when you get to charge more. You should charge more. These girls, you know, they're probably not, you know, I'm just saying you know what I'm saying? If it's you get to charge more. Be like, yep, that's me. And then, you know what, I'm just saying, just, you know.
You become a doctor, but you've chosen to pursue OnlyFans instead. Do you have any regrets?
I would say my only regret is not.
Chat said, how isn't that scamming? It's a very typical model. So it's just a part of the model of the industry. So most of the clients understand that's to be expected because they don't really care. They're paying for the fantasy. It's a well-known, look how it's not a secret. It's an expectation of the model. And so people don't care because again, the customers, you know what I mean? Like they just want the fantasy. They don't give a fuck if it's really you, you know, unless they do. And then you can charge people more. But realistically, like it's such a normal model for people. They're not worried about it, you know, because it's like if you're talking to the AI bot, you know what I mean? You're not going to be like, wait, you're not a real person. You know, you're talking to an AI bot. They just want the fantasy. They just want to feel good.
Not starting it sooner. Obviously, I didn't know about OnlyFans until a few months before I started, but I wish I started earlier just because it is such an oversaturated like website and industry now. People think it's easy money, so everyone jumps on. I kind of wish I started earlier where there wasn't as much competition in a way.
Do you feel like the career path is sustainable for you?
I don't think that OnlyFans is going to be around forever, but I do think that online sex work and sex work in general.
And you should think about that. YouTube, all these social media websites, like they might not be around forever. What are you going to do when they all go away? That's why you got to save your money, do whatever you need to make sure that you have a cushion. Because realistically, like you cannot think this thing is going to last forever.
There is always a place in the world for sex work, whether it's OnlyFans, whether it's another platform, or whether it's something completely different. However, I do think that I'm saving all my money and investing it into different things, hoping to start my own business one day and things like that, while still finishing all my degrees in case something completely goes wrong.
Smart.
Taylor, you found out your stepfather was your top OnlyFans subscriber and was requesting specific content. Did you ever consider closing your account after that happened?
I definitely had moments where I just wanted to crawl into a hole and never touch the website again. For a couple of days after, I think I wasn't replying to people. I just couldn't stand looking at it. I was definitely very scarred, and I still to this day haven't read through all the messages with him. But I think that OnlyFans has allowed me to be a lot more comfortable within myself, and it's made my life 100 times better, and I wouldn't stop just because of that.
Yeah, so you're still creating and posting content?
Yeah.
Georgia, you've been content creating for 3 years. Is the money still as good as when you started?
I think my effort isn't as good as when I started, so therefore the money isn't as high as it was when I first started. You know, as I am getting older and having other priorities come up in my life, you know, I'm getting married soon and going to have a family soon. So it's definitely not as much money as it was when I first started, but it's still so much more than I would ever make at any other job.
Okay, I heard from some sex workers that pregnant sex work does numbers, and I need you to know how grossed out I am by that. Okay.
I do think what everyone was saying, that the market is very oversaturated, does play a huge role. You know, I used to charge a lot more for content when I first joined in 2019 versus what I can charge now, just because there are so many creators. But I think...
See? That's the difference. When she says, oh, I charged much more then than I do now because there's so many other people, I don't play into that market. I refuse to play into that market. I do not lower down my number, probably because I am still Brady Simon. I do not lower down that number to compete with the market, because even though that would make sense as another sex worker, I want to set a standard for expectation. I would rather be niche than be everybody's cup of tea, if in the long run it's not going to be as fulfilling. You know what I mean? But I think that's why it's so interesting, some of these people, the way they do their stuff. Yeah, I hope they save their money. I hope she was good with her money.
I will always be making more money doing this than I would anything else, because I am fortunate enough to have a large social media platform. Because my TikToks do go viral, it does generate me more subscribers
there you go, there you
than the
go.
average person who does OnlyFans. So I am very fortunate in the way that I run things.
Tom and Evelyn, have you found it difficult to keep subscribers with so many other creators joining OnlyFans?
Not really. We're pretty lucky to have like quite a niche market. We can film things that other people can't.
What's the niche market that you have?
I was born with 2 vaginas. So I have 2 reproductive systems. So I think people just want to see it. We can film a lot of
Interesting. Chess says, I can't afford a super chat. Can we get the homies in the chat begging her to review Repsion's Facebook dating video? Guys, this isn't about to become a Repsion channel. Look at this man is going through a crisis. I'm over it. Like, unless he makes a video that like needs to really be talked about, I don't want to become like a. People ask me if I could like deep dive into Repsion's dating history. Hi, do you want me to kill myself? Why would I look into a miserable person's dating history? Thank you. No. Guys, no. We do philosophy through pop culture. There's nothing to learn from this man's horrible dating history. Unless he's a bigger, look, if he was a bigger public figure, if he was like important, it'd be more interesting. But he's not. There's no reason to do that. You know what I mean?
things that
Yeah.
normal women
Thanks for the
can't.
suggestion, though. So you have a unique feature and that's made it lucrative.
It has, yeah.
Would it be tough without that niche market, do you think?
It'd be a lot harder, yeah. It's really easy for us to get subscribers because it's just so rare.
Has this work affected your marriage? I'll ask you first.
Yeah, definitely. Like when you have a fight, you don't want to have sex off camera. Definitely.
Tom?
Yeah, conflict resolution between us, from what I can compare to my previous relationships. If I've had a fight with somebody, like you can just play hardball for a few days. Like I don't want to talk to you.
Oh,
We have
brother.
to be on
Ew.
good terms to make our money. For men to perform, we have to be aroused. Women can fake it. And so if we're in a bad headspace or in a bad place in our relationship, and I do not want to have sex with her, then we're not going to make our money. So I think it has its pros and cons on our relationship, but I think the question that you might have presented to, maybe with the intimacy, that's definitely taken a hit. If we go to get intimate, we're like, should we capitalise off of this? So each time we have to make time, we have to put time aside to go, we have to be intimate with each other and enjoy each other.
And there's no cameras?
Without cameras, yeah.
Yeah.
What about relationships with other family? Has your work affected those?
Yeah, for sure. My mum, she's a bigger supporter. She loves it. She says we're entrepreneurs, right?
We are.
We sure are.
She loves hearing the weird messages as well.
Yeah, sometimes when we get the strangest requests, we sometimes think, have a look at this, and she gets quite a bit of a laugh or whatever out of it. But other members of the family, not so much. Would prefer that I didn't do it. And I think in some aspects of their own personal relationships with their friends, if anything got brought up about Evelyn and I, they would just go, let's not talk about it.
Right.
So,
Interesting.
You have 2 young children. Will you tell them about your work when they're a little bit older?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're coming into a society now, like it's getting a lot more accepted. The stigma behind it is dropping, it's reducing, which is great. But I also think in the 10 to 15 years that we are going to be bringing these conversations up with our now infant children, it's going to be so much more accepted. So
Really.
we don't have to worry about that too much. But
I get is like you're a bad mum. Or like
Really?
what would your kids think of this? Stuff like that. That's probably the number one.
And what do you say to that?
I just don't really reply to it, to be honest. Like we have such a flexible life. We have so much to offer them now, thanks to OnlyFans. So I don't know if it's better not to read it.
Thank you so much. Thank you to you all for being here. That's all.
Yeah, that's so interesting. We're going to read the comments for sure. But yeah, that's so interesting. Yeah, I think what's really important is no matter what your job is or how you, like, okay, there's this thing about, I don't know how clear I am on the details, but you know how the Obamas talk about their relationship. And Michelle said one time in a clip, there was like a 10-year span where it was really hard to be married to Barack. And people were like, oh, I knew it. I knew they had problems. And I was like, was it the 10 years he was president by any chance? Was it the 10 years he was the president by any chance? Like, you know what I mean? Like, was it maybe when he was, I don't know, the fucking United States president? Like, people just ran with that comment. They're like, oh my God, I knew it. And I was like, yeah, do you guys think it, like, people are just, I don't know what they imagine. I think it's weird. People don't want to hear that your relationship is perfect, but the moment you also talk about the vulnerabilities, they're like, I knew it wasn't perfect. This is why I say the world doesn't deserve your intimacy details because they're not going to get it, right? Okay, The SBS chat says they missed a really important piece on this, the impact of children of OnlyFans parents. Okay, once again, girls, you are okay with kids being raised by religious parents, even though we're now learning how bad religious trauma is for kids, but you can't handle a kid being raised with parents who happen to do sex work they're not involved in? You know what I'm saying? We are stigmatizing children's ability, right, to be raised by sex worker parents, but not their impact of being raised by bigoted fucking parents. We're so backwards in the world. We're so backwards. You know, you can hit your kids. What about parents who hit their kids? Oh, so parents can literally hit their kids, but God forbid their parents are having sex and making money from it, which they do not see or engage with. Okay, cool. Chat said there's no such thing as easy money. There's always a price. Chat said, and then people wonder why people don't get married and families fall apart. Damn, negative. It seems that they are showing the top percentages of making money. They say that the average is earning less than $300 a month. Doesn't really seem worth it. Seems they're only showing the lucky ones. Well, nobody cares about the non-lucky ones because the non-lucky ones are just like anybody. It's like people who work in stocks. You know what I mean? Ew. What is this? Why is this happening?
Since 2008, the U.S.
Why did Hassan go on Tom's show? Ugh. Ew. Ew. Tom plays right into the fucking centrist bullshit Jordan Peterson, Andrew Huberman bubble. Ugh. Ugh. It's because Hassan's trying to he's constantly trying to attract centrists. Tom made like $100 million in some pharmaceutical something. And then he interviews all the entrepreneurs too. Tom Bielay, he's a determinist, you know. Anyways, okay, not important. I got distracted by the side recommendations here. Okay, it seems unfair to penalize the girls who are doing OnlyFans, and yet the users and clients of OnlyFans could be doctors, teachers, lawyers, police. Exactly. So as a client who's a doctor, you can be buying OnlyFans, but as an OnlyFans girl who's a doctor, you can't be a doctor. Great point, chatter. Great point. Not from my chat, but from SBS's chat. Yeah, great fucking point. Right? Jesus, bro. Let's see. Intelligent, interesting women. Although I have heard of OnlyFans, I've only just learned what OnlyFans are. Not something that I could do, but respect their views and life choices. These people need Jesus and self-worth. Just a sad and toxic society that people live in, thinking this is something to be passionate about when it is extremely damaging for their mental health. Wow. It's called Holy Spirit Activate Me. That's a hilarious name. Okay. OnlyFans is work. They are selling a product. We are humans trying to make every other person conform to our beliefs. If you can make tea cozies, nobody turns a hair. As soon as it involves sex, we all purse our lips and judge. True. Interesting episode, huh? Oh. Yeah, we're really watching it in real time just become another job, huh? Okay, just a reminder, I won't be here tomorrow. I gotta take Indiana to the vet. And the vet appointment is literally like stream time. Discord says, I didn't like how he said she could keep going and if she wasn't feeling it, and that's basically down to his satisfaction in the relationship, or am I misunderstanding what he said? The husband and wife, the wife and husband. Discord, which one are you talking about? Because I will say they when they sounded like they were fighting and stuff, it wasn't actually exciting for me. I don't know the context of what he might have meant by that. I think they meant like, I think they were just trying to express, from my understanding, that it's not always easy. Like, okay, example. The reason I didn't choose to do OnlyFans full time is because even as a solo person, I'm not always in the mood. Like, you know, you got to be in the mood to put on a sexy show. You know what I mean? Like, you got to be in the mood. And so, like, I don't want to have to force a mood. I don't fake it for OnlyFans. You know what I mean? I don't want to fake it. So, like, I don't think it would show up either. I think I'm too autistic not to be like, I'm bored. I don't want to do this. You know? But, like, if I'm in the mood and I'm like, I want to make something pretty, then my mood is so different. You know? So I think it's about, like, knowing when to force it or not force it. But sometimes when your bills are demanding of it, you do have to force it. Right? Oh yeah, Discord. He was saying she was able to fake it, but he can't, like an orgasm. Or like like being turned on. Like visually, you could put some lube on her and people will believe it. But for a guy, he's like, I can't get a hard on unless I'm in the mood. Yeah. I think I get what you're referencing now. Yeah, I think that's what he was saying. And then and then YouTube chat. I thought he was saying he needed to be in the mood, but choosing if the mood was monetizable. And then they said sometimes when they are intimate, it's like, oh wait, should we make money off of this? Yeah, I think there's all kinds of ways you have to balance partner intimacy with like a job. Like even like sometimes guys, I'm trying to give like a YouTube adjacent example. Like sometimes I will use up all my spoons talking to you guys. And after work, my partner's like, what did you talk about? Tell me about work. And I'm like, I do not have the spoons to talk to you about work, but give me like an hour. Let me eat some food and I'll tell you all about stream. Sometimes like I use up all my social spoons here and then I go home. I go home. I get off work and I don't have them for my partner. So I need a second to recoup. That's why I always eat after stream. I gotta go eat. That's what I do. I eat and then I start again. My energy comes back. I'm such a food, like my energy is just, if I don't eat, girl, that's it. It's over, you know? And so I think that's the dilemma is like, I think that's the dilemma with working with somebody who works all the time too, though. It's like you really do spend 8 to 10 hours at work and then you come home and you're supposed to have all this energy for when I nannied professionally, I would see this in the parents. They'd work all day, then they'd come home and then they'd want to go on a walk with the kids. And it was like hustle, work all day, come home, don't even take a breather. You know, sometimes I'd get the kids ready for them. So when they got home, they could just take them on the walk right away. They'd like throw their bags inside and go for a walk. So at least they could have an evening walk with their kids. And then they tuck the kids in, you know, and then that was it. Then the day was over and they had to go to bed. It was like, it was really hard to fit intimacy into the day when everything feels like rushed, you know? Yeah. Yeah, knowing when to utilize spoons or where to put spoons is so important. See, this is why I saw the Discord shared this and I've seen this 100 times. It's like, I don't want to hear your opinion on working like a regular minimum wage job until you've cried inside of a freezer. It's like, yeah, I used to cry. I used to be one of those people who have cried so many times in the freezer at my work. Like I was just devastatingly out of spoons. Like I was so stressed. I was so out of spoons. Like that job was so much harder to me than any job I had ever done in my life was working. But it wasn't the job itself. It was the customers or it was the bosses. Honestly, it was the boss. It was the way the store wanted us to manage itself. Like the manage our... Like they wouldn't give us enough people to work in the deli to handle the rush. And then they'd be like I remember one time I was like a co-manager. I was like training to be a manager. And we had this huge rush come in. And I was like, I'm a very organized person. So I was like, okay, everybody lock in. It's happening. I put everybody on a station and I said, let's go. And then we were handling the rush so well. We were like knocking it out of the park. But then the line for the register at the deli got backed up. So I said, hey, there's self-checkout. There's a quicker way to get your food for lunch. So you guys can go do that. We're going to close the register because the register was slowing everything down. So it was either people got their food and went to self-checkout or people didn't get their food and never got around to our register. And the boss at the store was like, you have to keep your register open. I was like, you have to give me a person to man the register then. Because if you don't give me another person to man the register, then we're not going to get people's food out on time and they're not going to be able to have their food for their lunch break. If they're here for a 30-minute lunch break from their job, how am I going to get them their food on time if you don't have anyone to man the register? And they were just like, you got to figure it out. And I was like, I already figured it out. Give me another person to work register. And they're like, no. And I was like, this deli, guys, I'm not exaggerating. It was like 100, 200 people in a rush hour and like a lunch rush hour. It was so many human beings all inside the deli. It was like a concert hall. It was like fucking crazy. And I was like, or I worked at another grocery store in the deli where we had a high school nearby. And every day after school, hundreds of kids came through the fucking line to get a soda. And I'm like, hey, even if you have to bring on people for a 4-hour shift just to come for this 4-hour period, like find somebody who can come in. Anyway, it was annoying. I hate the inefficiency. I hate it. Okay. Ugh, I couldn't. It was so annoying. Anyways, I didn't mind the job. Like, I don't mind the job. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not the job. It's the thing of surrounding the job. I could have worked at a deli for the rest of my life and been happy if it was efficient, if it made sense, if we actually did things that made sense. That's why I say in my ideal world, these minimum wage jobs would have been great full-time forever jobs. If we actually like built a standard that was like really good to come into, you worked with people you liked. At one point in my career, at multiple stores, I loved the group of people I was working with so much. I wanted to be at work just so we could hang out. But I didn't want to hang out outside of work. It was only fun when we were at work because we made work so much fun. And then it was like, once people got switched out or once the people like became so strict, like I remember I used to work the night shift sometimes, not the overnight shift, but the late shift. And people would wear earphones to listen to music and people would get like in trouble. I'm like, nobody's here. They can't see that I'm wearing earphones. I'm cleaning the back of the deli. No one's interacting with me. Let me listen to music. And they're like, it's against regulation. And I'm like, oh my God. Y'all need to chill, bro. I'll put one earphone in so I can still hear you. Don't worry. They're like, no. And I'm like, y'all try to make work so hard, bro. Why are you trying to make work so hard? I don't get people. Do you want us to want to come into work or not, bro? Whatever. Whatever is clever. Okay, girls, that's it. We did it. I'll see you again Monday. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Great streams this week. Sorry I won't be here tomorrow, but you know, Indiana takes precedent. Our queen is a priority. I'll see you guys Sunday on the Discord. We're doing a little event we do on a yearly basis-ish called Are You a 2 or a 5? It's not literally to give you your level on my level system. Links in the description. I'm working on this philosophical framework. It's not going to level you. It's a group of 20 questions I asked myself along my journey, and I ask myself them every year to recalibrate where I am and to learn more about myself. If you guys want to join us for this event, it's going to be 3 to 4 hours. Come join us on Sunday. It will be a lot of fun. Okay, girls, talk to you soon. Bye-bye. 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 Have a good weekend. Please stay safe. Bye-bye. See you next time.